injured. These people, according to the information we have, are not operators or technical people, and they are part of the security personnel around the plant. So these are the facts. We continue to be in contact with the operators and following the situation, of course, very, very closely. Let me now address how we are addressing this, what are the next steps that we are planning, what is possible in the circumstances. As you know, because we saw each other a couple of days ago, we had a special session of the Board of Governors here. And at that session of the board, I indicated, apart from the general exhortations and reminders of the importance of the general principles of never attacking a nuclear facility and other important conceptual elements, I reminded member states of a number of very clear points that must never be compromised if one is to ensure safety and security at any nuclear facility, be it a reactor or any other facility. And the first one of this was the physical integrity of the facility. Whether it is a reactor, as I said, a fuel pond, radioactive waste storage, everything. The second point that I mentioned to the board was that all safety and security systems at these places must be maintained and operational. The third point I indicated was that staff needed to be able to fulfill their activities normally. The fourth is that there should be at all times off-site power, electricity, so that the facility is able to continue running normally. I also referred to the supply chain that must be always available in case there is a need, spare parts or things that are perhaps needed for repairs. I also referred as a sixth point to the radiation monitoring systems that are also required so that we have an idea of what's going on from the perspective of the possible presence of radioactivity. And finally, communication. Communication, which is so important, as you have seen throughout this night. Without it, we would have not been able to confirm the things that we are telling you. Well, everybody agrees. Everybody agrees, without any exception. No country disagrees that these principles must be maintained. However, the first of this, the physical integrity of the plant, has been compromised with what happened last night. So, we, of course, are fortunate that there was no release of radiation and that the integrity of the reactors in themselves was not compromised. Yes, the plant in a wider sense. But it is obvious that when we all agree on these principles, words must mean something. And we have to act in consequence. So for us, the IAEA, it is time for action. We need to do something about this. As I also refer to you, I believe, Ukraine sent a request for immediate assistance to us. So bearing in mind what's happening and the risks that we may all incur if this continues without an enhancement and without a recommitment to these principles, I have indicated to both the Russian Federation and the Ukraine my availability and disposition to travel to Chernobyl as soon as possible, so that these 7 crucial pillars are never again compromised. The idea behind this initiative of mine as Director General of the IAEA is to agree on a framework and on a compromise that would commit to not compromise these principles that we all subscribe and agree to. We all know that given the very complicated circumstances on the ground, the logistics for such a trip, my presence in this place are not going to be easy and would not be easy. But at the same time, I believe they wouldn't be impossible. If we are to extend assistance, we have to be there. And the first to be there must be the head of the IAEA. I want to make clear one point. This initiative of mine has nothing to do with the political aspects of this crisis. This is not my mandate. I am not the Security Council of the United Nations. I am not the Secretary General of the United Nations. I am not a self-appointed mediator. It has nothing to do with that. I want to be extremely clear about this. What we are talking about here is a framework under the aegis of the IAEA, whereby Ukraine and the forces that are present there in the context of this military operation of the Russian Federation can agree to a commitment to not to compromise these principles that I have mentioned. So, as I said, the facts are this. The request for assistance has been made to us. We are not ignoring it. I am ready to come. I stop here and I take your questions. Thank you very much.
So please identify yourself and your media.
Thanks, DG Grossi, Jonathan Tyrone of Bloomberg News. Can you please just clarify who specifically you're in touch with on the Russian side? You said you're in touch with the Energoatom in Ukraine and the regulator. And can you also please clarify, do we know right now whether the control room itself at that nuclear power plant is in possession of Russian forces, or does the utility continue to have control of the room?
Yeah, of course. As I mentioned, I am in touch with Russia and also, of course, Ukraine. Ukraine is my natural counterpart. In this, I should always emphasize, because we are talking about Ukraine, and they are our counterparts. However, we know, and this is no secret, there's a military operation and there are Russian forces there. Of course, we do have a number of contacts when it comes to the Russian Federation at diplomatic level and at technical level as well. So this is the first part. The second part is regarding the operation of the, you're talking about the control room and things like that. Here I should emphasize that for the time being it is purely Ukrainian staff running the operations there. What we have in this case, as we speak, this morning at 10:45, what we have is in Chernobyl and in Zaporizhzhia, we have effective control of the site in the hands of Russian military forces. I hope the distinction is clear.
Good morning, Albert Otti, DPA, German Press Agency. Just to clarify, you said you're proposing a framework to basically guarantee the safety of the nuclear installations from both sides. How does the trip to Chernobyl contribute to this? plan to negotiate in Chernobyl? I'm not quite sure.
We're going to be sharing some elements with both sides, and we are going to try to agree on that. It's part of the consultation we need to have.
That's the plan, to negotiate there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
This is Chernahiv from Nippon TV. Just to follow up on that.
For those of you just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox 618 here on the East Coast. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we're listening in live to the latest update from the IAEA Director General, Rafael Mariano Grossi. He has held a news conference this morning on the latest on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant that was on fire overnight. That fire has since been put out. Radiation levels are normal, and now he is taking questions from reporters. Let's listen in once again.
Is to refer to precedent. It was done in this way last time this happened, so this establishes some sort of practice or tradition. Unfortunately, here we are in completely uncharted waters, but what animates this initiative is the need to act and to heed this call for assistance, bearing in mind the realities on the ground.
Thanks, Lawrence from the Wall Street Journal. A couple of questions. I'll keep it to a couple of questions. Do you know who was responsible for the projectile that hit the site? Was it Ukrainian forces, as the Russians are claiming, or was it the Russians? And what have the Russians said to you about about sending a team there for assistance? And what have they said about your idea for a trip? Yes or no?
Thank you very much. What we understand is that this projectile is a projectile that is coming from the Russian forces. We do not have details about what kind of projectile this is. Could be many different things. This is what we understand in the situation. And what in terms of saying yes or no, both sides are considering it.
Any other questions?
François Murphy from Reuters, IDGM.
Yes,
over here.
sorry, I'm always losing you.
Yeah, no, of course. Two questions then. What happens now, just particularly at Zaporizhzhia? You say Ukraine is in control of the control room and of operations, but they're surrounded by the Russian military.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you expect to happen here? Is these things supposed to stay frozen as they are, sort of a bit like a Chernobyl, or do you imagine something else? And what direction are things heading in? And then also, I just want to follow up on what Albert was saying. If you don't have agreement for a meeting, why are you specifically suggesting a meeting at Chernobyl? You could meet these people anywhere. So why is this so clear in your mind?
Well, there are a number of technical characteristics that make it advisable to do it there, to have a better idea, and also to be more effective in diplomatic terms. It's very important to be there. Of course, at the end of the day, there might be many different formats, if you want. What we want to indicate here is the disposition of the IAEA to move, to do something about what is going on, and not simply tweet or say things from Vienna. We are ready to move. And in terms of I think one thing is connected with the other. What we have is a situation which is very difficult to sustain. And what has happened tonight, or last night, is proof of that. I have been saying for a few days now, I'm extremely concerned this is something which is very, very fragile, very unstable as a situation. And now we have seen that because of this impact of a projectile, we don't know how it happened. I think it would be impossible unless you had a forensic team there to determine the circumstances, and this is going to be impossible. You had the kind of situation we had overnight, which could have been dramatic. So I think that we should not wait for something like this to happen before trying to address it in a more efficient way, since we know what is at risk.
And sorry, just to follow up, since you were saying, you're describing the situation overnight, and you say that you're in regular contact with people at the plant. So what is happening right now? So obviously we had this projectile hit, and there was some fighting.
Right now we have this normal abnormality, if I can put it like that. The other day in my statement I was saying normal operations, but in fact there is nothing normal about this. Yes, they are running the plants, and I paid homage the other day to their bravery, to their courage, to their resilience, because they are doing this in very difficult circumstances. Now we see this happening. For how long can this continue? So I think it is our duty as an international organization with an important mandate to do safety and security, to do it also when the going gets rough.
Yes, Jordan.
Hello, DG, this is Jordi from Jordi. We're talking here about Chernobyl and this one big site. Do you have any information about the other nuclear plants? Is there any risk there? How to get any information?
Not at the moment. And it's good, thank you for putting up the slide. What you see here are the 6 reactors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have this blue here in this unit, which is the one operating at 60%. Now, this is the one. And this is the building. For you to have an idea, this is more or less 1 kilometer. And this here is the training center which was impacted by this problem here, and where there was this fire. All right? So I think thank you to the team for having put up this, because this gives you an idea. So this is the site. It's a very, very big site. Right.
Yes, Jonathan.
Okay, thanks for the follow-up. So there's obviously another plant with 3 units, the southern plant that's near Odessa. Potentially more concerning, I want to hear your feedback on the VVER 440 Type 213 reactors that are operating in Rivne. Those have been units of concern to European regulators and the IAEA for decades. Are these issues that you want to talk about in Chernobyl specifically? And then just briefly, you don't have any safety standards about proper procedures in a time of war. By showing us this picture up there, are you suggesting that the proper procedure would be to cold shut down all reactors in the middle of the summer?
I'm not suggesting that.
Okay.
Mind you, there are references to armed conflict and to accidents. There are general differences. Perhaps my Deputy Director General, who is an international expert on this, could clarify it. But there are generic references, if I'm not mistaken, to this. So there are some references that are applicable. And of course, I mean, you are pointing to a pre-existing situation, which is more of a structural nature about the safety of a type of reactor. This is not the time or the moment or the occasion to be dealing with that. What we are trying to address here is the situation derived from this particular...
I'm sorry, but that reactor has a very shallow containment. That doesn't have the kind of depth of defense that these reactors do. You just got out of a really, we're fortunate, but that reactor has a completely different containment structure.
I take your point. Yeah.
between line, I kind of sense that after the negotiation, if it was to take place, or even without that, do you have a plan to place IAEA personnel in Ukraine to assist their normal operation under emergency?
Thank you for the question. The first thing that we must have is a framework within which to operate. And I would never put my staff in harm's way before going myself and trying to set up these conditions. If those conditions were met, then one could envisage that. But we are not at that point yet.
Thanks a lot. DG, you obviously didn't have the weekend upcoming off. You were supposed to go on a slightly important trip to Tehran. Is that going ahead, and would any visit to Chernobyl or Ukraine be after that? Thanks.
No, I would say I am still, of course, going to visit Tehran on this very important official visit to try to address issues that we have discussed on different occasions. And regarding my proposal for a visit and a negotiation to Ukraine, no, it's not part of this. As I said, I am consulting Ukraine, of course, first and foremost, and Russia as well, to see how we could organize that.
So it would be after your return from Tehran?
God willing, yeah.
DG, just to follow up, I take your willingness to go to Chernobyl as an indication that you're not worried about the safety situation there, just because there seems to be glitches with the radiation monitoring system there. Can you tell us what the
I'm not concerned about the radiation. I am, of course, concerned about the general situation. This is a zone where there are military operations ongoing. It is obvious.
Sorry, yeah, my question wasn't the best. But specifically on the radiation levels at Chernobyl, is the monitoring working
yes,
normally, and everything seems normal?
It is. Well, everything normal, I wouldn't say. There are glitches, but nothing that would constitute a major issue at the moment in terms of the radiation monitoring systems which are in operation.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions?
Yeah.
Yes. David Albright from ISIS asked me to ask you if you can say anything about the safety of the spent fuel in this power plant.
There's no issue with it. There's no problem. There hasn't been any reported situation with regards to this issue of waste stored.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. We will be keeping you informed of developments, and perhaps we will be seeing each other after my mission to Tehran. Thank you very much.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, 6:30 here on the East Coast. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and you were just listening in to the International Atomic Energy Agency's Director General, Rafael Mariano Grossi, as he held a news conference just about 45 minutes ago on the situation at Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Now, Russian forces shelled that largest nuclear power plant in Europe, that Zaporizhzhia power plant, early this morning and overnight in Ukraine, sparking a fire as they press their attack on that crucial area in Ukraine. But we can confirm, and we just listened into that statement. I do want to get the side panel back up for you, for those of you that are just joining us, so everyone is up to date on what we are monitoring this morning. And here is that side panel for you all. Once again, Russia now controlling this Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant where they shelled overnight. There was a fire. That fire has been put out. Ukrainian firefighters extinguished that blaze once again at Europe's biggest nuclear plant. It was ignited by Russian shelling. We did just get that confirmation from the International Atomic Energy Agency's general there. He said, we understand that the projectile that started the fire was coming from the Russian forces. sources. The Director General did confirm that at this nuclear power plant there are 6 reactors. Only one is operating, reactor number 4, and that one is operating at 60%, so not at full capacity. But he did confirm that there was no release of radiation and the integrity of the reactors have not been compromised. He does propose a Russia-Ukraine meeting at Chernobyl. He says he himself will attend. He acknowledges that obviously the circumstances are very complicated for him himself to get to Chernobyl, to Ukraine at this time, but that he himself will go and moderate this meeting between Russia and Ukraine to discuss a framework and a compromise. It does appear that our feed of the Ukrainian-Polish border has since gone out, so let me change this for us here. But this is the latest that we are monitoring coming out of Ukraine. Breaking news about this Zaporizhzhia power plant that we can confirm the fire has been put out and no radiation has been detected and no reactors have been compromised. We're going to take step away, that is, for a quick 2-minute break. When we get back, we'll get you up to speed, show you images of that fire at the Zaporizhzhia power plant overnight, and hear from President Zelensky and his message to the world in the hours following that attack on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant right after this 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we do have breaking news to bring you all this morning. Thank you very much for choosing to begin your morning with us if you are just tuning in. We do want to get you up to speed on this latest news. Russia now controls the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. The fire that broke out overnight, that fire has since been extinguished and radiation levels are normal. We did just hear from the International Atomic Energy Agency. Their Director General, Rafael Mariano Grossi, has confirmed that there are 6 reactors at this plant. Only one was operating, Unit 4. That one was operating at 60%, and it has not been compromised. There has been no release of radiation. He also proposes that Ukrainian and Russian officials meet at Chernobyl to discuss a framework and work on a compromise. But the latest, once again, Russia is now in control of this plant. The fire is out and radiation levels are normal. We also want to let you all know that today, right now, as we speak, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he is in Brussels meeting with NATO allies. We are expecting a press conference from NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg any minute now. He is expected to address the world on the latest in this emergency meeting happening at NATO today. We'll bring you that feed as soon as we get it. We also do want to confirm that Russia and Ukraine did hold talks for the second time yesterday, and that they agreed on evacuation corridors, so a humanitarian effort, but they have not agreed on a ceasefire. So day 2 of talks between those two delegations has not come to a ceasefire conclusion. We do want to bring you through the latest video that we are getting to our news desk, because we have been reporting all morning long on this nuclear power plant, Zaporizhzhia, and this is the footage that made its way around the world just yesterday of the fire that happened at this plant. Now, Ukrainian firefighters on Friday extinguished this blaze at Europe's biggest nuclear power plant. So for those of you just tuning in, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, this is not only Ukraine's biggest, it's all of Europe's biggest power plant, and it's also ranks within the top 10 biggest power plants in the world. It comes in at number 9 on that list. So this was a major revelation. This was a major incident that occurred overnight. Ukraine's state nuclear regulator said that no changes in radiation levels have been recorded. We also just heard that update from the International Atomic Energy Agency, confirming that same situation. We can confirm, though, that Russia has seized this power plant. They are now in control, but that staff needed to be able to fulfill their activities normally. That was a demand by the International Atomic Energy Agency, and that is occurring. So staff, Ukrainian staff, are working as normal within the walls of this power plant, but it is under Russian control. For those of you, once again, that are just joining us, this all broke overnight. Russian military forces waged an attack on Ukraine's largest power plant early this morning, and once again overnight in Ukraine, sending fears of a potential explosion and nuclear fallout throughout all of Europe. President Biden was on the phone with President Zelensky yesterday. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork, he has a summary of what occurred yesterday now that we do have this new update. Let's take a listen to his latest report.
The Russian military began shelling the power plant early Friday morning local time, sparking a large fire in the facility's training building.
Warning, equipment of the Russian Federation is firing on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. There is a real threat of a nuclear danger at the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe.
The plant contains 6 reactors, accounting for 25% of all of Ukraine's power. Ukraine's Minister of Foreign Affairs taking to Twitter, warning an explosion would be 10 times larger than Chernobyl, while President Zelensky calls on all of Europe to stop Russia.
Only immediate action can stop the Russian troops. Don't let Europe die in the nuclear catastrophe.
Adding the historical and detrimental effects of this attack.
No country has ever shot at nuclear blocks except for Russia. For the first time ever in our history, in the history of humankind, the terrorist country has reverted to nuclear terror.
Meanwhile, President Biden spoke with Ukraine's President Zelensky discussing the attacks, both leaders urging Russia to cease fire and allow firefighters to safely access the site. Local media later reporting that first responders were in fact on scene. As of early Friday morning, power plant authorities said the facility was still secure with no elevated levels of radiation detected. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And thank you to Kevin for that comprehensive summary there. That was the latest early this morning, and we can confirm that still remains true. There are no high levels of radiation detected, and the integrity of the reactors has not been compromised. Now, President Biden did speak with President Zelensky overnight about this situation. I'll remove the lower from your screens. President Joe Biden spoke with President Zelensky of Ukraine this evening to receive an update on the fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. President Biden joined President Zelensky in urging Russia to cease its military activities in the area and allow firefighters and emergency responders to access the site. The statement goes on to say that the president will continue to be briefed regularly. You did see an excerpt of a clip from President Zelensky in Kevin Cork's package. I do want to play out the entire 2.5-minute speech that he gave to the world, warning Europe, and he begins very strongly. He says, Europe must wake up now. Let's take a listen to his statement.
Атомні блоки – це танки, обладнані тепловізорами. Тобто вони знають, куди стріляють. Вони до цього готувались. Звертаюся до всіх українців, до всіх європейців, до всіх людей, хто знає слово Чорнобиль, хто знає, скільки горя і жертв приніс вибух на атомній станції. Це була глобальна катастрофа. З її наслідками боролися сотні тисяч людей. Евакуювали десятки тисяч людей. Росія хоче це повторити. І вже повторює, але у 6 разів більше. Європейці, прокиньтесь, будь ласка, говоріть своїм політикам. Російські війська обстрілюють атомну станцію в Україні, Запорізьку атомну станцію, місто Енергодар. Там 6 енергоблоків, 6. В Чорнобилі вибухнув 1 енергоблок. Ми зв'язалися з нашими лідерами, з партнерами. Я говорив вже з Шарлем Мішелем, Шольцем, говорив з Дудою, говорив з президентом Байденом. Ми зв'язалися з головою МАГАТЕ Гросі, також з прем'єр-міністром Джонсоном. Ми всіх попереджаємо. Жодна держава, окрім Росії, ніколи не обстрілювала атомні енергоблоки. Це вперше в нашій історії, в історії людства, держава-терорист вдалася і до ядерного терору. Російські пропагандисти погрожували всім, ми пам'ятаємо, засипати світ ядерним попелом. Тепер це не загроза, тепер це реальність. І ми не знаємо, чим закінчиться пожежа на станції, коли буде вибух, або коли його не станеться, дай Боже, ніхто цього не прорахує до кінця. Але наші хлопці завжди тримали атомну станцію у безпеці. Щоб не було провокацій, щоб ніхто не міг на станцію піти, щоб ніхто не міг цю станцію захопити, замінувати і шантажувати потім ядерною катастрофою увесь світ. Треба зупинити російських військових. Негайно кричить своїм політикам: Україна – це 15 атомних блоків. Якщо буде вибух, це кінець всім, кінець Європи, це евакуація Європи. Тільки негайні дії Європи можуть зупинити російські війська. Не допустіть загибелі Європи від катастрофи на атомній станції.
Powerful message there from President Zelensky calling on Europe to wake up, saying that this is a problem for the whole of Europe, and he certainly was not wrong in the potential that this situation could have had, but we can report once again that there has been no release of radiation and the integrity of the reactors has not been compromised. We do want to bring you images that came to our newsroom this morning of Secretary Blinken arriving in Brussels. He is set to meet with Nato today to obviously discuss the latest coming out of Ukraine and Russia. And here are a slew of officials making their way to that meeting this morning. Once again, this is the first of multiple trips that Secretary of State Blinken will be making over the coming days. He travels to Poland on Saturday, so he's in Brussels today. Will travel to Poland tomorrow and will make his way to Moldova, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, all over the coming days to discuss the latest situation on the ground in Ukraine. Now, we are expecting a statement from Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg, in the coming minutes. It was supposed to be at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time, which means that they're a bit behind. No problem at all. We did get a statement from
Good morning, Mr. Secretary General.
And Jens Stoltenberg at the beginning of this meeting. I do want to play that for you, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a listen.
So much, and I really couldn't say it any better. But simply put, in the wake of Russia's unprovoked, premeditated aggression against Ukraine, this alliance came together with speed, with unity, with determination, immediately launching the Rapid Response Task Force, putting in place the graduated plans to continue to bolster NATO's security. Every ally, in one way or another, is coming to Ukraine's assistance. Every ally, in one way or another, is helping to strengthen NATO itself. And as the Secretary General said, ours is a defensive alliance. We seek no conflict. But if conflict comes to us, we're ready for it. And we will defend every inch of NATO territory. At the same time, as the Secretary General said, we're preparing for NATO's future. And the events of the last few weeks, as they continue, will further inform that future, particularly going into the NATO summit in a few months, and the writing of a new strategic concept. All of these things are coming together at a critical time, but the single common denominator that we found, and that is the strength of everything that we do, is the unity of this alliance. It's been on full display in these weeks. It will remain on full display going forward, and I look forward to consulting with you, Jens, about the steps we're going to take next. Thank you. Thank you.
And that was a statement from Secretary of State Antony Blinken before entering that meeting. That was about an hour and a half ago, so they have been in that meeting ever since. As soon as we get an update or a live feed from Brussels, where that meeting is occurring, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I do want to take you through a slew of videos making their way to our news desk this morning about the situation that is occurring right now in Ukraine, what the situation looks like on the ground. And let's take a look at what these images are showing us. I do want to make sure that our audio is not too loud because these videos come in raw with a lot of nat sound, what you're hearing on the ground, so we do want to make sure everything is balanced. Now, this new satellite imagery does show a Russian convoy headed to the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Now, we have seen this for quite a few days now. We've even gotten updates that perhaps this convoy has stalled, and the satellite views provided from a single satellite orbital pass showed this 40-mile convoy near Ukraine with almost no progress. So once again, on day 9 of this invasion, after they have seized a nuclear power plant, this convoy headed to the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv is still not moving. It still appears that there is no progress. A senior U.S. official says Ukrainian troops have targeted the convoy. So a lot of Ukrainian resistance is what this convoy is being met with. But once again, the latest is that this convoy has not made much progress at all. We are going to speak with a counterintelligence official, an expert, a former intelligence officer, Michael Pregent. He's going to be joining us a little bit later on in the show, and he's going to break down why exactly this convoy has stalled. But it's been days now that we have seen this convoy headed to Kyiv, and we can once again report this morning that it does appear to have stalled. We do want to continue our tour of the latest images, and here an explosion seen near the nuclear power plant in Enerhodar, Ukraine. Now, this is just outside of that power plant. This is not the power plant explosion. We do want to be clear, but this is in a neighboring city of that power plant. It's in the same area, will you? And Enerhodar Mayor Dmitry Orlov said Russian troops were advancing towards the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant on Thursday. We can now confirm that they did arrive there and they have seized that power plant. But this is imagery coming to our news desk of what was happening on the ground yesterday and the hours leading up to the seizure of that nuclear power plant. We do want to continue on the tour, and this is aerial footage coming into our desk of a town near Kyiv, Ukraine. And this is just devastating imagery. Scorched buildings, scattered debris seen in the northwest of Kyiv, Ukraine on Thursday after Russian forces attacked the town a day prior. All of this according to Radio Free Europe, and this imagery is coming to us from Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. Kyiv officials released these images of the damage in the city of Irpin. So it is a town near Kyiv, not in the Ukrainian capital, but near it. And there really is nothing to say. Just soak in this imagery of what looks like a post-apocalyptic town. This is what the people of Ukraine are dealing with at the moment. And we do have more imagery similar to that, drone footage. Once again, it does appear to be the same area, but different footage. There you see a fire still within that apartment building, what it appears to be an apartment building. And now I do want to remind you, as you are looking at this, that Russian officials continue to state, and they're pretty adamant that they are not targeting civilian areas, that they are only targeting military infrastructure. I'm not sure what military infrastructure they thought was inside of that apartment building, or what appears to be an apartment building, but this is the reality of what is going on the ground in Ukraine. Here, responders have said and confirmed that at least 22 people have died after a Russian strike in the city of Chernahiv. Now, this is graphic imagery, so we do want to make sure that our viewers have been advised. This is obviously raw, live, unfiltered imagery coming into our news desk of what has happened over the past couple of days in these cities, and at least 22 people have died in this attack. We do believe that the number is higher than this, but this is the last confirmed number that we have here on Live Now from Fox. And I do want to continue by showing you, this is a depot in Kyiv on fire following Russian bombardment as Russia continues its attack on Ukraine, continues its invasion into day 9. More fallout continues after an oil depot was hit by Russian shelling, causing a massive fire. Fire crews were on the scene on Thursday trying to put out this fire. This fire also caused by shelling. And so according to a statement released by the Ukrainian Emergency Ministry, there were no immediate reports of injury in this particular instance. But once again, really devastating imagery coming into our newsroom. It does continue here. Ukrainian volunteers are preparing bomb shelters in Lviv. Now, this is a city to the west, in western Ukraine. And volunteers are stepping up its defenses and shelters in the city of Lviv. Volunteers spending the day digging in a park, working to clean out an underground shelter that could house around 100 people. So it does appear that it's black, but it is indeed an underground bomb shelter as people in this western city of Ukraine are preparing once again for the worst. And I've been mentioning that Ukrainian resistance that we have been seeing all around the country. And here is an example of it. Ukrainian soldiers held their ground in Homstomel, Kyiv, yesterday, according to the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine. This footage was posted to the official Twitter account of Ukraine's military intelligence service, and it does show Ukrainian soldiers on the scene and smoke coming from these military vehicles. According to the Post, Ukrainian forces destroyed as many as 20 combat vehicles belonging to Russian troops by Thursday evening. So once again, Russia continues its attack on Ukraine, continues to target major cities, but the Ukrainian forces and the Ukrainian people are making sure that they are met with quite a bit of resistance. Now that you are fully up to date on the latest imagery that is coming into our newsroom, we do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we get back, we will touch base with all of our reporters on the ground in Ukraine that have been covering this story since the very beginning for us. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studio, 6:58 here on the East Coast, just before the 7 o'clock hour. And we do want to get you up to speed on what we are monitoring this morning, of course, beginning with the latest coming out of Russia and Ukraine as we enter day 9 of this invasion. I do want to bring you out to a live look at all of the feeds that we are monitoring this morning and get everyone up to speed for those of you perhaps that are just joining us. Russian forces have seized the nuclear power plant on day 9 of this invasion. That power plant is called the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. The fire that was started by shelling overnight, that has been since put out. And we can confirm that radiation levels are normal. We did get an update this morning from the International Atomic Agency. Atomic Energy Agency, that is, and he did confirm, quote, no release of radiation and the integrity of the reactors have not been compromised. We are also monitoring the fact that the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he is in Brussels right now as we speak, meeting with NATO allies. He did make a very brief address before that meeting with NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg. We are expecting a statement from Jens Stoltenberg in the coming moments. And we actually, I do want to bring you, we don't have that feed quite yet, but we can see the stage already set. So as soon as I have that for you, I will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We also want to give you an update because over the past couple of days, Russia and Ukraine, their delegations have been meeting in Belarus to try and come up with an agreement. Obviously, the ultimate goal is a ceasefire. We can confirm that in round 2 of talks yesterday, no ceasefire has been reached, but Russia and Ukraine did tentatively agree on evacuation corridors. And this is set to help the humanitarian crisis that is brewing on the border. The UN confirmed that refugee count has surpassed 1 million people in its first week. And we do have images coming into our newsroom of what this refugee situation is currently like on the ground in Ukraine. Refugees wait at packed reception areas all along the Ukrainian border. And we can bring you out to this look at what is happening in Poland here. Just give me one moment, and here we are. This is what the situation looks like in Poland as hundreds of Ukrainian refugees gathered at a reception center in Korczowa, in southeastern Poland. This happened just 24 hours ago. And once again, we can confirm that the refugee count has surpassed 1 million. United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, said 1 million people had fled Ukraine in just 7 days, calling Russia's attack a senseless war that needed to end immediately. We can confirm that human corridors are allegedly going to be set up and have been agreed to by Russia and Ukraine to get people to safety in the midst of this war. Once again, we are on day 9 into week 2 of this conflict in Russia and Ukraine. We actually do have a live feed here that I do want to bring you out to. And this is another border crossing here. You're seeing members of the media. And these are people who have made their way. We believe that this is in Poland. So these are people that have made their way to safety. And there you see a lot of mothers, a lot of children. What you are not going to see a lot of is Ukrainian men. For those of you perhaps that are just following the situation now, within the first 48 hours of this invasion, President Zelensky of Ukraine banned that all men of war age, between the ages of 18 and 60, from leaving the country. And so the images that we have been seeing at the border were in the first days very, very emotional, and still are emotional, because these are families being separated, women and children crossing, and men staying behind to fight. We do want to bring you out back to this live feed, and I did promise that we were going to touch base with our reporters all around Ukraine and the human toll of the war in Ukraine. It's spreading further into Europe. Once again, a humanitarian crisis brewing. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has the latest. She is in Poland for us. So let's take a listen to her latest report.
The United Nations says more than 1 million Ukrainians have been forced to flee their country since Russia began its invasion, and the United Nations says that number is only expected to grow. More than half of the refugees from Ukraine ending up in Poland, with others in European countries like Hungary, Moldova, and Slovakia.
Every day is worse than previous.
The European Union granting Ukrainians temporary protection and residency permits as they seek shelter. The EU Commission has already promised at least $500 million in humanitarian aid.
And I must say that I'm so impressed by all the means, all the efforts from all the EU citizens.
This as Russian forces have now taken control of Kherson and are pressing in around the southern city of Mariupol as well as the southern port of Odessa.
The special military operation is going according to the plan.
President Biden announced more sanctions on Russian oligarchs and said allies are united in support of Ukraine.
Our interest is in maintaining the strongest unified economic impact campaign that on Putin in all history, and I think we're well on the way to doing that.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky calling on Ukrainians Thursday to keep up the resistance.
We will rebuild every house, every street, every city.
After a second round of peace talks, Russia and Ukraine could only agree on temporary ceasefires in some areas to allow for civilian evacuations and aid deliveries. In Szczecin, Poland, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And from Poland to Lviv we go. Earlier this morning, we did have a live look at the train station in Lviv as people are headed to the train station and hoping to make a train out of the country of Ukraine. United Nations officials once again saying the refugee count has already surpassed 1 million in the first 7 days. Our Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt, he is in Lviv and he has the latest on the situation there. Let's take a listen.
At a secret location in the center of once bustling Lviv, planning is underway.
So our mission here is to utilize our skill set as foreigners to see how we can help out.
Americans and Canadians, whom we agreed not to identify, are among this small group of resident Ukrainians. Their aim to do what they can to slow or stop an invading army.
Anybody else with ideas for what our man at the front means?
Their motives seem noble, their resources slim.
Just stock up on canned goods, like canned black beans for way down the road.
And while their plans may seem basic, even naive, for these people doing something, anything, is better than nothing.
Have you guys seen the bomb shelters? Have you guys been to them?
Most of those shelters are located in the basements of residential buildings, under lock and key, dusty and ill-prepared to house people. People who might, ironically, include Mikhail, a Russian student we met in Lviv, more at home in Ukraine than in his homeland.
It's very bad. I don't like Putin.
Mikhail wants the war to end and wants change in Russia, but on neither of those hopes is he optimistic.
I hope that it's end soon.
Do you think the Russian people will ever say to Putin, enough?
I believe in it. I believe, but I don't know how it happens.
And so the residents of Lviv, Ukrainian, Russian, American, prepare for what may be coming. The usually busy streets quieter by the day. This city is as yet untouched by the physical scars of war, but the mental wounds are already deep. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
We can confirm that the U.S. is also helping in any way that it can with this humanitarian crisis. The U.S. has granted temporary protected status for Ukrainian refugees who arrive in the U.S. after March 1st. Also, President Biden yesterday, he met with his cabinet members. We do have a brief before that meeting, a statement that he made to reporters. And we do want to bring that to you live, raw and unfiltered right now as well. So let's take a listen to this.
People, as well as we know that people are feeling the pinch, and we're going to do everything we can to make everyday things more accessible and more affordable for the American people. And we're also going to discuss the unity agenda I announced, and there was broad bipartisan agreement, trying to end the opioid epidemic, ending cancer as we know it, providing support for veterans and mental health, especially for our children. Response, as you all know, because I've read your polls, have been overwhelming on all 4 of those issues, and because they're of great concern to the American people. And today, I have progress to announce on 2 of them. Just this morning, the House passed a bill to provide health care to veterans suffering from toxic exposure like burn pits. And 34 Republicans joined the Democrats to make bipartisan progress on this project, keeping our sacred obligation that we have to veterans who, when we send to war and they come home, we care for them. And when it comes to the mental health of our children, today I'm instructing the Departments of Education, Health and Human Services to develop initial guidance to schools that will help them provide mental health support for students in our schools. And this is going to include enabling schools to use Medicaid funds to deliver those important services. And because to me, the State of the Union was more than a speech to me. It was an action plan to lower costs, to address our critical needs, and as for the American people, because they're confused out there, understandably. The world is changing so rapidly. And we have a lot to cover in this meeting today, but I'm going to invite my friends in the press to depart in a minute. But the bottom line is, I meant what I said when I said I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic if we use the kind of ability to unite the country. I think it exists, and I think we saw at the State of the Union. I don't think there's anything we can't do. I really don't. And we are at one of those inflection points in world history where we have an opportunity. If we act swiftly and we act with courage, we can change the dynamic the world is moving to. If we don't, we're going to be in real trouble. And I think it presents an opportunity as well as a problem. Like I said, my mother used to always say, out of everything bad, something good if you look hard enough for it. And we're looking hard, and I think we found some answers. So anyway, thank you all for being here, and we're going to get on with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, President. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's go.
And that was the latest update from President Biden ahead of that cabinet meeting. Now, we can confirm, and as promised, that this is the feed that we are going to hear from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He has traveled to Europe to meet with NATO allies. That meeting should be finishing any minute now. And so on this stage, we are going to hear from NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg, and he is going to give the latest update on what came out of that meeting, and obviously a reaction to the breaking news overnight that Russia has seized that nuclear power plant. And so as soon as we see someone on the stage, we are going to head here live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Hey there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. We are keeping a very close eye on that feed that we are getting from Brussels as we anxiously await an update from Jens Stoltenberg, the NATO Secretary General. But for now, we are going to hit some domestic news, and we are actually going to head live to Chicago, where our very own Joni Lum, she is standing by. Now, Joni, we are getting reports that 2 Chicago police officers were shot on the west side. What is the latest on this story?
Gabrielle, those 2 police officers were here at the Mount Sinai Hospital. One, a graze wound to the face. The other one was shot in the leg. They had stopped for food at a 24-hour food stand on Chicago's west side. That stand is not far from the police station where they work. And they were on a break at the time, and the police superintendent said that they stopped. One got out. One was standing in line waiting for to place an order. The man in front of him reached into his pocket to pay for his order, and a gun fell out. They all saw that, and before they knew it, that person picked up the gun, allegedly fired at the officer who was standing there behind him, and then turned and fired at the squad car where the other officer was sitting. Fortunately, there were some undercover officers in the area who chased the suspect through some alleys and were able to make an arrest and recover a weapon. The 2 officers now recovering here at the hospital. The superintendent talked about that arrest just a few minutes ago.
And began pursuing the offender with cover officers that were in the area. The offender is in custody.
And now, Joni, that was the latest update. What is the latest that we now know live on the ground, and where does this kind of go next?
This shooting happened at 3:30 in the morning in Chicago's west side. The superintendent talked about how he called it an ambush of these officers. He said that the offender that they placed in custody didn't have a violent criminal background, and that concerns them. But this could have been a lot worse. One of the officers, the one who was grazed in the face, just left the hospital. Other officers who were here out of concern applauded him. He was able to leave. This other officer still shot in the leg. He has wounds, and he is being treated here at Mount Sinai Hospital. We are told we are going to get an update on this investigation later this morning from the superintendent of police.
And now, Joni, we've been covering a crime surge really all around the country. We speak so often to our Fox 5 New York team about officers shot. It seems like weekly. Has there been a surge in this type of crime in Chicago as well?
Well, the superintendent has talked about violence involving Chicago police officers. The numbers keep growing. They are shot at or shot in the past year. It's of great concern here in Chicago. These 2 officers were just on their break and had stopped for food when they were both shot.
Just a devastating situation. Thank you very much for the update. We'll be touching base throughout the day and in the coming days as this situation unfolds. Have a great day.
Thanks, Gabrielle.
Alrighty, and as promised, we are going to take another live look at Brussels as we are awaiting NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg to make an address here after he met with Secretary Antony Blinken. It does appear that the feed is a bit glitchy, but we are going to keep a very close eye on this. And really, headlines from all around the world. You just saw there, we head to Chicago when there's a story breaking in Chicago. We bring you live to Brussels when we have a latest update in Brussels. This is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. If there is something happening live in the world, you will be there and you will have a front row ticket to it. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are keeping you up to date on quite a few feeds that we are monitoring today. Coming up very soon, we are going to hear from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He is expected to speak on that stage there in the middle of your screen in Brussels. A special meeting of the NATO Council at the level of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs. That has taken place this morning at NATO headquarters. Our very own Secretary of State Antony Blinken made the trip there, and he was present this morning. He did give a brief address this morning that we want to play for you in just a couple of minutes, but we are expecting a full press conference here from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg any minute now. We also want to let you know that Blinken is going to be in Europe for about 6 days. He arrived today. On the agenda is this NATO meeting in Brussels. He is going to travel to Poland tomorrow for meetings with Polish leaders and thank Poland for welcoming hundreds of thousands of refugees amid a really evolving humanitarian crisis at the border. The UN confirming that refugee count has surpassed 1 million in its first week. Later on Saturday, Blinken is scheduled to travel to other European countries, including Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia in the coming days. All of this to strengthen NATO's deterrence and defense against Russian aggression as we enter day 9 of this Russian invasion of Ukraine. We do want to bring you up to speed if you are just joining us. Russian forces have seized the nuclear power plant, Zaporizhzhia, on day 9 of this invasion. Earlier this morning, we had an update from the International Atomic Energy Agency. Their Director General, Rafael Mariano Grossi, he held a news conference and he did give an update. We can report that overnight, Ukrainian fighter fighters extinguished a blaze in that nuclear power plant. For context for all of you, this is not only Ukraine's biggest nuclear power plant, but it is also the 9th biggest in the world. It ranks in the top 10 of biggest power plants, once again, in the world. And we do want to bring you images of this fire that we got overnight here. Now, Ukraine's state nuclear regulator said that no changes in radiation levels were detected, and we can confirm that. The International Atomic Energy Agency, just about 2 hours ago, did say that, quote, no release of radiation and integrity of the reactors was not affected. So it seems to be that although this was a very scary situation overnight and there was quite a bit of uncertainty, there was, again, no release of radiation and the reactors are okay. Now, the IAEA, and that stands for the International Atomic Energy Agency, that Director General who addressed the world this morning, he actually proposed a meeting between Russia and Ukraine at Chernobyl. He said that he himself will go to this meeting and that he wants to work on a framework and a compromise to make sure that these types of incidents don't happen again, that we don't have a fire at a nuclear power plant that really sent the world into quite a frenzy overnight. We can confirm that President Zelensky and President Biden did speak overnight. Once again, for those of you just joining us, we do want to get you up to speed on precisely what happened. To our Fox News correspondent, Kevin Cork, he put together this recap overnight so everyone knows precisely what we were monitoring in the wee hours of this morning. Let's take a listen.
Reports say the Russian military began shelling the power plant early Friday morning local time, sparking a large fire in the facility's training building.
Uvaha. Warning, equipment of the Russian Federation is firing on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. There is a real threat of a nuclear danger at the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe.
The plant contains 6 reactors, accounting for 25% of all of Ukraine's power. Ukraine's Minister of Foreign Affairs taking to Twitter, warning an explosion would be 10 times larger than Chernobyl, while President Zelensky calls on all of Europe to stop Russia.
Only immediate action can stop the Russian troops. Don't let Europe die in the nuclear catastrophe.
adding the historical and detrimental effects of this attack.
No country has ever shot at nuclear blocks except for Russia. For the first time ever in our history, in the history of humankind, the terrorist country has reverted to nuclear terror.
Meanwhile, President Biden spoke with Ukraine's President Zelensky discussing the attacks. Both leaders urging Russia to cease fire and allow firefighters to safely access the site. Local media later reporting that first responders were in fact on scene. As of early Friday morning, power plant authorities said the facility was still secure with no elevated levels of radiation detected. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And thank you to Kevin for that summary. We can confirm that the same stands. There was no elevated levels of radiation detected. The reactors are okay, but that Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, once again, the biggest in all of Europe, the 9th biggest in the world, is now under Russian control. Once again, we are keeping a very close eye on this NATO update, but we do want to get you up to speed with all of the video that is making its way to our newsroom this morning on what is happening on the ground in Ukraine at this time. We do have also our reporters stationed all around the country who have been following this for us since the very beginning. Tensions and warfare continue to escalate in Ukraine. Russia continues to target Ukraine's major cities, as many believe Russia is bringing thousands more to assault their neighbor. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he has been covering this story since the very beginning. Really some excellent reporting that he has brought to our desk, and he does have an update from Lviv, Ukraine. Let's take a listen to his latest report.
The Russian Navy massing a dozen warships off Crimea. U.S. officials believe this armada will bring thousands of Russian Marines to assault the beaches of Odessa, known as the Pearl of the Black Sea. News of the pending invasion has sent locals scrambling. Traffic jams leaving town to the west and northwest picked up by ImageSat International. Before leaving, the airport disabled by placing barriers on the runway to prevent Russian transport planes from landing and bringing additional forces. It's not just Odessa where residents are fleeing. Russian forces now massing just outside Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city.
They destroyed the school where I studied for 11 years. They also hit my house. All my friends are hiding in their basements.
After a call with Vladimir Putin, French President Emmanuel Macron warned the worst is yet to come in Ukraine. He said Russian forces won't stop until the entire country is conquered. U.S. officials say there's a clear willingness by the Russians to hit civilian targets throughout Ukraine.
I feel completely shocked. I couldn't believe that something like this could happen.
Here in Lviv, the Red Cross providing aid for some of the 1 million refugees fleeing the country.
We are helping them by giving them food, giving them things that they need, or we are helping them out to escape this terrible situation that Vladimir Putin have done.
This city remains under curfew. All residents are indoors. Many people fear this war will not end for years. In Lviv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you to Lucas for that report. He's also a great follow on Twitter because overnight he always provides excellent updates on what the situation is on the ground. He was also one of the first to report that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant was on fire, and so that is definitely someone that we will be keeping a close eye on as his stories do hit our news desk. We are also monitoring the response from the Biden administration. The Biden administration is asking for billions of dollars in aid money to send to Ukraine. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle support more funding to the country. Lawmakers from both parties also want to see a change in the energy policy here at home, as our dependency on Russian oil really has come to the forefront of this conversation. Later on in the show, we are going to speak to an oil expert, but for now, our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, she has more on this from Washington.
As the war and refugee crisis ramps up in Ukraine, lawmakers in Washington are trying to figure out how to better respond. President Biden met with his cabinet Thursday. His administration now asking Congress for $10 billion for Ukraine's humanitarian and security needs.
And we're going to continue to support the people with direct assistance.
The administration says it's given Ukraine $1.4 billion in aid since last year, help that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is grateful for, though he believes the U.S. should have done more to prevent the war from happening in the first place.
It's a pity that it began after the beginning of this war, but we have it, and my appreciation to him and to his team.
As the U.S. looks to toughen its response towards Russia, bipartisan calls are growing in Congress to ban oil imports from Russia, a move the administration is hesitant to make.
It's only about 10% of what we're importing. And our focus is making sure that any step we take maximizes the impact on President Putin and minimizes it on the American people.
Critics argue it's all the more reason why the U.S. should move towards energy independence, while Democrats push for renewable resources.
We need to produce more American energy, and we shouldn't be importing any Russian oil.
If right now we could actually run this country on solar, wind, and hydro, then Russia would not have the power that it has.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers have introduced a bill that would ban Russian energy imports, a move that will likely push high gas prices even higher. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
And thank you to Madeline for that report. We are once again keeping a very close eye as we are just minutes away from an update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg this morning. He is set to update the world after a meeting with the NATO allies. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is also present at this meeting. But for now, we want to kind of weigh in on the effects that day 9 of this Russian invasion of Ukraine is having on the world. And it's certainly is having an impact on markets and primarily on the stock market, on the price of oil. As I've been teasing all morning long, we are later in the morning going to speak not only with a counterintelligence expert, but also an oil expert on what you guys at home, you guys tuning in, can expect in coming days and in coming weeks as a result of not only these sanctions, but also this invasion in general. And we do want to take a look at the stock market closing yesterday. Stocks finished lower on Thursday as investors assess the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Further, as uncertainty revolves around the Fed's coming change in monetary policy. There's a lot of moving parts that we are monitoring here. Markets expect the central bank to lift interest rates several times this year to combat inflation, which has been another issue that the Biden administration has had to deal with. And there you are seeing how the Dow closed yesterday. We are just 2 hours away from the markets opening today. Our Fox News' Madeline Rivera has more details from Washington on perhaps the grim picture that economists continue to paint. Let's take a listen.
Francisco hitting a new milestone Thursday, but not one that most want. It's now the first major city to reach an average price of $5 per gallon of gas. Others in California feeling the pain.
I'm having to pay $5.50 some places.
Still, a bipartisan group of lawmakers are introducing a bill that would ban Russian energy imports, accusing the Kremlin of weaponizing energy in its unprovoked war against Ukraine.
There should not be a single additional American dollar allowed to finance these atrocities.
The White House argues the U.S. only gets 10% of its energy imports from Russia. But energy experts say volatility in the global markets will push high gas prices even higher, an impact the president says he's trying to avoid.
We're going to discuss how we're going to keep the economy growing by bringing costs down for the American people.
Others believe the costs will likely stay elevated no matter what the president does.
Anything you do probably will increase prices at the pump, for which Biden is going to be blamed politically.
Republicans say the war in Ukraine underscores the need for American energy independence. But Democrats say the conflict highlights the importance of weaning off fossil fuels and pivoting to renewable resources. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
And as the world continues to respond to this Russian invasion of Ukraine, one of the major things that we are seeing is countries all around the world going after the money men, the oligarchs, and targeting their money and Putin's money. And this is a strategy because these are the people that have Vladimir Putin's ears. These are his friends, his inner circle. And in order to get to Putin, they are going through the oligarchs. We have seen mega yachts seized all around the world. And these oligarchs continue to be hit with sanctions that freeze not only their assets, but also travel bans. Many live in major cities around the world, Miami, London. And so these travel bans, not only on the oligarchs themselves, but also on their family members. Our Fox News correspondent, Alex Hogan, he explains how these Russian oligarchs are facing a growing number of sanctions and how they are reacting to this latest move by the world. Let's take a listen.
Russia's wealthiest business leaders are scrambling to save their private yachts as countries begin tracking down these vessels. This week, Russian-owned super yachts have been spotted heading to the Maldives, Seychelles, and Montenegro to avoid capture. The exodus comes as the Biden administration announces a new federal task force designed to track down these luxury assets. The White House is also planning additional sanctions, including prohibiting oligarchs from traveling to the U.S.
We're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates.
In France, authorities say they seized a yacht belonging to Igor Sechin. He's considered a close friend of Russian President Vladimir Putin. In Germany, authorities reportedly seized billionaire Alisher Usmanov's $600 million vessel. While here in the UK, billionaire Roman Abramovich announced plans to sell the Chelsea Football Club. He owns one of the world's largest yachts and reportedly has close ties to Putin, which he denies. UK officials have vowed to sanction Russian oligarchs. British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says legal threats will not stop these sanctions from happening.
We'll continue to work through our list. We will continue to sanction oligarchs, and there is nowhere for any of Putin's cronies to hide.
A yacht linked to Vladimir Putin is believed to currently be in Russian waters. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And thank you to Alex for that report. We will continue to monitor how these oligarchs are reacting. And you saw in that piece, so big, if you are into soccer in the world, we do know that Roman Abramovich is selling Chelsea Football Club. He has been the owner for more than 20 years, achieved tremendous success. He is going to sell the club, and any proceeds made are going to be donated to Ukraine. We continue to monitor the three feeds on your screen. Soon, we are going to get a NATO update. Secretary Antony Blinken is meeting with Jens Stoltenberg and NATO allies. As soon as we have a speaker there, we will bring you live, raw, and unfiltered. Also happening today, President Biden is set to meet with Finland's president. That is set to happen at the White House. If we have any updates from that, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. And of course, we are monitoring what is happening on the ground in Kyiv, Ukraine, in the Ukrainian capital, as Russian forces have seized a nuclear power plant this morning as we mark day 9 of this invasion. You did just hear a piece about sanctions and about the U.S. response to this situation happening in Ukraine. We did get a press conference of a bipartisan bill that U.S. leaders, they want to ban Russian energy imports. I do want to bring this to you. We brought it to you live, raw, and unfiltered yesterday, and it really does show the level and the height that U.S. officials are willing to go to stop Putin once again on day 9 of this invasion. Let's take a listen.
Hey, Josh. I'm sorry. Thank you. We're just waiting on, they'll just finish up voting and I'll be up.
You tell me how it's got. It's only for 20 minutes. Don't worry. Right. Don't worry. We'll get out. We'll send us out. I'm wondering if I should get off. I'm going to read it anyway.
Russia, by Putin's Russia, let's put it very clearly, Putin's Russia. And we have to do everything we can to support them. I was very proud of the President when he said that basically there won't be 1 inch of NATO land that we will not defend. That's a strong statement, and I feel very strongly about that. And I think showing the support that we have and united about this, we will. But one, what we can, make no mistake, this is energy has become a weapon of war for Putin. And he's using that as a weapon of war. He's using it against all of Europe, if you will. But Ukraine is basically the catalyst of what he's doing. So what we're doing today is we introduced a bill. It's been dropped. We have, I think there's 18 of us, 9 Ds and 9 Rs, that are on this piece of legislation that basically bans the Russian Energy Imports Act. That's all it is. We're banning Russian Imports Act. What we're banning is basically petroleum, petroleum products, crude oil, LNG, coal. Mostly all fossils coming into the United States and whatever they should be. It's an impressive group that we've put together here, but we're also united. And basically, if we can't show the uniting support that we have for Ukraine and backing Ukraine and making sure our allies, NATO allies, know how supportive we are and that we're united behind them too and protecting them, if we can't do that here, that's going to be very hard to have them holding lines together, and that's been always my concern. I've said this as a young person. I think I'm the oldest person here. No. Let me just say, I've never been more concerned since the Cuban Missile Crisis. As a young 15-year-old, I remember that vividly. And man, we were scared, I mean really scared, that what could happen because we knew the effects of a nuclear war. I'm as concerned now about what this could escalate into if we don't do what we're doing now and stop. And hopefully he will understand the economics of this to his country and the detriment to his own country and Putin. So with that, I think we can show solidarity here, but also we can make a difference. It also shows you the fragility of energy in the markets around the world and what we're dealing with. The United States has the ability to backfill and help all of our allies around the world as they use this energy as a weapon. But we have to make sure that we're doing ours. We do it cleaner than anybody else. We do it in a better fashion than anybody else. And we have the ability with the reserves to do much more during this crisis, time of crisis. So I hope we all take that in consideration. So we're going to step up, and we're asking the government to step up. I've spoken to most of the largest CEOs, petroleum CEOs in the United States that basically are all over the world. They have markets over the world. They have their tentacles everywhere in the world. And spoke to all of them. I asked them, I said, I want you to do everything you possibly can. They said, we have basically started aggressively pulling back all of our investments and pulling back all of our dependency on Russian products. That's great. I applaud them for that. And I said, I need you to do something else. I need you to make sure you make a commitment that basically the United States economy and the citizens of the United States will not be impacted because of corporate profits or shareholders' profits, whatever it would be, during this period of time of crisis. They all said this is a matter of national unity for us too, and I was very proud to hear that. So I'm going to say that everyone seems to be very much on board 100% and supporting this effort. So with that, I have no concerns that we should have any shortages right here. So the United States of America in 2019 was producing 12 million barrels a day, 12.3. We're down 11.2 because of COVID. Market dropped off. We have no problem at all ramping back up with what we already have ready to go. So we can backfill that. We have tremendous amount of LNG. We have a tremendous amount of gas that we can produce the LNG for. We're expanding on our exports as far as with our LNG terminals. Germany is putting 2 terminals to receive LNG, so they don't have to depend on Russia. And it's up to us to make sure that we connect all of that together. So without further ado, I want to thank one of our co-sponsors, one of our lead co-sponsors, and everyone you see here. This is a bicameral event. You have House members and Josh Gottheimer and Brian Fitzpatrick here. And then basically the group that we put together. So I'll bring Lisa Murkowski up at this time. And Lisa, if you will.
Thank you. So it's good to be working with my buddy Joe Manchin on bipartisan things. There's been a flurry of bills that you have seen, ideas floated out there in the past week, bills that have been introduced. I think the difference with what you have here is this is bipartisan. This means it actually has some legs. And the fact that it is bicameral as well, I think, is one of the reasons why you've got so many folks that are gathered here today, because this is actually something that can make a difference, that can get Putin's attention. Senator Manchin has used the words, Putin is not afraid to weaponize energy. He's been doing that. We've seen it all along into this lead up. And there's been an approach and a policy from this administration that says we don't want to do that. We don't want to put that on the table. Well, I'm sorry, sir. It's already on the table, and it's been put on the table by Putin. And so what can we do to respond? Well, I will tell you today, our message should be pretty clear and pretty simple. No more Russian energy should come into the United States for the duration of this bloody, horrifying, and unprovoked war against Ukraine. So this measure is in direct response to what Russia is doing with the bombing of the schools and the hospitals and the apartment buildings, forcing the Ukrainians to flee their country, killing the innocents that remain, and using some of the worst weapons in the world and indiscriminately to do it. So these are not just acts of war, they're war crimes. And there should not be a single additional American dollar allowed to finance these atrocities. So the president has said, I'm going to use every tool in the toolbox. Mr. President, this is a tool. This is a tool. The one tool that might just force Vladimir Putin to sue for peace here. So we've got an opportunity here to address this. We in this country can move today to ban Russian energy imports. So we know that we've been bringing crude oil, Russian crude, into this country and oil products. But we've been seeing those numbers drop. Back in 2021, everyone's looking at those numbers. It's about 700,000 barrels that were coming in. We've started to see companies that are basically self-sanctioning in light of Russia's activities. According to EIA's preliminary data, U.S. crude imports from Russia were near zero at January. So to Senator Manchin's point, we can backfill all of this, but I think people need to kind of put it into context in terms of how much we might need to step up. I'm confident that we can fill the supply gaps by American production along with our allies in Canada, for instance. So I would urge the president, take your counterproductive policies like taxes and royalty hikes, take them off the table. Give the industry the confidence that it needs to be producing more. He might not want to hear this, but I think the most important step that can be taken right now to lower domestic gas prices, because that's what everybody wants. How are we going to get the prices down? It's almost psychological in nature. He's got to change course. He's got to embrace American energy. He's got to tell the public that he's doing this. That's going to do a lot more to calm than some temporary SPRO sale. We've seen that. You don't get much mileage out of that in terms of reduction in the price. You don't see it calming the markets. So to me, this is clear as day. We are not going to send Russia any more U.S. dollars to help them kill innocent people. This bill will do it. It's bipartisan, it's bicameral, and it needs to move, and it needs to move today. So let's go to the other side of the House here. Josh Gottheimer.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks for inviting us over. We will leave within a half hour. Don't worry. Thank you, Joe, for inviting us, and Lisa. Thanks very much. And it's great to be with all my colleagues and with Brian Fitzpatrick, who's co-chairman with me of the Problem Solvers Caucus. You know, in times of great distress at home or abroad, we have always done best when we've stood together as one nation with our allies. As Putin's forces continue their brutal invasion to the Ukraine, the United States must stand strong against the Russian dictator. So we're joining together today to cut off Putin's largest revenue source and to support America's own energy independence and security. And we're joining forces both across the aisle and, as Lisa said, across both chambers to lead bipartisan, bicameral legislation to ban Russian oil and petroleum from being imported to the United States. And as we're announcing today, and as I'm here with Brian Fitzpatrick, who I mentioned as co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus, we plan to bring, not only lead in the charge in the House, but of course to bring it to the Problem Solvers Caucus for consideration. We've already taken critical steps. The Commander-in-Chief has responded quickly and aggressively to the conflict, rallying together with our NATO and democratic allies, helping build an international coalition to counter Russia, support Ukraine, and protect democratic values. We've shut down Putin's access to assets in the United States and sanctioned Russia's major banks. Important first steps, but to truly deter Putin, we need to do more. Just today, my home state of New Jersey, there, the governor, Phil Murphy, signed an executive order requiring all state agencies to temporarily revoke any contracts, permits, or licenses currently issued to companies controlled by Russia or Belarus. This is the type of impactful action we need. But now, despite widespread condemnation of Russia's actions, the United States must do more. And we have to continue to do more to import as well more than 500,000 barrels of oil each day. That must stop immediately. By banning the import of Russian oil here in the United States, we have the opportunity to work with our allies to stabilize the energy market across the world, safeguard our nation's energy security, and boost our own energy independence. It's time to ban all imports of Russian oil. And the U.S. and our allies have already announced the initial release of 60 million barrels of oil from the Spro. Obviously, we've got to do more. Now's the time to act together, here at home and with our allies abroad, and ban imports of Russian oil. And we stand strong. We're glad to hear positive feedback from the Speaker on this effort. This is a moment for people who love democracy at home and around the world to unite, and that's what we must do as Democrats and Republicans here in the greatest country in the world. And now I'm very honored to introduce.
We are getting this latest update on bipartisan calls for the U.S. to ban Russian oil, but there you are seeing NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg speaking, so we're going to go there live, raw, and unfiltered right now.
And armed forces. We had warned for many months that President Putin was intent on invading Ukraine. That is why NATO allies made tireless efforts to find a diplomatic solution. At the same time, we made clear that Russia would pay a very high price for renewed aggression against Ukraine. Russia is paying that price now. This is President Putin's war, one he has chosen, planned, and is waging against a peaceful country. We call on President Putin to stop this war immediately. Withdraw all his forces from Ukraine without conditions, and engage in genuine diplomacy now. NATO allies have stepped up support for Ukraine, helping to uphold the country's right of self-defense as enshrined in the UN Charter. Today, ministers addressed our immediate response to the crisis and the longer-term implications for Euro-Atlantic security. We have already strengthened our deterrence and defense on land to the crisis, and the longer-term implications. We are deploying the NATO response force for the first time, and we have over 130 jets at high alert, and over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean. We will continue to do what it takes to protect and defend every inch of NATO territory. NATO is a defensive alliance. Our core task is to keep our 30 nations safe. We are not part of this conflict, and we have a responsibility to ensure it does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine, because that would be even more devastating and more dangerous, with even more human suffering. NATO is not seeking a war with Russia. The Kremlin's ambition is to recreate a sphere of influence and deny other countries the right to choose their own path. So ministers discussed the need to support partners who may be at risk, including Georgia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Russia's aggression has created a new normal for our security, where fundamental principles are contested through the use of force, and we face the threat of conflict for years to come. There is much at stake: how we organize relations between states, whether democracy or authoritarianism prevails, and ultimately what sort of world we want to live in. Ministers agreed that NATO's relationship with Russia has fundamentally changed for the longer term, but we remain committed to keeping channels for diplomacy and deconfliction open, to avoid any unintended escalation, misunderstanding or miscalculation. There is one lesson we can already draw from this crisis. To keep our nation safe, we need North America and Europe standing together in NATO in strategic solidarity. At this dangerous moment, no country and no continent can go it alone. President Putin has failed to divide us. NATO is more united, more determined and stronger than ever. We are also working closer with like-minded partners. Today we were joined by the European Union as well as Finland and Sweden. In response to Russia's aggression, we have decided to strengthen our coordination and information sharing with Finland and Sweden. Both countries are now taking part in all NATO consultations about the crisis. And this afternoon, I will join a meeting of EU foreign ministers to address the crisis and our response. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll go to BBC, the back.
Thank you. I'm James Landau, BBC. Can you tell us a little bit more about what sort of options were considered about helping countries like Georgia and Bosnia? Secondly, can you tell us a little bit more about whether NATO allies discussed what more military support could be provided for Ukraine? And thirdly, was the issue of no-fly zones even discussed at this morning's meetings? Thank you.
NATO has provided support, and NATO allies have provided support to Georgia, to Bosnia and Herzegovina and other partners for many years. We helped them with capacity building, reforms, strengthening their defense and security institutions. We also have a training center in Georgia. We also have common exercises. And of course we have different kinds of activities with different countries, different partners. We didn't make any final decisions, but it's a broad agreement that we need to do more to support these countries. And this is part about scaling up things we already do on strengthening the defense and the security institutions, reforms, training, but also potentially adding more activities in support of these countries. Because what you have seen with Ukraine is that they may be at risk, exposed for even more intervention, subversion, and potentially even attacks by the Russian armed forces or the Russian Federation. NATO allies provide support to Ukraine. I think we have to remember that allies have provided support to Ukraine for many years, and now they're stepping up different types of Ukraine of support, and this is crucial in this critical time for Ukraine. On a no-fly zone, it was mentioned at the same time. Allies agree that we should not have NATO planes operating over Ukrainian airspace or NATO troops on Ukrainian territory.
CNBC.
Thank you, Secretary General Steve Sedgwick, CNBC. Is there any evidence that the support that NATO and its allies have been pouring into Ukraine so far is going to change the tide of battle? Although the Russian advance has slowed in some places, it is still advancing. Is there anything that NATO is doing that actually could possibly turn the tide in the battle in Ukraine? And secondly, if I may, sir, have the events around the nuclear facility, the nuclear plant in Ukraine, and the ramifications from that changed the mindset of NATO at all? I just wondered what the conclusion was in the meeting about that. Thank you.
The reckless actions around the nuclear power plant last night just highlights the danger of this war. War is dangerous, and to have military operations, conflict, fighting going around the nuclear power plant adds to the danger. This just makes it even more important that President Putin end his war and withdraw all Russian troops from Ukraine and engage in diplomatic efforts in good faith. So that was the message from ministers today, and it's just underpinned by the potential danger of also a nuclear disaster related to this war, or as part of this war.
Your first point was about, is there anything about the military ammunition and supplies that are going into Ukraine? Is that changing the battle at all? Is it likely to?
Yeah. What we're seeing is that President Putin totally underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian armed forces. And they have been able to push back, to fight back, and to slow down the Russian advances. And this is first and foremost a result of the courage of the Ukrainian armed forces, and also the support and the courage of the Ukrainian people and the leadership, President Zelensky, which has really strengthened the morale of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people. We have helped them because NATO allies have trained and equipped the Ukrainian armed forces for many years. We started in 2014. And the NATO allies, especially the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, but also Turkey, have provided equipment, military aid, and we have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces. And they are now on the front line. So this support has proven to be crucial for the strength of the Ukrainian army. And we are now stepping up support with more supplies. And I think also we have to realize that, compared to where the Ukrainian army was in 2014, the training NATO allies have provided, the equipment NATO allies have provided since 2014 has made the Ukrainian army much better trained, much better equipped, much better commanded, and much stronger. And this is the reason why they are able to push back the way they are able to do.
Okay. Go to Interfax Ukraine.
Thank you, Anna. I have follow-up question on my colleague from BBC. Secretary General, even General Breedlove, former SACEUR, expressed an opinion that NATO and US have to provide, as soon as possible, help to Ukraine and to close partially with humanitarian purpose only sky in Ukraine. All Ukrainians are begging for this. Do you think at some point allies can review this position? How long it will take, and will be enough of Ukraine to be destroyed by Putler? Thank you.
What is taking place in Ukraine now is horrific. It's painful, and we see human suffering, we see destruction at a scale we haven't seen in Europe since the Second World War. And I would like to commend the courage of the Ukrainian people standing up against the Russian invasion, standing up against Putin's forces. And that's also the reason why we are stepping up our support, and also why NATO allies have implemented the most severe sanctions ever, and also why we are mobilizing support from the whole world in condemning and calling on Russia and President Putin to end this war. At the same time, we have a responsibility as NATO allies to prevent this war from escalating beyond Ukraine, because that will be even more dangerous, more devastating, and will cause even more human suffering. So we have made it clear that we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the Ukrainian airspace. And of course, the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace, and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes. And our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries, and causing much more human suffering. So that's the reason why we make this painful decision to impose heavy sanctions, provide significant support, stepping up support, but at the same time not involving NATO and NATO forces directly in the conflict in Ukraine, neither on ground or in the airspace.
Spiegel.
Markus Becker with Der Spiegel. Mr. Secretary General, you said that the aim is to make Mr. Putin withdraw his troops unconditionally. So what if he doesn't comply? Is there any other off-ramp for him? You can think of any opening for negotiations? And if the sanctions don't make him back down, is there a plan B or even an exit strategy for the West? Thank you.
So we are imposing severe costs on Russia, as we warned. We told him, President Putin, that if he invades Ukraine once again, there will be significant costs for him to pay. And that's exactly what we are doing now with unprecedented sanctions. Of course, these will also have long-term effects, and they are working also over time. Then allies are providing support, humanitarian support, financial support, but also military support to Ukraine, helping them to withstand the Russian invasion. And then, of course, together with the whole world, the UN General Assembly, we are also calling on Russia to engage in diplomatic efforts, to see if there are any political off-ramps, a way out. But then Russia has to sit down in genuine diplomatic efforts to find a solution. So far, they have not been willing to do so. A minimum should be to find agreements on a humanitarian corridor or humanitarian corridors to get civilians out and humanitarian aid in. I hope that at least that could be a first step, I welcome all efforts to try to find some kind of agreement on humanitarian support.
Polish TV.
Dominika Czasic, let me go back to rumors from a few days ago about Poland and Bulgaria. It was rumors in media that Poland and Bulgaria gave some military fighter jets to Ukraine and allows Ukraine to use the military airport. Could you comment this, and could you also comment the remarks of the Latvian Minister of Foreign Affairs, who told for the BBC that NATO should consider all options? Thank you.
We had a meeting of NATO foreign ministers today, and I had the NATO summit on Friday. And in both those meetings, I have clearly stated that we should support Ukraine. We should continue to provide, also NATO allies should continue to provide military support to Ukraine, different types of support. But we will not be part of the conflict. And that is the NATO position, and I convey that message because I strongly believe that if NATO become directly involved in the conflict, we will see more human suffering, more civilians killed. And that's the reason why we need to step up support, impose heavy sanctions, call for Russia to engage in a political solution, but not involve NATO. Our main responsibility, our core task, is to protect and defend 1 billion people living in 30 allied countries. We are doing that by increasing the presence of NATO forces in the eastern part of the alliance, deploying for the first time the NATO response force, but we are not going to be part of the conflict with Russia in Ukraine.
Okay.
Well, I met President Duda recently. We discussed many aspects and challenges related to the Russian invasion, brutal invasion of Ukraine. And you saw the statement from President Duda on the Vask air base that Poland is not planning to send in any airplanes to Ukraine.
Okay, we'll go to Al Jazeera.
Secretary General, on his way in, the Latvian Foreign Minister said it was time to go from a deterrence mission to a full-scale defence mission. So, was there any discussion of sending further troops in addition to the ones that you've deployed in recent weeks? And as you talk about a new normal, was there any discussion of making some of the recent deployments permanent?
We need to distinguish between NATO's immediate response and longer-term adaptation of our posture in the eastern part of the alliance. When it comes to the immediate response, we have already significantly increased our presence. With now over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean, 130 planes on high alert, and thousands of more troops. I recently visited NATO troops, US troops, German troops and other troops in Romania. I met them in Estonia and also in Poland. So this is the immediate response, and we will do what it takes to defend and protect all allies, and if needed, we will further increase that presence. But at the same time, we started at the meeting today, the discussion about the more longer-term changes to our presence, posture, deterrence and defense throughout the alliance, but especially in the eastern part. And today we have some presence in the eastern allied countries. We have the battle groups in the Baltic countries and Poland. We have some presence also in Romania and in the southeast. We are now seriously considering a significant increase of that presence. Both with more troops, with more air defense, with deterrence by defense, through defense, not only by sending a message of NATO presence. So this is, as some ministers formulated it today, it's about the difference between deterrence by presence or the deterrence by defense. We have started that discussion. We will have a defense ministerial meeting on the 16th of March. There I expect more details. We also will, of course, base our decisions on advice from our military commanders, and then we will take the necessary decisions. But we have some time, well, not a lot of time, but some time to take that more long-term decision, because we have already implemented immediate responses by a significant increase in the eastern part of the alliance.
Ukrainian National Agency.
Thanks. Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. It is understandable that there will be no NATO planes and pilots in Ukraine, but it was recently sounded the request from the President of Ukraine about some kind of selling or maybe transferring the planes to the Ukrainian armed forces. Maybe it could be done in the framework of the general technical assistance from the Russian side. And the second question, if I may, as right now we have absolutely discriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities, including the restricted weaponry, like, for example, vacuum bombs. It is deployed in living areas. So that can we count on NATO in collecting at least information concerning the Russian crimes in Ukraine going on right now? Thanks.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law. And we have seen the use of cluster bombs. We have seen reports of the use of other types of weapons which will be in violation of international law. And of course NATO and NATO allies and partners are collecting information and monitoring very closely what is going on in Ukraine. I would also welcome the decision by the International Criminal Court to open an investigation into this, because we have to make sure that President Putin and the President of Belarus are held accountable for what they do. This is brutality, this is inhumane, this is violating international law, and we also may have to make sure that the International Criminal Court really looks into this, and that's the reason why I welcome the decision by the International Criminal Court. Sorry, I didn't. Well, NATO allies provide different types of military support. I will not go into the details about that support, but allies provide many types of support. It's publicly known also that allies have provided anti-tank weapons, air defense missiles, and other types of support, but more details will not be given by me.
Bloomberg. Natalia Drozdiak, thank you for the question. You mentioned the risk for Bosnia and Georgia. Are you seeing any concrete threat of invasion there? And what about Moldova? Is there any increased risk in Moldova? Thank you.
All these are different countries, and of course they face different types of risks and challenges. But they have in common that we have seen Russia try to exercise their power to intimidate them, partly by subversion, interference in domestic political processes, or by military invasion. Georgia has been invaded by Russia, and Russian troops still, in reality, control parts of Georgia, Abkhazia and South Ossetia. In Moldova, in Transnistria, which is part of Moldova, there are Russian troops without the consent of the government in Moldova. And then in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we see a very fragile and unstable situation, with inflammatory rhetoric and serious challenges to the unity of that state. Even before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, these countries faced serious challenges, partly inflicted by or caused by Russia, but the risk has increased, and therefore we need to step up our support, and we need a serious discussion as NATO on what we can do to strengthen them in the face of Russian threats.
We'll take one question online from lenta.ru.
Dmitry Sotok, Lenta.ru, Russian online media. Previously, NATO representatives stated that the alliance is ready to discuss strategic stability issues with Russia. However, the issue of mutual arms control remains an important priority. The problem has not gone away. The level of global tensions has increased after the Russian military command has transferred Russian strategic missile forces to high alert mode. The question is NATO planning any discussions in the foreseeable future on this issue? And why hasn't the alliance provided Ukraine with modern weapons, which the Ukrainian authorities have been asking for? Thank you.
Well, first, as I said, NATO allies have provided Ukraine with weapons, especially since 2014. And NATO allies have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers who are now on the front line. So we have helped them in standing up against Ukraine. And without that support, without the equipment, without the training, the Ukrainian armed forces would have been much less capable of standing up against the Russian invasion. The courage of the Ukrainian armed forces is, of course, the most important factor here, but the training and equipment has been of vital importance. And this, of course, also includes modern systems. Then on strategic issues, well, we reached out to Ukraine. We reached out to Russia before the invasion, because we warned, we had intelligence predicting what is happening now. I think we need to understand that actually for many months, NATO allies, NATO has been warning about that Russia was building up gradually more and more troops and planning an invasion of Ukraine. But as we saw that build-up, we intensified our efforts to engage Russia in some kind of meaningful political, diplomatic dialogue to prevent this invasion. President Putin decided not to find a political solution, but to invade, to use military force. We are, of course, always in favor of a political solution, but now we face a Russia which is using military force to try to destroy an independent sovereign nation in Europe. The United States and Russia agreed recently to extend the New START agreement, limiting the number of nuclear warheads on long-range systems. We are, of course, we believe in arms control, but to have any meaningful strengthening of arms control architecture, we need a Russia which is not killing and fighting and invading, but a regime in Moscow which is actually seriously engaging in political efforts to reduce tensions and further strengthen arms control.
Okay, we'll go with James for the last question.
Yes, Brooks James Defense. Sorry to hit you with another weapons question, but this really is the crucial issue right now. As you know, the EU is sending financing $500 million, and Poland's the coordinator, which makes me wonder, considering that this new rogue state could attack any country now, my question to you, should NATO create a new permanent structure, or at least designate the allies on a permanent rotating basis to coordinate bilateral weapons transfers from the allies to anticipate the next crisis? Thanks. I don't mean the trust funds, and I don't mean ad hoc consultations during ministerial, but something permanent. Thank you.
So we should always have an open mind to what kind of structures we should have to support partners and countries at risk. At the same time, I think we need a pragmatic approach. And what we have seen over the last years, for instance, in Ukraine, is that NATO provided some types of support. We had an office in Kiev. We were focused on modernizing the defense and security institutions, command and control, logistics, cyber, and also we helped them with some naval capabilities. So NATO as an institution provided important help to Ukraine over many years, and we still do. But then, on top of that, individual allies provided more of the lethal aid, more of the military training. And again, I don't think actually it is so important exactly how we organize this, as long as the country in need receives the support and help they need. And over the years since 2014, there are many, many thousands of Ukrainian troops, forces, which are trained at the top level by NATO trainers, special operation forces. And they have advanced equipment, and they know how to use it. We help them with cyber defense, with command and control communications. So it is this combination of something we do as an alliance with the NATO structures, something we do consulting each other, but it's provided bilaterally from NATO allied countries. And it has been especially the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada, who has provided most of the equipment and most of all the training. And then Turkey has provided some key capabilities, including drones, and also some of the Baltic states have provided some military support before the invasion. Then after the invasion, we have seen many more allies stepping up. So I don't know whether I really answer your question, but we should be pragmatic regarding exactly how we organize this, as long as NATO and NATO allies are able to provide support to allies, to partners in need.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference.
Thank you.
And that was the latest update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Some very powerful statements there. He confirms that Putin totally underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian forces. He also stated that on day 9 of this invasion, I mean, so much is made of a potential no-fly zone, and he pretty much solidified that that is not an option, that NATO's stance has always been that they want to provide military support to Ukraine, but they will not be part of the conflict directly. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On the other side of this break, we are going to speak with a counterintelligence expert on what we just heard and really where we currently stand on day 9 of this invasion. You won't want to miss this conversation. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And just a couple of minutes ago, we did get a live update from NATO headquarters in Brussels. We heard from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He gave the latest update after a meeting of the foreign ministers. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was part of that meeting. And we do want to get instant reaction from an expert, a counterinsurgency expert and former intelligence officer, Michael Pregent. He joins us live right now. Michael, thank you so very much for the time. I do want to bring you in. And we'll begin really with the big news of the day. We all woke up this morning to news that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant is now under Russian occupation and that it was actually shelled overnight. A fire broke out. When you heard this news, what was your instant reaction?
My instant reaction was who bombs a nuclear facility? Why would a country do that? And it's very dangerous. Right now, the IAEA is saying that it looks like the 6 reactors were not hit, which is great. And but still, who shells a nuclear reactor?
And that really is a natural reaction here. Yeah, we had got the audio issues all figured out. That is the natural reaction. I mean, this conflict really reached a level that many thought it would not reach overnight. My next question to you, was this an accident or is this all part of the Russian strategy to cut off Ukraine's energy supply? I mean, what do you think is happening here? Accident or part of the plan?
Part of the plan and reckless would be my description of this. The Russians want to shut down the internet, they want to shut down power, the Ukrainians have a lot of friends that have been countering Russian cyber attacks, that have been keeping the internet going. And this is an effort by the Russians to actually take out a nuclear power plant in order to shut the lights off.
And so, continuing this conversation about, being part of the plan or an accident, what do you make of where Russia currently stands on day 9 of their operation? I mean, let's not forget that a couple of weeks ago, when intelligence was coming out about this potential invasion at the time, many suggested that Kyiv would fall within 72 hours. Michael, we are now on day 9. We just heard from Jens Stoltenberg. He says that Putin gravely underestimated Ukrainian forces. Is that your take on this situation as well?
I think the West and Europe gravely underestimated Zelensky. Remember, the Biden administration was trying to get Zelensky out of Ukraine. Had he left, it may have been 72 hours before the Russians got to Kyiv. They weren't able to do that. Zelensky has stayed. His forces are fighting. There is an insurgency in parallel with the Ukrainian military that is taking on this Russian force that is more capable, has more numbers, but the morale within the troops, all of that is affecting this operation. And the morale on the Ukrainian side is incredible.
It really is incredible, and it's something that we've been bringing to our viewers for quite a few days now. The French President Macron, he spoke to Putin on the phone yesterday, a 90-minute conversation, and Putin says the worst is yet to come. When you hear statements like that, what are you imagining?
Well, I mean, if you look at what's happened to Putin right now, he's going to be brought up for war crimes. He's going to be punished for what he did in Syria, what he did in Chechnya, what he's doing now in Ukraine. So there is no going back to normal for Putin. So when I hear language like it's only going to get worse, it sounds like he's all in. And the message that he's heard so far from the West is you can do this to non-NATO countries. But if you do it to a NATO country, then we're going to do something about it. So he hears, I can use the threat of nuclear war and invade any country that's not aligned with NATO. But if I go after Latvia, Lithuania, or Estonia, then NATO's going to do something. And I think he still doesn't believe NATO's going to do anything if he moves on a Baltic state that's a member of NATO. And he's calculating that. He's a very dangerous man right now. And we saw an oligarch actually put a bounty on Putin, not to kill him, but to have somebody arrest him. And, we've heard Senator Graham say the same thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Putin's moving into Ukraine, killing civilians, and it's not out of bounds to have some Russian general inside say enough. The Russian people are saying enough. They're protesting on the streets. And a man that says it's only going to get worse after bombing a nuclear plant, after killing civilians, after invading a sovereign country, you have to take him at his word, and it's about time we do something about it.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. The UN did just vote to begin investigating Russia for these potential war crimes. That vote did just happen this morning. So you're spot on with that. You spoke about NATO, and that's where I want to go next, because we did just get the latest update from Jens Stoltenberg. And you're spot on with your assessment. He has said, we will provide military support to Ukraine, but we will not be part of the conflict. When Putin hears this, is he just motivated to continue on with his efforts in Ukraine? Because NATO is saying we are not going to get involved.
He's hearing that NATO has basically said, okay, you can take Ukraine, but don't take anything else. And that doesn't work with Putin. Remember, when we talked a week and a half ago, it was only about those 2 breakaway republics in the Donbass region. And I said then, Putin's like a cancer. Once he gets to those lymph nodes, those 2 breakaway republics, he's going to keep going. Once he takes Ukraine, he's going to look at Moldova. He's going to look at Georgia. He's going to look at the countries that he can take that aren't NATO aligned, that border Russia. And NATO needs to send a stronger message. I do believe NATO and the international community should have a problem with Putin invading any sovereign country, and that it shouldn't be an alliance that keeps that country from being consumed by Putin. It should be an alliance that says this isn't going to happen. And Putin's going to, looks like he's doing what he did in Syria at this point. He's using banned weapons to kill civilians, cluster bombs. We're hearing that the thermobaric bomb is getting ready to be used. We've seen the launchers at the tactical level. And it's very concerning. His back is against the wall. There is no going back to normal after this. He will be charged for war crimes. What is this man capable of?
Yeah, and that is the question. What is he capable of, and what could potentially be next? You talk about no going back. When we look at moving forward and physically moving forward, I want to talk about that 40-mile convoy that we have been monitoring for days that has essentially stalled. Can you explain how this has happened and what this means and how this could potentially anger Putin to perhaps be even more aggressive now?
Well, it's almost a sitting duck, right? If this convoy was threatening, if we're to believe what NATO is saying, if this convoy was in a NATO country, it would be destroyed. This convoy is sitting there. It's about 15 miles outside of Kyiv. It has everything in it needed to take Kyiv, to level Kyiv. It has artillery. The Russians operate this way: corps artillery groups, division artillery groups, and brigade artillery groups. And they could just lay waste to Kyiv. But that would be a loss. He's trying to encircle Kyiv. It's a sitting duck out there. One of the biggest disappointments of the last week were those Ukrainian pilots going to Poland to pick up MiGs and Su-25s or 24s and to take them back to destroy this convoy. And NATO put pressure on Poland to say no. The United States put pressure on Poland to say no to the transfer of those aircraft, those air-to-ground attack aircraft that were ready to be given to the Ukrainian pilots who are trained to fly these things to go in and decimate this convoy. And NATO said no.
And when we speak about potentially like the strategy that Russia is currently implementing on the ground in Ukraine, we see this convoy, but we're also seeing, especially over the past 48 hours, Michael, really heavy fighting to the south of Ukraine. And it's no coincidence that those are major port cities: Odessa, Mariupol. Can you explain to our viewers why Putin is hitting here and hitting here hard?
He's shutting down all of the logistical support lines. He's shutting down the ports so that countries that want to support Ukraine cannot. He's shutting down the ports that would be providing food, water, equipment, and he's focusing on those ports on the Black Sea. The majority of the supplies that are now coming into Ukraine are from Romania and Poland. He can't shut those two down. Both are NATO countries. So he's focusing on what isolates and cuts off Ukraine from basic supplies, food and water, and he means to starve these capital cities and force them to surrender. This is the same tactic he used in Syria. They would surround a city, they wouldn't let anything into it. They would wait till like day 4 or 5 when the population was starving, when it didn't have water, and then they would still conduct artillery strikes and still put pressure on the leadership to abandon their weapons and allow the Russians to come in. And then they would simply go and kill the military-aged males that were in the city.
And speaking about supplies, we're seeing already those cities, Odessa, Mariupol, running out of basic needs. And just like you said, no corridors to get them in. Speaking of these corridors, just yesterday, the Russian and Ukrainian delegations did sit for round 2 of talks. There was no ceasefire agreement, but they did agree allegedly on on corridors to get humans out and, of course, bring supplies in. Do you think that there's ever going to be a meeting where these two sides agree to a ceasefire? And moreover, how essential are these types of corridors?
Well, the corridors are very important, and Russia has never really honoring these corridors. The Russian forces didn't honor these corridors in Syria. I don't expect them to honor them now. This is a way for Putin to be able to say, listen, we're there to put down this Nazi regime in Ukraine. We are providing humanitarian aid to these places. It's all talk. He's never honored a ceasefire, and he's never honored a protected human rights or supply corridor into these cities. He's never honored it, and I wouldn't expect him to now.
Yeah, it is something, and I'm trying to get the video up there so everyone can see really the humanitarian disaster that is unfolding. Do you expect this humanitarian crisis to get worse, Michael? UN already confirming we've reached 1 million refugees in just a week. And not only do you expect it to get worse, but what can the world and what should the United States be doing to help?
It's going to get worse. The food's going to start running out. The majority of the supplies are coming in from Poland. That has to stay open. The UN and the US should say, listen, anything we do in Ukraine, this is the one thing we are going to do is we're going to protect these ground and air routes, bringing in food to a starving population. And, you know, NATO's supposed to talk today about looking into a no-fly zone. That needs to happen. We can't say that Putin can do this because it's a non-NATO country and we don't want to risk nuclear war, and in the same sentence say that if he goes into Lithuania, Latvia, or Estonia, we're going to go to war. Putin has nothing to lose at this point. I think he's bluffing. I think he knows that if he uses this bravado language about a nuclear reaction, if the United States protects an air corridor, establishes a no-fly zone, provides aircraft to Ukrainian pilots to kill this convoy, that he's going to resort to a nuclear response. I don't think his generals would allow him to do that. But again, this is a crazy man surrounding himself with yes men. And he may look at simply securing a ground route or an air route to do like a Berlin blockade style resupply of civilians as provocative, as a increase in the U.S. position in Ukraine. And he's counting on us not doing anything. And so far, he's right.
You speak about the yes men. I want to get to those in just a couple of minutes, but I want to stick with the no-fly zone because we just heard Jens Stoltenberg once again say that a no-fly zone is just simply not an option for NATO. But what you're outlining is pretty much for our viewers to understand, it's a chess game. It's just whoever makes the first move. NATO says it will get involved if Russia attacks a NATO country. Ukraine is not a NATO country, so NATO will not get involved first. It really is, Michael, whoever is going to make the first move.
It is. And the good thing about Ukraine is that Putin didn't see this coming. He didn't expect this type of resistance. His soldiers didn't expect this type of resistance. He just lost a key general on the battlefield today who didn't expect this kind of resistance. And now, instead of moving in and looking like a professional military, now they're simply using these banned weapons, banned artillery, banned rockets and missiles to punish a civilian population. If he is able to establish a puppet government in Ukraine, the insurgency will push back. The insurgency will be there for a while. Siri keeps listening to our conversation. The insurgency will be there, and it will bloody this puppet government that's in place. But he's looking at Moldova. If you look at the Belarus president, on his map, he had Moldova there. There's, to your point about the chess piece, Gabrielle, he's looking at other moves, and we need to be ahead of him. And right now we're saying you can take all of these moves until you put us into check or checkmate. Then we'll do something.
Yeah, that does appear to be how this is all unfolding. And you're right, Belarus definitely a big piece to this puzzle. And a big assistance for Russia, for Vladimir Putin, one of the very few, if any, direct allies that he currently has in a moment where he's been very isolated from the world and from world leaders. When speaking about Putin and this isolation, obviously the world's approach to sanctions have been heavily targeted towards the oligarchs, the money men. What do you make of this approach? And do you think that we will get to a point where these oligarchs, his very close friends, the people who has his ears, are going to say enough is enough because my yachts, my family is now being impacted, my wealth is gone? Is that the strategy? But do you think it's actually going to come to fruition?
Well, we've seen several oligarchs. One sold a football team in Europe in order to donate the money from the selling of that team to the Ukrainian people. I don't know whether that was a sincere gesture or not, but it did impact this oligarch's control over a European soccer team. And we saw another oligarch offer a bounty to have Putin arrested. We talked about this last week. You need to punish Putin's inner circle. You need to take away Putin's gas and oil And we do not need to reward Iran with a nuclear deal that is simply going to be a bypass mechanism for Russia to sell Iran's oil. Iran owes Russia a lot of money. Russia's invested in Iran this whole time, so they're going to buy advanced weapons, advanced air defense systems. Right now, the United States needs to look at anything Putin touches and threaten it with secondary sanctions. You know, Nancy Pelosi, Senator Manchin, majority of Republicans and Democrats want to see us stop importing Russian oil. It's the White House that continues to resist. We need to basically offset Russia's supply on the oil market, shut them down, shut down Iran's oil exports, and have our allies increase theirs. Now, I know our allies are hesitant because we just haven't been there for them. We haven't been there for Saudi Arabia, the UAE, when they're being attacked by the Houthis. We haven't been there with Israel, and that's why you see these countries abstaining from condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine, traditional American allies, because we're not backing them up.
What the U.S. is doing, Michael, is sending them weapons. We just heard that a bunch of Stinger weapons were sent over. Can you explain to our viewers who perhaps are not very familiar with this type of language and weaponry, what the U.S. has supplied Ukraine with, and if this is really helpful?
It absolutely is. It's so helpful to the Ukrainian military and the resistance to come that if we had faced Stingers and Javelins in Iraq or Afghanistan, we would have been bloodied so bad we would have had to exit within 6 months, and we would never know the term forever war. The Stinger shoots down advanced Russian aircraft. The Javelin kills advanced Russian armor. They're portable 2 to 3 man teams. You can hide in buildings, you can hide in the woods, you can move around. It's very hard to find them, but they're very effective. They're very lethal. And, you know, people say hearts and prayers. I like to say Stingers and Javelins.
That's certainly one way to put it. I won't say the same because I'm not nearly as well versed in that area as you, but I trust your input, Michael. So they are sending weaponry that are extremely useful to Ukrainians. That is something positive that the U.S. is doing. What would you like to see the West do more of? I know you said a no-fly zone. That seems to be an option that is just not on the table right now for NATO. But what realistically can be done to help Ukraine on day 9? It's just unbelievable. We're into week 2 of this invasion.
I think the immediate transfer of air-to-ground attack aircraft, stage them in Poland, have Ukrainian pilots come over. They've already been trained on these aircraft, and then have them use it. It's not a direct involvement of the West or NATO. It's simply the arms transfer to a sovereign country under attack by the Russians. I'd like to see that. It's too late to get, you know, Patriot battery systems in there or other systems like that. The way to go is to have these portable shoulder-fired anti-aircraft weapons like the Stinger and their equivalents. The Ukrainian military has been very effective using Turkish drones to attack Russian armor and Turkish anti-tank weapons. Things like that. That needs to continue to flow in. We need to keep the internet up. We need to keep the power going. And we need to be able to conduct cyber attacks and then deny that we did them.
A cheeky answer there, Michael, but you're spot on. Ukraine does need all of the assistance that it can get. As we look ahead to what people, our viewers, can expect in coming days, what do you expect? Obviously, it's very difficult, impossible to predict what Putin has planned because just overnight, the world was shocked by that shelling of the nuclear power plant, which is now, of course, okay. But what do you expect to see based on your experience in coming days?
Well, we've seen Putin leveling Ukrainian towns, you know, Kharkiv, Kherson, and he's moving in on Kyiv now. The closer the Russians get to Kyiv, the more danger Zelensky is in. Zelensky needs to stay alive. The West needs to do everything they can to keep him alive. I would suggest that we put in our own personal security detachments, you know, ununiformed, in there to help this guy. We're providing him intel on threats to his life. Zelensky needs to stay alive. His inner circle needs to stay alive. I mean, we saw the Ukrainian parliament, you know, sing their national anthem under the threat of being bombed. And things like that should move countries. It should change minds to do something now. We are watching in real time in this modern era, 24/7 social media and videos of war crimes, of atrocities, of a leader using banned weapons to kill civilians. And the world needs to care, because Ukrainians are standing up. We didn't think they would. We didn't think Zelensky would. And the rest of the world is watching. And our adversary is going to take advantage of a weak White House. Our adversaries are going to take advantage of a weak NATO. I want Zelensky to hold out. I want him to stay alive. I want us to help out. He's got about 10 days before this becomes very critical for his inner circle's survival. And the United States needs to do everything it can, along with NATO, to keep him alive.
Yeah, and the United States has offered to remove him from the country, but President Zelensky is staying strong. He does not want to leave. He really is a man who has moved not only a country, but a world. We try and bring his updates to our viewers live, raw, and unfiltered every chance we get. Michael Pregent, thank you so much once again for all of the insight. Unfortunately, we are on day 9, and I do think that we'll be touching base in coming days as this story does evolve.
Can I say one more thing? Can I say one more thing? Had Zelensky had left, Putin would already be in Kyiv. So it's good that Zelensky said no to that offer.
His impact had that big of a reaction in the country. Really
Thank you so
moving.
much, Gabrielle.
Thank you as well. We are going to take another live look at Kyiv, where we are monitoring, obviously, a situation that is very fluid, that is evolving, but excellent insight, as always, from our counterinsurgency expert, Michael Pregent, who really does do a great job at putting everything into context. A very complicated situation, and he makes it much more understandable. So we always thank him for the time. We can confirm today that Russian forces have seized nuclear power plants on day 9 of this invasion. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we will reset. We'll get you up to speed on everything that we know today and get you through all of the videos coming into our newsroom this morning. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 8:54 here on the East Coast. And we do want to bring everyone up to speed on day 9 of the Russian-Ukraine invasion, into week 2 of this escalating situation, and things have taken a turn for the worst, and quite frankly, for the shocking, reached a shocking level overnight as Russia continues to target Ukraine's major cities with a large emphasis on Ukraine's southern cities, Odessa, Mariupol, Kherson, all port cities, which Kherson primarily is reportedly under Russian control, although we have not been able to independently verify that. And of course, the big news overnight that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, also in the southern portion of the country, was on fire. A portion of this plant was in flames, but the Ukrainian firefighters on Friday extinguished this blaze at Europe's biggest nuclear plant. For perspective, the Zaporizhzhia plant is the biggest, not only in Ukraine, the biggest in Europe, and actually within the top 10 of largest nuclear plants in the world. It comes in at number 9 on that list. But we do have updates to provide you about that situation. We do want to bring you video that we got overnight of the situation when we did break this. Our Phoenix team broke this for you last night, and we're on this really throughout the entire situation. But here we are seeing a video of that fire at this plant. The International Atomic Energy Agency, often referred to as the IAEA. So if you ever see that acronym, that is what it stands for. And they did give us a latest update. The IAEA, so once again, the International Atomic Energy Agency, has confirmed that 6 reactors are present at this Zaporizhzhia plant. Only one is operating. Unit 4 was operating at 60%, but all reactors are safe. This is a direct quote: "No release of radiation and the integrity of the reactors has not been compromised." So this is a direct quote taken from that statement made earlier today from the IAEA Director General. We can confirm that Director General, his name is Rafael Mariano Grossi. We do have his press conference that we'll play for you in full in just a couple of minutes to get everyone up to speed. But he has proposed a meeting between Ukrainian and Russian leaders at Chernobyl. He says that despite obviously the very complicated circumstances, he himself will attend this meeting, and his goal is to agree on a framework and compromise to make sure that the situation does not escalate and does not happen ever again, where we are all waking up to overnight of reports of a fire at a nuclear plant. We can confirm the fire is out. Radiation levels are normal. We can also confirm this morning that the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he met with NATO allies in Brussels at NATO headquarters. We did get an update from Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, and he just addressed the public and also took questions from reporters. We will play that for you in full in a bit as well, to also once again get you up to speed, because that is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We make sure that you are up to date on the breaking news and everything happening live across the world. But Jens Stoltenberg, once again, really reiterating the same message that we have heard from NATO since the very beginning. They want to provide military support to Ukraine, but they will not be part of the conflict directly. So many questions about a potential no-fly zone, and he once again reiterated that this is simply not an option for NATO, that this would involve them being directly involved in the conflict. And once again, that is something that they are trying to avoid. Russia and Ukraine also held the second round of talks yesterday amongst themselves in Belarus. We can confirm that no ceasefire was agreed upon at this meeting, but evacuation corridors have tentatively been agreed. This would mean a corridor. Essentially, you can visualize it. Civilians exiting the country and supplies entering. So allegedly, these evacuation corridors have been agreed on between these two parties. We will be sure to keep you updated on any further meetings that could happen in coming days. But back to the big story this morning, the Zaporizhzhia plant. Russian military forces waged an attack on Ukraine's largest power plant early in the morning, in the very early hours, not only in Ukraine, but really it was overnight for us here in the United States, sending fears of a potential explosion and nuclear fallout. We can confirm that everything is under control, but our Fox News correspondent, Kevin Cork, he has a recap of what happened overnight. Let's take a listen.
Reports say the Russian military began shelling morning local time, sparking a large fire in the facility's training building.
Warning, equipment of the Russian Federation is firing on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. There is a real threat of a nuclear danger at the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe.
The plant contains 6 reactors, accounting for 25% of all of Ukraine's power. Ukraine's Minister of Foreign Affairs taking to Twitter, warning an explosion would be 10 times larger than Chernobyl, while President Zelensky calls on all of Europe to stop Russia.
Only immediate action can stop the Russian troops. Don't let Europe die in the nuclear catastrophe.
Adding the historical and detrimental effects of this attack.
No country has ever shot at nuclear blocks except for Russia. For the first time ever in our history, in the history of humankind, the terrorist country has reverted to nuclear terror.
Meanwhile, President Biden spoke with Ukraine's President Zelensky discussing the attacks. Both leaders urging Russia to cease fire and allow firefighters to safely access the site. Local media later reporting that first responders were in fact on scene. As of early Friday morning, power plant authorities said the facility was still secure with no elevated levels of radiation detected. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And we can confirm that that has remained true and no elevated levels of radiation have been confirmed. We also do want to bring to you this statement from the White House, and we do want to remove this lower on your screen so that you can fully see this statement. President Joe Biden spoke with President Zelensky of Ukraine this evening to receive an update on the fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. President Biden joined President Zelensky in urging Russia to cease its military activities in the area and allow firefighters and emergency responders to access the site. So President Biden and President Zelensky did have a secure phone call overnight as a result of this situation, and that we can now confirm is under control. We do also want to bring to you President Zelensky's message to the world in the wake of this situation. Let's take a listen to, once again, his message and him urging Europe must wake up now. Those were his words. Let's listen in.
Зараз повинна прокинутися. Горить найбільша атомна станція Європи. Прямо зараз російські танки розстрілюють атомні блоки. Це танки, обладнані тепловізорами. Тобто вони знають, куди стріляють. Вони до цього готувались. Звертаюся до всіх українців, до всіх європейців, до всіх людей, хто знає слово Чорнобиль, хто знає, скільки горя і жертв приніс вибух на атомній станції. Це була глобальна катастрофа. З її наслідками боролися сотні тисяч людей, евакуювали десятки тисяч людей. Росія хоче це повторити і вже повторює, але у 6 разів більше. Європейці, прокиньтесь, будь ласка, говоріть своїм політикам. Російські війська обстрілюють атомну станцію в Україні, Запорізьку атомну станцію, місто Енергодар. Там 6 енергоблоків, 6. В Чорнобилі вибухнув 1 енергоблок. Ми зв'язалися з нашими лідерами, з партнерами. Я говорив вже з Шарлем Мішелем, Шольцем, говорив з Дудою, говорив з президентом Байденом. Ми зв'язалися з головою МАГАТЕ Гросі, також прем'єр-міністром Джонсоном. Ми всіх попереджаємо. Жодна держава, окрім Росії, ніколи не обстрілювала атомні енергоблоки. Це вперше в нашій історії, в історії людства. Держава-терорист вдалася і до ядерного терору. Російські пропагандисти погрожували всім, ми пам'ятаємо, засипати світ ядерним попелом. Тепер це не загроза, тепер це реальність. І ми не знаємо, чим закінчиться пожежа на станції, коли буде вибух, або коли його не станеться, дай Боже, ніхто цього не прорахує до кінця. Але наші хлопці завжди тримали атомну станцію у безпеці. Щоб не було провокацій, щоб ніхто не міг на станцію піти, щоб ніхто не міг цю станцію захопити, замінувати. замінувати і шантажувати потім ядерною катастрофою увесь світ. Треба зупинити російських військових. Негайно кричить своїм політикам. Україна – це 15 атомних блоків. Якщо буде вибух, це кінець всім. Кінець Європи. Це евакуація Європи. Тільки негайні дії Європи можуть зупинити російські війська. Не допустіть загибелі Європи від катастрофи на атомній станції.
And that was the latest address from President Zelensky. He also did post another update to the people of Ukraine. That one, unfortunately, is not translated or does not have subtitles for us in English, but this was the latest subtitled message from President Zelensky to the world. You are now looking at satellite imagery coming into our newsroom of that Russian convoy that is 40 miles long. We just spoke to counterinsurgency expert Michael Pregent, who on the fact that this is still stalled. New satellite images of this Russian convoy headed to Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, show it is still at a virtual standstill. The satellite views provided from a single satellite orbital pass show this 40-mile line of Russian military vehicles and troops near Kyiv, Ukraine, but it has not shown much progress in the past couple of days. A senior U.S. official says Ukrainian troops have targeted the convoy with ground fire and anti-tank missiles, while the standstill raises questions about Russian military planning. NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg confirming just half an hour ago in his address that Putin was definitely surprised by the resistance that he was met with from the Ukrainian people. Many highlighting that President Zelensky, his decision to stay in the country, to urge his people to fight, has certainly had an impact on that and on the ground. And here we're seeing the latest example of this stalled Russian convoy. I do want to bring in more images that are coming into our newsroom. This is of aerial damage showing the destruction in Ukraine. This is a town near Kyiv, so perhaps right outside of the Ukrainian capital. Scorched buildings and shattered debris. Windows are seen in the northwest of Kyiv, so just outside of the capital, like I said, after Russian forces attacked the town just on Wednesday, and this was what was seen yesterday and what can still be seen today. Kyiv officials released images of this damage in the city of Irpin. That is what the city is called, and there you're seeing trucks just completely dismantled. This really does look quite post-apocalyptic, but the aerial footage was filmed by the Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, also known as RFERL, and here we're seeing it again. It really is just shocking images, and these types of images continue to come into our desk. Here's more drone imagery of a similar building. It is that same situation, and there we're seeing an apartment building left completely destroyed. This also northwest of Kyiv. Kyiv officials saying the attacks were evidence of war crimes that will be brought to The Hague. We can confirm also, breaking news to our desk this morning, that the UN has voted to investigate Russia for war crimes, the UN Human Rights Council. And so those investigations will be underway. And those officials referring to these clips that you are seeing on your screens of apartment buildings completely scorched and destroyed as evidence in those war crimes. We can also bring to you more imagery of Chernahiv. This is another city, and we do want to warn you, this can be a bit graphic. So viewer discretion is advised. These are war times, and we're trying our best to bring you to the scene live. Once again, viewer discretion advised, but at least 22 dead in this city after Russian strikes. And once again, these are civilian areas. People live here. These are apartment buildings, and they are and have been completely destroyed. Here we are seeing more images of a depot in Kyiv on fire following Russian bombardment and Russian shelling as Russia continues its attack on Ukraine. And more fallout has been seen around the world, and of course on the ground as well. An oil depot hit by this Russian shelling, causing a massive fire. Firefighters on the scene on Thursday after shelling, trying to save people, trying to save the structures. There were no immediate reports of injuries in this particular instance, but as soon as we get updates, we will be sure to bring them to you live or on Unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to bring you images coming out of Lviv. So this is a western city in Ukraine of volunteers, citizens building bomb shelters. Volunteers spent the day digging in a park yesterday, working to clean out an underground shelter that could potentially house around 100 people. The video is going to go dark here for just a moment, but you'll see that this is actually a tunnel, and 100 people could potentially be packed into here for safety if needed. A lot of people fleeing Kyiv to Lviv because this is a city that is more western. We'll bring up a map so that you can visualize what it is that we are saying here. And here is that map, and Lviv is not on it, unfortunately. But if you can visualize it, Lviv is west of Kyiv. So just about 2 hours outside of the Poland border. Takes about 2 hours to get from Lviv to Poland. So about where you see the Lutsk, and that I'm not even sure, that could potentially be the, no, that wouldn't be the Ukrainian pronunciation. Nevertheless, trying to get you all a visual here. Lviv is west of Kyiv. So many people fleeing from Kyiv to Lviv once again to get to safety, and that is where we just saw people building makeshift bomb shelters. Now, luckily for us, we have excellent reporters on the ground who have been covering this story since the very beginning. And speaking of Lviv, our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he is there with a look at how things are just escalating on the ground. I do want to listen into his latest report here.
Russian Navy massing a dozen warships off Crimea. U.S. officials believe this armada will bring thousands of Russian Marines to assault the beaches of Odessa, known as the Pearl of the Black Sea. News of the pending invasion has sent locals scrambling. Traffic jams leaving town to the west and northwest picked up by ImageSat International. Before leaving, the airport disabled by placing barriers on the runway to prevent Russian transport planes from landing and bringing additional forces. It's not just Odessa where residents are fleeing. Russian forces now massing just outside Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city.
They destroyed the school where I studied for 11 years. They also hit my house. All my friends are hiding in their basements.
After a call with Vladimir Putin, French President Emmanuel Macron warned the worst is yet to come in Ukraine. He said Russian forces won't stop until the entire country is conquered. U.S. officials say there's a clear willingness by the Russians to hit civilian targets throughout Ukraine.
I feel completely shocked. I couldn't believe that something like this could happen.
Here in Lviv, the Red Cross providing aid for some of the 1 million refugees fleeing the country.
We are helping them by giving them food, giving them things that they need, or we are helping them out to escape this terrible situation that Vladimir Putin have done.
This city remains under curfew. All residents are indoors. Many people fear this war will not end for years. In Lviv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And on the topic of the humanitarian crisis that is brewing, we can confirm that the UN have confirmed themselves that the refugee count has topped 1 million in the first 7 days. For context, we are on day 9. Of course, this number is expected to continue to grow. But continuing on, the reports coming in from our Fox News correspondents, we have a correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, and she is in Poland with the latest on the human toll of the war in Ukraine and how this is spreading into Europe and like we said, causing quite the humanitarian crisis that is only expected to escalate. Let's take a listen to her latest report.
The United Nations says more than 1 million Ukrainians have been forced to flee their country since Russia began its invasion, and the United Nations says that number is only expected to grow.
More than half of the refugees from Ukraine ending up in Poland, with others in European countries like Hungary, Moldova and Slovakia.
Every day is worse than previous.
The European Union granting Ukrainians temporary protection and residency permits as they seek shelter. The EU Commission has already promised at least $500 million in humanitarian aid.
And I must say that I'm so impressed by all the means, all the efforts from all the EU citizens.
This as Russian forces have now taken control of Kherson and are pressing in around the southern city of Mariupol as well as the southern port of Odessa.
a special military operation is going according to the plan.
President Biden announced more sanctions on Russian oligarchs and said allies are united in support of Ukraine.
Our interest is in maintaining the strongest unified economic impact campaign that on Putin in all history, and I think we're well on the way to doing that.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky calling on Ukrainians Thursday to keep up the resistance.
We will rebuild every house, every street, every city.
After a second round of peace talks, Russia and Ukraine could only agree on temporary ceasefires in some areas to allow for civilian evacuations and aid deliveries. In Szczecin, Poland, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report and really for excellent reporting in these past couple of days and keeping us up to date on that evolving situation on the border of multiple countries, Poland, Slovakia, Romania. We've really seen this situation escalate in the past 24 to 48 hours. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we get back, we're going to play you the latest update from NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. And I am being told that we may be headed live to Ukraine to speak with people who are on the ground getting their first-hand account of what life is like there. All of this coming up right after this 2-minute break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we're getting you up to speed and up to date on everything that is happening on the ground. Day 9 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and you did just see the sky camera of our studio here because I am getting ready to speak with two very special guests. The two individuals who run the Mission Ukraine Children's Hope. They are in Ukraine right now as we speak. Their image is going to be a little bit dark because they, of course, are hiding and in safety. And I do want to bring them in first and foremost. Mark, Zeta, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. Can you just explain kind of what your day-to-day has been like over the past couple of days?
We are unable to hear you.
Hello, Mark. This is Gabrielle Amato from Live Now from Fox. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Excellent. We'll restart here. Thank you so very much for taking the time to join us. We know that this is a very difficult situation for you and everyone in Ukraine. I just want to begin by giving our viewers a bit of context, what you do in Ukraine, who you are, and what your day-to-day life has been like over the past 9 days.
Thank you. We are missionaries here working with children with disabilities, and we manage massage therapists throughout the country. And everything has been going fine for the 20 years that I've been here until about 7 days ago. And everything has just kind of come to a stop and made us try to understand what's happening. Most of our massage therapists have stopped. We have 2 in 2 different cities that continue, but it's questionable how long they'll be able to continue. And of course, we're unable to get money to them, and we're unable to get money from ATMs at the current time.
And obviously, you are unable to disclose precisely where you are due to security reasons. But are you in a bomb shelter? Are you in a safe area? Kind of walk us through where you are, as much information as you can give us.
Well, we're in a private home. We feel safe. That may change. It's hard to say.
And now with you is your wife, Zeta, who is Ukrainian, I understand. How has it been like for you, Zeta, to witness what is happening in your country?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I didn't expect, didn't believe it can happen. And it happened, and but it's bring our people, not bring. We see now more clear how Ukrainians have unity and help for one another, and try to protect our country.
Yes, it is certainly something that you should be very proud of. It is something that we have been showing our viewers at home, how the Ukrainian people are standing firm and standing together. Mark, for you, what has it been like to kind of live the changes that you have seen over the past 7 days? You outlined when you first got to Ukraine, things were wonderful, and that has just quickly changed.
Well, I've been adapting to life here for the last 20 years, and part of that is uncertainty. You just never know what to expect. So the last 7 days have just been like a kind of a numbness, and just kind of trying to find reality. And because we didn't have a lot of attack activity until today, it has just been kind of like a sit and wait situation.
Yes, and the waiting can certainly be the worst part. Zeta, are your family members also safe? Are they with you? How are they doing?
My family, our family, daughter and her family, and son and her family, I can say they are safe because we put hope on God. Our son, he protect our city, he in military, and daughter and her family, 3 children, they stay at home, and she's hairdresser. She she cut hair for soldiers. Yes, and our daughter and granddaughter, daughter-in-law and granddaughter, they stay underground with her friends.
And now, Zeta, your family and you and your husband, Mark, you guys have decided to stay. Why didn't you flee to safety?
Why
didn't we leave?
We even didn't think about it. Mark, he had several calls and letters from embassy, and he said, I have my wife here, my children and grandchildren, and I won't stay with them because we didn't want to leave them here alone. And it's like example, no, we stay with family, we love them.
Staying behind because of your family. Yeah, it's a beautiful sentiment. You spoke about your son who is in the military. Are you speaking with him? Is he okay?
I cannot speak with him. We chat through Viber, text, not every day because sometimes he has no time to chat. But we chat, and he is doing okay. Thank you.
That is great to hear, and we will continue to keep you and your family in our thoughts. Mark, you kind of touched on it, and I just think our viewers need to know and would like to know, but mostly need to know what life is like in Ukraine right now. You spoke about the fact that you can't get to an ATM to take out money. Where you are, is there a supply shortage? Is there food shortages? Because we are hearing this as we enter week 2 of this situation.
Well, Sveta can answer you about the food shortage better. We were both in the city yesterday, and she was in the city this morning. As far as the ATMs, they are set to allow very small amounts of money to be distributed or withdrawn. And they also many of them only allow people with a card for that bank. So our international card is not able to receive money. So we haven't spent a lot of time researching ATMs, but the ones that are in our area have not been successful.
Yeah. And about food, people like save food, and why I was every day in the city to shopping little bit, because we are eating and food a little bit less and less, and I try to keep our pantry as full as possible. And people, our city and other cities, I know government support people who cannot visit shopping, old people or people with mothers with children. So they support and they just bring, volunteers bring food at home.
Zeta, it is amazing to hear you speak because you are still smiling, and Mark, you as well. Talk us through your emotions at this time. How are you still smiling even in the midst of something that people simply cannot even imagine?
I'm smiling because we are communicate with you, and we know many people pray for us, about Ukrainians. Right now I hear a voice of bomb, and just 1 hour before I was scared. It is terrible, it is scared. Even we put hope on God, but yeah, it's very difficult.
Mark, your thoughts during this time, and how you also are smiling.
Okay.
It is
trying to follow through. When I first came to Ukraine, it was very difficult, which actually was what led me into the massage program. But it's been my sense of humor that has kept me smiling. And the reason that I came, well, it was a spiritual calling. And recently, the spiritual calling has expanded to take what we do to developing countries. So I believe that God is going to protect us and carry us through to not to leave Ukraine, but to share our program with other countries that are in great need.
And are members of your program also safe? Did they flee the country? Are they also staying put and sheltering in place?
Some of them have left the country. Others have gone to a safe location.
Understood. And I guess last but certainly not least, what would be your message to the Ukrainian people right now?
Believe in God, believe in your president, and win the war.
And Zeta, from you?
I also can say only believe on God and put hope on Him, and He will provide, because only He is great and He is good, and He know and He prepare good life for us. We believe it in, and I wish every Ukrainians now open his or her heart for God.
Well, Mark and Zeta, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We will keep you both in our thoughts, and we wish you health and safety in the coming days. And we hope to speak again very soon.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity.
You. The pleasure really was mine. Excellent insight from two people who are living this situation so profoundly. Thank you again. We are going to take another live look at the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. I am going to step away for a quick 2-minute break while we reset here. But on the opposite side of this break, we'll bring you up to speed with the latest top stories happening, not only on the ground in Ukraine, but around the country. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And if you are just joining us, we just had a compelling conversation with an American man and his wife, Mark and Zeta, who are live in Ukraine right now in shelter and trying to stay safe. They walked us through what their day-to-day life has been. And the most remarkable part of the conversation is that somehow they both found a reason and a way to smile and to be thankful. They walked us through their family's situations. Her son is in the military. Her daughter-in-law cuts military and the troops' hairs. It was a profound conversation that hopefully we will be able to get up for you on YouTube if you are just joining us and you missed that great conversation. We do want to get you up to speed on what the latest out of Ukraine is at this time. It is once again 9:30 here on the East Coast. Which means it is in the afternoon in Kyiv, Ukraine. I do want to get you the exact time so that we have some context here. 4:34 over in Ukraine. And we can confirm that today on day 9, Russian forces have seized nuclear power plant called Zaporizhzhia. Russia now controls that plant. Overnight, there was a fire after a Russian projectile hit that plant. That fire has since been put out, and radiation levels are normal. We can also confirm that U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he met with NATO allies this morning. We did get an update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg just earlier this morning. I'm going to play that in full for you because that is the latest official update on how the West is responding to Russia's aggravation and really escalation on the ground in Ukraine. So I'll play that for you in just about 2 minutes. But we do want to also let you know that Russia and Ukraine did have their second round of talks yesterday. They agreed on evacuation corridors, tentatively agreed on that. And what that means for those of you that perhaps don't understand, it means civilians exiting the country and supplies entering the country, that they have agreed to allow those things to happen. No ceasefire has been agreed at this time. We also want to bring you up to speed on the refugee count. We can confirm, and we've been reporting this for over 24 hours now, that the UN confirms the count has surpassed 1 million in its first week. For context, we are on day 9. And so this is what the situation is. We are monitoring the borders in Poland and Slovakia and Romania as this humanitarian crisis does continue to escalate. As promised, I do want to bring you the latest update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and his address to the people, to the world, on the West and what they have planned, what the NATO allies have planned for Russia in coming days. Let's take a listen.
Of self-defense as enshrined in the UN Charter. Today, ministers addressed our immediate response to the crisis and the longer-term implications for Euro-Atlantic security. We have already strengthened our deterrence and defense on land, in the air and at sea. Allies from North America and Europe have sent thousands more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We are deploying the NATO response force for the first time, and we have over 130 jets at high alert and over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean. We will continue to do what it takes to protect and defend every inch of NATO territory. NATO is a defensive alliance. Our core task is to keep our 30 nations safe. We are not part of this conflict, and we have a responsibility to ensure it does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine, because that would be even more devastating and more dangerous, with even more human suffering. NATO is not seeking a war with Russia. The Kremlin's ambition is to recreate a sphere of influence and deny other countries the right to choose their own path. So ministers discussed the need to support partners who may be at risk, including Georgia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Russia's aggression has created a new normal for our security, where fundamental principles are contested through the use of force, and we face the threat of conflict for years to come. There is much at stake: how we organize relations between states, whether democracy or authoritarianism prevails, and ultimately what sort of world we want to live in. Ministers agreed that NATO's relationship with Russia has fundamentally changed for the longer term, but we remain committed to keeping channels for diplomacy and deconfliction open, to avoid any unintended escalation, misunderstanding or miscalculation. There is one lesson we can already draw from this crisis. To keep our nation safe, we need North America and Europe standing together in NATO in strategic solidarity. At this dangerous moment, no country and no continent can go it alone. President Putin has failed to divide us. NATO is more united, more determined and stronger than ever. We're also working closer with like-minded partners. Today we were joined by the European Union as well as Finland and Sweden. In response to Russia's aggression, we have decided to strengthen our coordination and information sharing with Finland and Sweden. Both countries are now taking part in all NATO consultations about the crisis. And this afternoon, I will join a meeting of EU foreign ministers to address the crisis and our response. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll go to BBC at the back.
Thank you. I'm James Lever, BBC. Can you tell us a little bit more about what sort of options were considered about helping countries like Georgia and Bosnia? Secondly, can you tell us a little bit more about whether NATO allies discussed what more military support could be provided for Ukraine? And thirdly, was the issue of no-fly zones even discussed at this morning's meetings? Thank you.
NATO has provided support, and NATO allies have provided support to Georgia, to Bosnia and Herzegovina and other partners for many years. We helped them with capacity building, reforms, strengthening their defense and security institutions. So we also have a training center in Georgia. We also have common exercises. And of course we have different kinds of activities with different countries, different partners. We didn't make any final decisions, but it's a broad agreement that we need to do more to support these countries. And this is part about scaling up things we already do on strengthening the defense and the security institutions, reforms, training, but also potentially adding more activities in support of these countries. Because what you have seen with Ukraine is that they may be at risk, exposed for even more intervention, subversion, and potentially even attacks by the Russian armed forces of the Russian Federation. NATO allies provide support to Ukraine. I think we have to remember that allies have provided support to Ukraine for many years, and now they're stepping up different types of Ukraine of support, and this is crucial in this critical time for Ukraine. On the no-fly zone, it was mentioned at the same time. Allies agree that we should not have NATO planes operating over Ukrainian airspace or NATO troops on Ukrainian territory.
Thank you, Secretary General Steve Sedgwick, CNBC. Is there any evidence that the support that NATO and its allies have been pouring into Ukraine so far is going to change the tide of battle? Although the Russian advance has slowed in some places, it is still advancing. Is there anything that NATO is doing that actually could possibly turn the tide in the battle in Ukraine? And secondly, if I may, sir, have the events around the nuclear facility, the nuclear plant in Ukraine, and the ramifications from that changed the mindset of NATO at all? I just wondered what the conclusion was in the meeting about that. Thank you.
The reckless actions around the nuclear power plant last night just highlights the danger of this war. War is dangerous, and to have military operations, conflict, fighting going around the nuclear power plant adds to the danger. This just makes it even more important that President Putin end his war and withdraw all Russian troops from Ukraine and engage in diplomatic efforts in good faith. So that was the message from ministers today, and it's just underpinned by the potential danger of also a nuclear disaster related to this war, or as part of this war.
Your first point was about, is there anything about the military ammunition supplies that are going into Ukraine? Is that changing the battle at all? Is it likely to?
Yeah. What we're seeing is that President Putin totally underestimated the strength of the Ukrainian armed forces. And they have been able to push back, to fight back, and to slow down the Russian advances. And this is first and foremost a result of the courage of the Ukrainian armed forces, and also the support and the courage of the Ukrainian people and the leadership, President Zelensky, which has really strengthened the morale of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people. We have helped them because NATO allies have trained and equipped the Ukrainian armed forces for many years. We started in 2014. And the NATO allies, especially the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, but also Turkey have provided equipment, military aid, and we have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces. And they are now on the front line. So this support has proven to be crucial for the strength of the Ukrainian army. And we are now stepping up support with more supplies. And I think also we have to realize that compared to where the Ukrainian army was in 2014, the training NATO allies have provided, the equipment NATO allies have provided since 2014.
We are listening in to the latest update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, but on the upper right-hand corner, we do see Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressing reporters, so we do want to go there live, raw, and unfiltered right now. Let's take a listen.
Our alliances and partnerships, starting with the European Union, because of our conviction that we have to be partners of first resort. Virtually everything that we're trying to do around the world that's affecting the lives of our citizens, we're more effective when we're doing it together. And we've spent the last year actually making good on that commitment. And it's, I think, very, very instructive that now in a time of crisis, the investment that both of us have made in this relationship is proving how important it is, how vital it is. What the European Union has done over the space of a couple of weeks is quite simply remarkable. The speed with which it acted, the actions that it took, both with regard to sanctions and also support for Ukraine, are, I think, it's not an exaggeration to say, historic. And it only further validates for us the importance of this partnership. As Joseph said, we are faced together with what is President Putin's war of choice, unprovoked, unjustified, and a war that is having horrific consequences for real people, for mothers, for fathers, for children. We see the images on TV, and it has to stop. We're committed to doing everything we can to make it stop. So the coordination between us is vital, but of course it's beyond the United States and Europe. This is an aggression, a challenge, a threat that is relevant to the entire world, because what's at risk, first and foremost, are literally the lives of Ukrainian men, women, and children. But beyond that, the very fundamental principles that we've established together after 2 world wars that are so important to keeping peace and security for everyone. Principles that President Putin is egregiously violating every single day. The notion that one country can't simply go in and change the borders of another by force or take it over. The principle that one country can't dictate to another the choices that its citizens would make about their future. The principle that we're past the time of spheres of influence where one country subjugates its neighbors to its will. All of those things are at stake, and if we allow those principles to be challenged, as Putin is doing now, with impunity, that will open a Pandora's box of trouble for not just us, but quite frankly for the entire world. So the stakes are high, but because we're doing this together, I am very confident that we'll succeed. I have to say, finally, the two of us have been working like this for many, many months. And that collaboration, that partnership, that friendship is also what makes a difference, and I'm really grateful for it. Thank you.
Why no fly zone? What's your message to the people of Ukraine?
And that was the latest statement from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He once again confirming that the UN has decided to investigate Russia for war crimes. At the beginning of that segment, he was saying that he obviously is in agreement with that. And that once again condemning Russia, much of the same rhetoric that we have heard for quite a few days now. We did, before we went to Secretary of State Antony Blinken, there live at NATO headquarters, we were hearing the latest statement from Jens Stoltenberg. So we do want to return to that right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, 9:52 here on the East Coast. And we do want to bring you back out to the latest update from Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. We were listening to this update that he gave just about 2 hours ago. So this is the latest update from NATO. Before we did catch Secretary of State Antony Blinken at NATO HQ giving a brief remark to reporters. So we do want to bring you back out here to listen to this latest update. Let's take a listen.
Working also all over time.
Then allies are providing support, humanitarian support, financial support, but also military support to Ukraine, helping them to withstand the Russian invasion. And then, of course, together with the whole world, the UN General Assembly, we are also calling on Russia to engage in diplomatic efforts, to see if there are any political off-ramps, a way out. But then Russia has to sit down in genuine diplomatic efforts to find a solution. So far they have not been willing to do so. A minimum should be to find agreements on a humanitarian corridor or humanitarian corridors to get civilians out and humanitarian aid in. I hope that at least that could be a first step, and I welcome all efforts to try to find some kind of agreement on humanitarian support.
Polish TV.
Dominika Jasic, let me go back to rumors from a few days ago about Poland and Bulgaria. It was rumors in media that Poland and Bulgaria allowed gave some military fighter jets to Ukraine and allows Ukraine to use the military airport. Could you comment this, and could you also comment the remarks of the Latvian Minister of Foreign Affairs, who told for the BBC that NATO should consider all options? Thank you.
We had a meeting of NATO foreign ministers today, and I had the NATO summit on Friday. And in both those meetings, I have clearly stated that we should support Ukraine. We should continue to provide, also NATO allies should continue to provide military support to Ukraine, different types of support. But we will not be part of the conflict. And that is the NATO position, and I convey that message because I strongly believe that if NATO become directly involved in the conflict, we will see more human suffering, more civilians killed. And that's the reason why we need to step up support, impose heavy sanctions, call for Russia to engage in a political solution, but not involve NATO. Our main responsibility, our core task, is to protect and defend 1 billion people living in 30 allied countries. We are doing that by increasing the presence of NATO forces in the eastern part of the alliance, deploying for the first time the NATO response force, but we are not going to be part of the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Well, I met President Duda recently. We discussed many aspects and challenges related to the Russian invasion, brutal invasion of Ukraine. And you saw the statement from President Duda on the Vask air base that Poland is not planning to send in any airplanes to Ukraine.
Okay, we'll go to Al-Jazeera.
Secretary General, on his way in, the Latvian Foreign Minister said it was time to go from a deterrence mission to a full-scale defence mission. So, was there any discussion of sending further troops in addition to the ones that you've deployed in recent weeks? And as you talk about a new normal, was there any discussion of making some of the recent deployments permanent?
We need to distinguish between NATO's immediate response and longer-term adaptation of our posture in the eastern part of the alliance. When it comes to the immediate response, we have already significantly increased our presence. We're now over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean, 130 planes on high alert, and thousands of more troops. I recently visited NATO troops, US troops, German troops, and other troops in Romania. I met them in Estonia and also in Poland. So this is the immediate response, and we will do what it takes to defend and protect all allies, and if needed we will further increase our presence. But at the same time, we started at the meeting today the discussion about the more longer-term changes to our presence, posture, deterrence and defence throughout the alliance, but especially in the eastern part. And today we have some presence in the eastern allied countries, We have the battle groups in the Baltic countries and Poland. We have some presence also in Romania and in the southeast. We are now seriously considering a significant increase of that presence, both with more troops, with more air defense, with deterrence by defense, through defense, not only by sending a message of NATO presence. So this is, as some ministers formulated it today, it's about the difference between deterrence by presence or the deterrence by defense. We have started that discussion. We will have a defense ministerial meeting on the 16th of March. There I expect more details. We also will of course base our decisions on advice from our military commanders, and then we will take the necessary decisions. But we have some time, well, not a lot of time, but some time to take that more long-term decision, because we have already implemented immediate responses by a significant increase in Eastern Part Allowance.
Ukrainian National Agency.
That's Dmitry Shkuko, National News Agency of Ukraine. It is understandable that there will be no NATO planes and pilots in Ukraine, but it was recently
And that was the latest update from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He continues to take questions from reporters, but we have heard the bulk of the important parts of his speech. He says that the no-fly zone is simply not an option. He goes on to say, we have seen the use of cluster bombs and we have seen reports of use of other types of weapons, which would be in violation of international law. We can confirm today that the UN Human Rights Council has decided to investigate Russia for war crimes. We can also confirm the NATO stance that we have been hearing from the very beginning, that NATO wants to provide military support, but they will not be part of the conflict directly. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we get back, the markets are open. We do want to take a live look at the Dow as we are monitoring it, and it is down. We are going to speak with an oil expert on what you guys can expect, what we've seen over the past 9 days, and what we can expect moving forward. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 10:03 here on the East Coast. And I do want to bring in a very special guest, Andrew Lipow, president of Lipow Oil Associates. He is joining us live.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Oh, he is not hearing us. Let's see if we can fix that. Hi, Andrew. Can you hear me now?
Got it.
The year of technology, really the years of technology. We've gotten it all to work. Once again, welcome into the show. Thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us today. The markets are open, and I do want to take a look here, obviously trending down. Andrew, as an expert in the industry with over 30 years of experience in petroleum refining, trading, consulting, what have you seen over the course of the last 9 days as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine?
Well, first of all, it's obvious that oil prices have risen substantially. Back on February 23rd, crude oil prices were $92 a barrel. Today, they're $113. Meanwhile, gasoline futures prices have risen over 70 cents a gallon, and diesel prices are up 80 cents a gallon. And these price increases are being passed through to the consumer.
Yeah, they certainly are, and people are feeling it at the pump. They are worried. Americans who are tuning in don't really know what to expect in the future. We'll get to that in just a minute, but I wanted you to kind of explain to our viewers who perhaps don't understand the relationship between the U.S. and Russia in terms of oil. What is our dependency on Russia for oil?
Well, our dependency is very, very small. Less than 1.5% of the crude consumed in the United States comes from Russia. We buy a variety of other unfinished oils that are used and upgraded in the refineries and then blended into gasoline and diesel fuel. But compared to Europe, who depends on Russia for 20% of its oil needs and 35% of its natural gas needs, the U.S. and Russia are pretty much disconnected in the oil market. However, that doesn't mean that the United States is disconnected from the world oil market.
Right, and what impact are the sanctions that the West is currently inflicting on Russia? What impact is that having on oil prices and eventually on gas prices as well, Andrew?
Well, this has been very interesting because the swift sanctions on individuals and financial institutions have led the oil industry to a de facto ban on Russian oil purchases. When we think about oil coming out of Russia, it might actually be tainted, if you will, by the ownership of an individual or financial institution that's been sanctioned. So refiners over here and elsewhere around the world don't want to touch it. We've got banks who have to issue credit to finance those purchases. They'd rather not do the business. And we've got a number of vessel owners that refuse to load Russian oil or go to Russian ports. In addition to that, we've now seen several countries such as Canada, the United Kingdom, Malaysia, they're banning Russian registered tankers from going into their waters. As a result, we end up with taking oil out of the market, prices are rising, and that's exactly what the consumer is seeing in the form of higher gasoline and diesel prices.
Right, and speaking of banning Russian oil, we actually played for our viewers and we aired yesterday live a bipartisan effort for the United States to ban Russian oil. Now, President Biden hasn't put this into place, but he says it's not off the table. What implications would this have on the market and on Americans at home who are going to go to the gas pump and could be paying even more?
Well, first of all, we're already seeing, if you will, a self-imposed ban on the purchases of Russian oil because refiners in the U.S. are simply avoiding buying it. What this means is that Russian oil needs to find some other place to be sold in the rest of the world as refiners over here replace that oil with other supplies. And of course, those other supplies are a bit more expensive compared to what we're already buying. And you're just seeing that increase in the price of oil and the market. So every day the consumer is paying a little bit more because the world is starting to shun some of that Russian oil that's been on the market.
And I guess the natural next question becomes, what can the government do to offset these price changes and really people once again, because it always goes back to the American people paying more at the pump? How can the government offset this?
Well, there's very little levers that the government has in order to reduce prices. The one that they could implement immediately would be a suspension of the federal excise tax on gasoline of 18 cents a gallon and the federal excise tax on diesel fuel of 24 cents a gallon. If we suspend those, it reduces the amount of money that's out there to repair roads and bridges. But they could do that. What we've also seen the government do less successfully is have coordinated releases of strategic petroleum reserves. Here in the US, we've already drawn over 74 million barrels of SPR crude since July of 2020. And what you've seen is oil prices continue to rise. In order to solve the problem, you really need to get more oil out of the ground, more supply to the market to replace Russian supplies. There's also been a number of headlines over the last couple of days of whether the US and Iran will reach an agreement over Iran's nuclear plant program. This we've been waiting for over a year. I will believe it when I see it. But if we were to agree with Iran, a significant amount of oil could be released onto the market, tempering these price rises.
And one last question for you, Andrew. For Americans who are tuning in and are a bit nervous, stressed about the uncertainty of oil and energy in the future, what would be your message to them?
My first message is that supplies of gasoline and diesel fuel are adequate in the United States. The bad news is it's getting more expensive. And I expect that the national retail average price of gasoline is going to continue to rise to $4.25 a gallon, which breaks the record that was set in July of 2008 of just over $4.11 a gallon.
Excellent insight, and thank you so much again for the time. This is a very complex situation, and Americans at home just want to know what it means for them and what they can expect in coming days. Andrew Lipow, thank you again for the time.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Anytime. And we do want to take another live look now at the stock market as it continues to drop down 465 and ever evolving. Always changing. And the markets did open about 40 minutes ago, so we will continue to monitor this and all of the implications that the Russian invasion heading into day 9 has had on the world. We're going to step away for another quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Hey there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 10:13 here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you up to speed and out the door this morning with all of the top stories. Of course, beginning first and foremost in Ukraine as we have entered day 9 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I do want to bring you out to a live look at Kyiv, Ukraine, as we are monitoring a slew of feeds coming into our newsroom this morning and quite a bit of breaking news as well. So let's get you up to speed and up to date on what is happening today. Like I said, day 9 of the Russian-Ukraine invasion into week 2 of this escalating war, and things have taken a turn for the worst overnight. We can confirm that Zaporizhzhia, the nuclear plant, is now in Russian control. Now, overnight, for those of you that perhaps are just joining us, overnight there was a fire at this nuclear power plant. Ukrainian firefighters overnight and early this morning in Ukraine extinguishing this blaze. For context, Zaporizhzhia is not only Ukraine's largest nuclear power plant, but it is the largest in all of Europe. It actually ranks in the top 10 of largest nuclear power plants in the world, coming in at number 9. And this was ignited by Russian shelling overnight and early this morning in Kyiv. We did get confirmation from the International Atomic Energy Agency, their Director General, Rafael Mariano Grossi, and we have his entire statement. We'll play that for you in just a bit once we get you up to speed. But he did confirm that there's 6 reactors at this plant. Only one is operating. It is operating at 60%. It is reactor number 4. And all the reactors are safe. We can confirm now that the fire is out. All radiation levels are normal. This is a direct quote. No release of radiation and the integrity of reactors have not been compromised. So once again, that is the latest on that situation, but we also can confirm that now Russia is in control of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. Now, that does not mean that Ukrainian workers are not within its walls working. That was one of the things outlined by this Director General, Rafael Mariano Grossi of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. He said that staff needed to be able to fulfill their activities normally. And according to our latest reports, that is happening. The employees are within those walls and operating the plant as normal. We also can confirm that U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has touched down in Europe. He is in Brussels at NATO HQ. They had an emergency NATO meeting this morning. We heard from Jens Stoltenberg on much of the same rhetoric that we have been hearing from the NATO allies since the start of this invasion, and even previous to the start, as their intelligence did suggest that this would ultimately happen. And here we are, day 9 of this invasion. U.S. Secretary of State and NATO once again reaffirming that they do stand with Ukraine. They continue to send military assistance, but they do continue to maintain that they will not get directly involved. A lot of talk about a no-fly zone that is still off the table, according to Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary of State Blinken, and other NATO members. We also can confirm this morning that Russia and Ukraine, in their second round of talks yesterday, so they had their first round on Monday, second round yesterday, and they have agreed tentatively on evacuation corridors. They have not agreed on a ceasefire. All of this as the humanitarian crisis continues to unravel in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. We can confirm that the UN says that the refugee count has surpassed 1 million in the first 7 days. For context, we are on day 9, so we are expecting that number to increase, of course. And I do want to take you through all of the video that is making its way to our newsroom this morning. And we'll begin with video of that Zaporizhzhia power plant here that got into our newsroom overnight. Our team out in Phoenix actually broke this story overnight, and they did also leave us with the video. So here it is. There is that Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And this was the images that really made its way around the world of that blaze. It is now out. There was no elevated levels of radiation. The integrity of the reactors has not been compromised. And so once again, we can confirm that although this power plant is now in Russian control, it is okay. It is safe, and in terms of nuclear waste and radiation levels. We also want to bring to you images coming into our newsroom of satellite imagery of that convoy that we have been speaking about for quite a few days now, the 40-mile-long convoy that has essentially stalled. According to intelligence, senior officials say that Ukrainian troops have targeted the convoy, that this convoy has been met with a large amount of Ukrainian resistance, something that we have been reporting on and hearing around the country really since the beginning of this situation 9 days ago, that these Russian troops and this convoy has been met with ground fire and anti-tank missiles. And it is essentially at a standstill. This new satellite imagery of the Russian convoy shows it's headed to Kyiv, but the views provided from a single satellite orbital pass show that the 40-mile line has essentially not progressed. It has not moved any closer towards the capital. We will continue to keep a very close eye on this imagery provided by Maxar Technologies. We also want to bring explosions and different types of things that we have been getting into our newsroom as well. This is an explosion seen actually in the same city as the nuclear power plant. So in the hours leading up to that fire at the nuclear power plant, this is what was going on around that city of Enerhodar. The mayor, Dmitry Orlov, said Russian troops were advancing towards the nuclear power plant, and we can now confirm that they did make it there. They have taken it over, although, once again, radiation levels are okay. The footage was released by Orlov, and it shows an explosion in the distance behind a church in the city's center. The State Scientific and Technical Center for Nuclear and Radiation Safety, which oversees the safety of nuclear activities, said that this attack started around 4:30 p.m. local time on Thursday. Obviously, we can confirm that Russian forces did arrive at the plant, that there was shelling, there was a fire that has since been put out. We want to continue with our images that are making its way into our newsroom, and here's aerial footage showing destruction in a town near Kyiv. Scorched buildings, shattered glass, debris everywhere. This is what it looks like on the ground in Kyiv, Ukraine, after Russian forces attacked the town earlier this week, and it continues to still look like a post-apocalyptic town. This aerial footage was provided by Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and it shows trucks abandoned and scorched. It also shows apartment buildings, and here is a different vantage point with a different drone of an apartment building essentially blown up. And these are actually the images that Kyiv officials say were evidence of war crimes that would be brought to the Hague. Now, we can confirm today that the UN Human Rights Council has voted to investigate Russia for potential war crimes. And we are being told by Kyiv officials that these are the types of videos that will be provided as proof of those war crimes. We just heard from Secretary Blinken and Jens Stoltenberg confirming that they too, based on what they have seen, support the investigation into those war crimes. We also should make note to all of you listening in that Russia continues to maintain that it is on a special military operation, that this is simply targeting Ukrainian military infrastructure. But here we are seeing with our very own two eyes, with your eyes at home, an apartment building that has been left in complete and total ruin. We do want to bring you this video as well, and we do want to warn you, this video is graphic. This is of a town called Chernahiv. Once again, these are war times, so this is graphic video. Viewer discretion is advised. But we are learning that at least 25 people are dead after this Russian strike in this town. We do expect that number to rise. That is, the video was posted by the country's state emergency service, which is the banner that you just saw. This is all official video that we are getting into our newsroom. And this is an oil depot that was targeted in Kyiv. Russia continues to attack on Ukrainians' major cities, and more fallout continues after an oil depot was hit by Russian shelling, this time causing a massive fire. There you are seeing firefighters on the ground, crews on the scene to try and put this fire out and also bring anyone that needed to be rescued to safety. We can report that there were no immediate reports of injuries following this incident. And Ukrainians are not only meeting Russian forces with restraint and with resistance, but they are also preparing for the worst. In Lviv, we are seeing Ukrainian volunteers and the people of Lviv stepping up their defenses and creating shelters. Volunteers spent the day digging in this park that you see on your screen, working to clean out an underground shelter that could house around 100 people. This looks dark, but it's actually where these people would be in the case of a bomb. And there you're seeing more light to give this kind of space some perspective for you. Again, 100 people could fit in this potential bomb shelter that they are making here. And we do want to show you more images of the kind of resistance that the Russian forces are being met with. And here is what they are dealing with when they arrive to Ukraine and try and take over these cities. Ukrainian soldiers holding their ground in Homostel, northwest of Kyiv. So all of this happening relatively close to the Ukrainian capital. This was video taken by the Defense Intelligence of Ukraine on Thursday, showing Ukrainian soldiers still standing strong and firm. We do want to bring you out to our reporters who are on the ground covering this story in really remarkable fashion. Our Fox News correspondent, Lucas Tomlinson, he's in Lviv, Ukraine, with the latest. Let's take a listen to his latest report.
Warships off Crimea. U.S. officials believe this armada will bring thousands of Russian Marines to assault the beaches of Odessa, known as the Pearl of the Black Sea. News of the pending invasion has sent locals scrambling. Traffic jams leaving town to the west and northwest picked up by ImageSat International. Before leaving, the airport disabled by placing barriers on the runway to prevent Russian transport planes from landing and bringing additional forces. It's not just Odessa where residents are fleeing. Russian forces now massing just outside Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city.
They destroyed the school where I studied for 11 years. They also hit my house. All my friends are hiding in their basements.
After a call with Vladimir Putin, French President Emmanuel Macron warned the worst is yet to come in Ukraine. He said Russian forces won't stop until the entire country is conquered. U.S. officials say there's a clear willingness by the Russians to hit civilian targets throughout Ukraine.
I feel completely shocked. I couldn't believe that something like this could happen.
Here in Lviv, the Red Cross providing aid for some of the 1 million refugees fleeing the country.
We are helping them by giving them food, giving them things that they need, or we are helping them out to escape this terrible situation that Vladimir Putin have done.
This city remains under curfew. All residents are indoors. Many people fear this war will not end for years. In Lviv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you to Lucas for that report and for his excellent reporting really since the beginning of this incident. As the war overseas escalates by the hour, the Biden administration here on the home front is asking for billions of dollars in aid money to send to Ukraine. And here's a live look at Ukraine right now. Lawmakers from both parties also want to see a change in the energy policy here at home to help in the fight against Russia. We just spoke to that oil expert. This is a situation that certainly is having quite a bit of implications, quite a few implications on the oil industry and energy industry. Our Fox News correspondent, Madeline Rivera, she has more on this from Washington. Let's take a listen.
As the war and refugee crisis ramps up in Ukraine, lawmakers in Washington are trying to figure out how to better respond. President Biden met with his cabinet Thursday. His administration now asking Congress for $10 billion for Ukraine's humanitarian and security needs.
And we're going to continue to support the people with direct assistance.
The administration says it's given Ukraine $1.4 billion in aid since last year, help that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he is grateful for, though he believes the U.S. should have done more to prevent the war from happening in the first place.
It's a pity that it began after the beginning of this war, but we have it, and my appreciation to him and to his team.
As the U.S. looks to toughen its response towards Russia, bipartisan calls are growing in Congress to ban oil imports from Russia, a move the administration is hesitant to make.
It's only about 10% of what we're importing. Our focus is making sure that any step we take maximizes the impact on President Putin and minimizes it on the American people.
Critics argue it's all the more reason why the U.S. should move towards energy independence, while Democrats push for renewable resources.
We need to produce more American energy, and we shouldn't be importing any Russian oil.
If right now we could actually run this country on solar, wind, and hydro, then Russia would not have the power that it has.
A bipartisan group of lawmakers have introduced a bill that would ban Russian energy imports, a move that will likely push high gas prices even higher. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
And thank you to Madeline for that report. We also want to give you an update on how the world is sanctioning Russia and Putin's closest allies during this time. The allies continue to target Russian oligarchs with travel bans and sanctions. They're going after Putin's money men. The oligarchs are obviously Russia's elite. They are the people who are closest to Vladimir Putin, the people who have Vladimir Putin's ears, and the West continues to target them, target their wealth, target their assets, hit them with travel bans. We've seen mega yachts seized all over the world. These are Russian elites that live in Miami, in London. We just saw a Russian elite owner of Chelsea Football Club, Roman Abramovich, who is going to sell that football club, sell Chelsea, and any proceeds are going to be donated to Ukraine. The impacts are already being felt, and our very own Alex Hogan has more on how this growing number of sanctions is hitting Russian oligarchs very hard. Let's take a listen.
Russia's wealthiest business leaders are scrambling to save their private yachts as countries begin tracking down these vessels. This week, Russian-owned super yachts have been spotted heading to the Maldives, Seychelles, and Montenegro to avoid capture. The exodus comes as the Biden administration announces a new federal task force designed to track down these luxury assets. The White House is also planning additional sanctions, including prohibiting oligarchs from traveling to the U.S.
We're adding dozens of names to the list, including one of Russia's wealthiest billionaires, and I'm banning travel to America by more than 50 Russian oligarchs, their families, and their close associates.
In France, authorities say they seized a yacht belonging to Igor Sechin. He's considered a close friend of Russian President Vladimir Putin. In Germany, authorities reportedly seized billionaire Alisher Usmanov's $600 million vessel. While here in the UK, billionaire Roman Abramovich announced plans to sell the Chelsea Football Club. He owns one of the world's largest yachts and reportedly has close ties to Putin, which he denies. UK officials have vowed to sanction Russian oligarchs. British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says legal threats will not stop these sanctions from happening.
We'll continue to work through our list. We will continue to sanction oligarchs, and there is nowhere for any of Putin's cronies to hide.
A yacht linked to Vladimir Putin is believed to currently be in Russian waters. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And thank you to Alex for that report. We continue to monitor the humanitarian, that is, crisis that continues to unravel in Ukraine and in bordering countries. As we have been reporting for over 24 hours now, the UN confirms the refugee count has surpassed 1 million individuals fleeing Ukraine in the first week, in the first 7 days. For context, we are in day 9 of this invasion of Ukraine, and hundreds of Ukrainian refugees here gathered at a reception center in Poland, the southeastern portion of Poland, just yesterday, amid reports that the total number of people evacuating Ukraine has reached well over 1 million. Now, this footage filmed and posted to Facebook shows scenes at this reception center located just a few kilometers from the border, and there you're seeing just mobs and mobs of people. We are getting, obviously, reports from the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees who are confirming that this number is growing, and we should get an updated number, I would assume, within the next day or so, but that number is expected to be well over 1 million now, and we do want to continue to bring you images of the refugee situation. So from Poland to Slovakia we go now, and this is what you were looking at, the Slovakian border. Desperate refugees pouring through the border, crossing between Ukraine and Slovakia, hugging family members, hugging friends. And many of you may notice that what you're seeing is almost entirely groups made up of women and children. Very few men between the ages of 18 and 60, and that is by design. In the first few days of this war, President Zelensky of Ukraine did ban men between the ages of 18 and 60 from leaving the country. And so many of the men who have made their way to safety or crossed a border probably have a second passport. That is what our reporters on the ground have kind of shared with us. They're leaving not as a Ukrainian citizen, but with that second passport. And here we're hearing from a Ukrainian speaking, unfortunately, in his native tongue. But the stories that we have been hearing on the border have been definitely difficult to listen to and swallow. Our Fox News correspondent, Lauren Blanchard, she has been in Poland reporting on this, and I do want to bring you her latest report. Let's take a listen.
The United Nations says more than 1 million Ukrainians have been forced to flee their country since Russia began its invasion, and the United Nations says that number is only expected to grow. More than half of the refugees from Ukraine ending up in Poland, with others in European countries like Hungary, Moldova and Slovakia.
Every day is worse than previous.
The European Union granting Ukrainians temporary protection and residency permits as they seek shelter. The EU Commission has already promised at least $500 million in humanitarian aid.
And I must say that I'm so impressed by all the means, all the efforts from all the EU citizens.
This as Russian forces have now taken control of Kherson and are pressing in around the southern city of Mariupol as well as the southern port of Odessa.
The special military operation is going according to the plan.
President Biden announced more sanctions on Russian oligarchs and said allies are united in support of Ukraine.
Our interest is in maintaining the strongest unified economic impact campaign on Putin in all history, and I think we're well on the way to doing that.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky calling on Ukrainians Thursday to keep up the resistance.
We will rebuild every house, every street, every city.
After a second round of peace talks, Russia and Ukraine could only agree on temporary ceasefires in some areas to allow for civilian evacuations and aid deliveries. In Szczecin, Poland, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report and her excellent reporting from the border for quite a few days now. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we get back, as promised, I'm going to play out the entire statement that we got this morning on the breaking news overnight that the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant was on fire. That fire has since been put out. No elevated levels of radiation have been detected, but we do have the official statement and public address from the International Atomic Energy Agency. We played it out for you this morning, but it's a very important address that we'll play for you in full right after this 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you then. Hey there, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 10:38 here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you up to speed with the latest news coming out of Ukraine amidst day 9 of the Russian invasion of this country. We can confirm that Russia now controls the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. The fire that was spewing overnight is out and radiation levels are normal. We know all of this because we received an update this morning from the International Atomic Energy Agency's Director General, Rafael Mariano Grossi, where he walks everyone through precisely what happened overnight, what the effects have been, and how he sees a path forward and really a resolution. He has invited both Ukraine and Russia to meet him at Chernobyl to have discussions to agree on a framework and compromise that he himself will attend. He also confirms once again that there has been no release of radiation and that the integrity of the reactors have not been compromised. This was a very important update that we received because this was a situation that made headlines all around the world and a situation really that could have resulted in a much more grave ending. So let's take a listen to his statement live, raw, and unfiltered.
Reactors at the plant were not affected at all, and that there has been no release of radioactive material. No release of radioactive material. Importantly, in this regard, is the radiation monitoring systems. So the systems we have to measure the radiation are fully functional as well. However, as you can imagine, the operator and the regulator have been telling us that the situation is naturally continues to be extremely tense and challenging because of the circumstances. Of the plant reactors units, I must say that of all the units that we have there, there's only one that is operating at around 60% of its capacity. Unit 1 was in outage for maintenance. Units 2 and 3 are in safety controlled shutdown. Unit 4 is the one that is still operating at 60%, and units 5 and 6 were already being held in reserve, and they are operating normally in low power mode. I must indicate that 2 people have been injured. These people, according to the information we have, are not operators or technical people, and they are part of the security personnel around the plant. So these are the facts. We continue to be in contact with the operators and following the situation, of course, very, very closely. Let me now address how we are addressing this, what are the next steps that we are planning, what is possible in the circumstances. As you know, because we saw each other a couple of days ago, we had a special session of the Board of Governors here. And at that session of the board, I indicated, apart from the general exhortations and reminders of the importance of the general principles of never attacking a nuclear facility and other important conceptual elements, I reminded member states of a number of very clear points that must never be compromised if one is to ensure safety and security at any nuclear facility, be it a reactor or any other facility. And the first The first one of this was the physical integrity of the facility, whether it is a reactor, as I said, a fuel pond, radioactive waste storage, everything. The second point that I mentioned to the board was that all safety and security systems at these places must be maintained and operational. The third point I indicated was that staff needed to be able to fulfill their activities normally. The fourth is that there should be at all times off-site power, electricity, so that the facility is able to continue running normally. I also referred to the supply chain that must be always available in case there is a need, spare parts or things that are perhaps needed for repairs. I also referred as a sixth point to the radiation monitoring systems that are also required so that we have an idea of what's going on from the perspective of the possible presence of radioactivity. And finally, communication. Communication, which is so important, as you have seen throughout this night. Without it, we would have not been able to confirm the things that we are telling you. Well, everybody agrees. Everybody agrees, without any exception. No country disagrees that these principles must be maintained. However, the first of this, the physical integrity of the plant, has been compromised with what happened last night. So we, of course, are fortunate that there was no release of radiation and that the integrity of the reactors in themselves was not compromised. That yes, the plant in a wider sense. But it is obvious that when we all agree on these principles, words must mean something. And we have to act in consequence. So for us, the IAEA, it is time for action. We need to do something about this. As I also refer to you, I believe, Ukraine sent a request for immediate assistance to us. So bearing in mind what's happening and the risks that we may all incur if this continues without an enhancement and without a recommitment to these principles, I have indicated to both the Russian Federation and the Ukraine my availability and disposition to travel to Chernobyl as soon as possible, so that these 7 crucial pillars are never again compromised. The idea behind this initiative of mine as Director General of the IAEA is to agree on a framework and on a compromise that would commit to not compromise these principles that we all subscribe and agree to. We all know that given the very complicated circumstances on the ground, the logistics for such a trip, my presence in this place are not going to be easy and would not be easy. But at the same time, I believe they wouldn't be impossible. If we are to extend assistance, we have to be there. And the first to be there must be the head of the IAEA. I want to make clear one point. This initiative of mine has nothing to do with the political aspects of this crisis. This is not my mandate. I am not the Security Council of the United Nations. I am not the Secretary General of the United Nations. I am not a self-appointed mediator. It has nothing to do with that. I want to be extremely clear about this. What we are talking about here is a framework under the aegis of the IAEA, whereby Ukraine and the forces that are present there in the context of this military operation of the Russian Federation can agree to a commitment to not to compromise these principles that I have mentioned. So, as I said, the facts are this. The request for assistance has been made to us. We are not ignoring it. I am ready to come. I stop here and I take your questions. Thank you very much.
So please identify yourself in your media.
Thanks, DG Grossi. Jonathan Tyrone of Bloomberg News. Can you please just clarify who specifically you're in touch with on the Russian side? You said you're in touch with the Energoatom in Ukraine and the regulator. And can you also please clarify, do we know right now whether the control room itself at that nuclear power plant is in possession of Russian forces, or does the utility continue to have control of the room?
Yeah, of course. As I mentioned, I am in touch with Russia and also, of course, Ukraine. Ukraine is my natural counterpart. In this, I should always emphasize, because we are talking about Ukraine, and they are our counterparts. However, we know, and this is no secret, there's a military operation and there are Russian forces there. Of course, we do have a number of contacts when it comes to the Russian Federation at diplomatic level and at technical level as well. So this is the first part. The second part is regarding the operation of you're talking about the control room and things like that. Here I should emphasize that for the time being it is purely Ukrainian staff running the operations there. What we have in this case, as we speak, this morning at 11:15, what we have is in Chernobyl and in Zaporizhzhia, we have effective control of the site in the hands of Russian military forces. I hope the distinction is clear.
Good morning, Albert Otti, DPA, German Press Agency. Just to clarify, you said you're proposing a framework to basically guarantee the safety of the nuclear installations for both sides. How does the trip to Chernobyl contribute to this? Do you plan to negotiate in Chernobyl? I'm not quite sure.
We're going to be sharing some elements with both sides, and we are going to try to agree on that. It's part of the consultation we need to have.
Sorry, that's the plan, to negotiate there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
This is Chernahiv from Nippon TV. Just to follow up on that statement, who do you envision as your counterpart? That's normally a foreign minister. So do you want the foreign ministers of Russia and Ukraine to go there, or?
I'm talking with the political authorities of the countries, and this is also something that we have to know that this is an unprecedented situation. Normally, in diplomatic practice, one easy way out is to refer to precedent. It was done in this way last time this happened, so this establishes some sort of practice or tradition. Unfortunately, here we are in completely uncharted waters, but what animates this initiative is the need to act and to heed this call for assistance, bearing in mind the realities on the ground.
Thanks, Lawrence from the Wall Street Journal. A couple of questions. I'll keep it to a couple of questions. Do you know who was responsible for the projectile that hit the site? Was it Ukrainian forces, as the Russians are claiming, or was it the Russians? And what have the Russians said to you about about sending a team there for assistance? And what have they said about your idea for a trip? Yes or no?
Thank you very much. What we understand is that this projectile is a projectile that is coming from the Russian forces. And we do not have details about what kind of projectile this is. Could be many different things. This is what we understand being the situation. And what in terms of saying yes or no, both sides are considering.
Any other questions?
François Murphy from Reuters, IDG.
Yes,
over here.
sorry, I was losing you.
Yeah, no, of course. Two questions then. What happens now, just particularly at Zaporizhzhia? You say Ukraine is in control of the control room and of operations, but they're surrounded by the Russian military.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you expect to happen here? Is things supposed to stay frozen as they are, sort of a bit like a Chernobyl, or do you imagine something else? And what direction are things heading in? And then also, I just want to follow up on what Albert was saying. If you don't have agreement for a meeting, why are you specifically suggesting a meeting at Chernobyl? You could meet these people anywhere. So why is this so clear in your mind?
Well, there are a number of technical characteristics that make it advisable to do it there, to have a better idea, and also to be more effective in diplomatic terms. It's very important to be there. Of course, at the end of the day, there might be many different formats, if you want. What we want to indicate here is the disposition of the IAEA to move, to do something about what is going on, and not simply tweet or say things from Vienna. We are ready to move. And in terms of I think one thing is connected with the other. What we have is a situation which is very difficult to sustain. And what has happened tonight, or last night, is proof of that. I have been saying for a few days now, I'm extremely concerned. This is something which is very, very fragile, very unstable as a situation. And now we have seen that because of this impact of a projectile, we don't know how it happened. I think it would be impossible unless you had a forensic team there to determine the circumstances, and this is going to be impossible. You had the kind of situation we had overnight, which could have been dramatic. So I think that we should not wait for something like this to happen before trying to address it in a more efficient way, since we know what is at risk.
And sorry, just to follow up, since you were saying, you're describing the situation overnight, and you say that you're in regular contact with people at the plant. So what is happening right now? So obviously we had this projectile hit, and there was some fighting.
Right now we have this normal abnormality, if I can put it like that. The other day in my statement I was saying normal operations, but in fact there is nothing normal about this. Yes, they are running the plants, and I paid homage the other day to their bravery, to their courage, to their resilience, because they are doing this in very difficult circumstances. Now we see this happening. For how long can this continue? So I think it is our duty as an international organization with an important mandate to do safety and security, to do it also when the going gets rough.
And And we are listening into the latest update from the International Atomic Energy Agency after the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was overtaken and now is in Russian control. There was a fire overnight, but that fire has since been put out. Radiation levels are normal, and this is the Director General, Rafael Mariano Grossi, who held a news conference earlier today to update the world on this situation. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Thanks so much to our Florida team, Gabrielle, for kicking us off this morning. We appreciate it. Well, another day in Ukraine as we continue to bring you the very latest as Putin's forces seize a massive nuclear power plant in Ukraine. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always here with you worldwide. I want to give you a couple of updates from across Ukraine as Russian forces are still engaged in 4 primary efforts right now at this time, as they have 4 axes that they are battling right now. The Kremlin increased legal penalties for spreading what the Kremlin claims is false information about Russia's war in Ukraine, forced by liberal Russian media outlets offline, and limited domestic access to non-Russian controlled social media just yesterday. The Kremlin officials continue to frame the invasion of Ukraine as a necessary and successful, quote, limited operation to protect some areas in Ukraine as they continue the true extent of Russian losses on March 3rd there. Russia rejected U.S. attempts to ease nuclear tensions with Russia and Belarus just yesterday and continue to paint the United States as the aggressor in Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We continue to bring you the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. I want to bring out the very latest that we are following here for you. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us worldwide on Live Now from Fox. I want to join my colleague Andrew Kraft with the very latest on how this nuclear plant was going.
In the last hour, I want Hal Kempfer, national security expert, to react to some of them. Hal, thanks for being with us yet again tonight. A major development we just got in about 30 minutes ago, confirmed by the Associated Press. I'm going to put up a tweet for our viewers from Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson with a picture of Major General Andrei Sukovetsky, the commanding general of the Russian 7th Airborne Division, killed in Ukraine. That's being confirmed by the Associated Press and Fox News. Significant battle loss for the Russian army. What say you about this? What does this mean?
Andrew, it's significant because he's the commanding general of an airborne division, which is one of the more elite divisions, but he's also the deputy commander of the 41st Combined Arms Army, basically the CAA, a huge group, which is north of Kyiv. And I think that's pretty big. You know, you saw the 40-mile parking lot along the hardball roads north of Kyiv. All reports out there are that the Ukraine forces are having some pretty good success with some ambushes, if you will, some raids going in there. They have not been decisively engaged. And I think that's the strategy of Ukraine, is to avoid decisive engagement. But they've been inflicting casualties on that force where the morale is horrible. There's a lot of surrendering of Russian forces. There's reported desertions. There's reports that they've been sabotaging their own vehicles so they don't have to move. They've been running out of fuel. They didn't have enough food. And now their elite deputy commander of that whole group up there was just killed. I think that has a combined effect. I wouldn't be surprised if that convoy, as they're calling it, has a tougher time moving as they try to figure out their command and control and some other things. Obviously, in a military organization, there's somebody right there to step in, but that's a big loss.
Hal, I want to stay on this convoy that's outside of Kyiv right now, because I'm getting a lot of questions from family, from friends, even coworkers. Why can't the Ukrainian, air power take this convoy out? Why can't NATO and the U.S. do something about this convoy that is a sitting duck, if you will? Explain to our viewers why the U.S. and NATO cannot touch that.
Well, for the U.S. or NATO to go in there and attack that convoy would be to go in direct military conflict with Russia. If we go in direct military conflict with Russia, we just kicked off World War III with the second largest nuclear arms power in the world. A nuclear arms power that has not been quiet in recent days and weeks about making sure we remember the fact that they have this capability. So we don't want to do that. I mean, look, what's happening in Ukraine is horrible. A nuclear Armageddon across the planet is worse. So what we're doing is we're trying to provide as much resources, aid as we can without tripping into a third world war. And if you look at the history of warfare, particularly World War I, it is so easy to get into wars, so tough to get out of them. And a lot of times, just proximity of forces can cause events that weren't intended to kind of escalate. And the next thing you know, you have a full-armed conflict. And frankly, the strategic weapons on both sides are just something that we can never use.
So in your view, I guess, militarily and philosophically, the strategy of escalate to de-escalate is not prudent, or maybe does not work, or is not an option?
I hear a lot of armchair sort of, maybe we should put a no-fly zone over there. It's one thing to put a no-fly zone over northern and southern Iraq. I mean, what's Iraq going to do, honestly, all right? You put a no-fly zone over there, you're in. There's no way to get out of it. By the way, that goes to something we'll talk about in a bit, those humanitarian corridors. If you have corridors that you're flying over, you're not permitting them to fly, but you are protecting the shipment of arms to their forces. In fact, you're indirectly potentially protecting their ability to fly offensive military operations against Russian forces. You're into an escalatory pattern, and you're really parsing words to say that we're not in that conflict. So that's why we're backing all the way off and saying, look, NATO is the line, but we will do all these other things.
You know, Hal, though, Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, he held a press conference with members of the Western media today, and he reiterated and reemphasized to European allies in the United States that he really is stressing the need for a no-fly zone. He said he didn't know how long Ukraine could hold out against Russian forces. I mean, that's to be expected from the Ukrainian leader, but he has not let go of that prospect.
I think he hopes that it would happen. It would, obviously, from a Ukraine government standpoint, from a Ukraine standpoint, they would like to see NATO and the Western powers roll in on their side. They would love to see a no-fly zone. I'm sure they would love to see some armored divisions rolling in north of Kyiv to stop this from happening. But once we go in like that, or any NATO power goes in like that, it's just, you're parsing words to say that this won't escalate. And frankly, those aren't words that will be parsed in the Kremlin. And that's the bottom line. If Russia feels that we have entered a conflict, then we have entered the conflict.
Yeah.
And the threat of strategic weapons, nuclear weapons, cannot be underestimated. I mean, I'm a Cold Warrior. We lived under this forever. All right. And we knew why we didn't do certain things that could have been done because of that umbrella that encompasses the world. We can't do it. And we don't have enough defensive weapons to knock out all the missiles that can be fired. I mean, there's been some improvements, but it's just there is no anti-missile umbrella system that protects the United States or protects Europe. If it goes to that, we will be losing cities, countries, civilization. It's bad, but it's there are lines.
Hal, to that point, that was another development today. The United States and Russia creating a military communication line to prevent accidental escalation. So to your point, this is on the minds of both American and Russian officials in order to not make a grave mistake. Hal, I just want to move on to another major development we got in the last hour as well. I'm going to put up this tweet from an Associated Press reporter with the latest filing. A plant spokesman says Russian troops have begun shelling Europe's largest nuclear power station in Ukraine. I just want to read more information. This is the biggest nuclear power plant in Ukraine, one of the biggest in Europe. The plant manager is reporting that it's been shelled by Russian forces over the past few hours. It's on fire. According to U.S. officials who are aware of the facility, there are 6 nuclear blocks there. Now, in Chernobyl, there was only one, and it was much smaller than each of these. The International Atomic Energy Agency, that is their mandate to kind of monitor all of these stations, said in a statement that indeed it has confirmed that it is getting shelled. The IAEA has warned about the fighting around this facility, and now we know it is on fire. How worried should we be about this development?
Well, I would be very concerned. Hopefully they're going through shutdown procedures, or they've done shutdown procedures to shut down the entire plant. But, that was always a fear. In fact, as we were kind of looking at this whole what could happen thing before the invasion began, the concern was that Chernobyl was one of I think 4 or 5 nuclear facilities that had to be looked at throughout Ukraine. And this obviously is the biggest one. The fear is they get in there and frankly, the troops just don't know. And it's not that they're going to necessarily, they have the weapons to potentially, breach the containment sphere, or the containment vessel, I should say, for the plant, but they could also take out all these other things around it. Don't forget what happened in Fukushima. What happened was a wave came in and it took out all the other things around it that were needed to shut down the plant. And that's what caused the meltdown to occur, was that all the other stuff had been flooded, taken out, and therefore all these fail-safe mechanisms didn't work. That's my concern with this, is that the shelling, the fighting, the displacement of key personnel who need to be there to go through the procedures could lead to a situation where all the things around it, the fail-safe stuff, doesn't work because there's nobody there to do it, or it got inadvertently taken out in the fighting.
All right, Hal, I want you to respond as well, and I want your opinion on if this is, a sense of optimism. We learned earlier today that a meeting on both sides, from both the Ukrainians and Russians, agreed preliminarily to humanitarian corridors and potential ceasefires in areas where civilians need to get out. Should we be optimistic about this? And if so, do you think it'll hold?
Well, I thought it was a very positive development. The big, you have a lot of civilians who are really stuck in these urban areas. Kharkiv, Kyiv, and soon Odessa will be stuck in that area. And the big problem is, how do you get the civilians out, to get them out of that combat zone safely? The other thing is, how do you get aid in to help them? That's going to be the tougher one. I think the evacuation, going one direction, getting people out, that's something that could be probably monitored and done. I think where the Russians are going to really be sticklers is on what can come into these cities. And I think that's going to be a further negotiating point. In principle, it can be done. But, the concern they would have is, will lethal aid be snuck in with non-lethal aid? And then again, if you have food and other materials going into the city where there are resistance fighters, it's basically you're opening up a logistic supply line for the resistance fighters from the Russian perspective. And you're enabling them to resist longer. So there's a lot of details that have to be worked out on something like this.
All right, Hal Kempfer, we're at the top of the hour. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about some of these other diplomatic developments, also what's going on with the Russian economy, more sanctions being put in place on many Russian oligarchs. So we have all that and more in 2 minutes. Hal, stick with us. The latest. Hal, good to see you. Diplomatically speaking, I wanted to get that on everyone's radar. Also, what we are also watching for is, at least this was concerning to me today, this call between French leader Macron and Putin. Now, what reports are saying is Putin dialed up Macron first. He requested, and then from reports of what the call essentially said was, Putin is going full speed ahead. He has no intention of backing down from his directives and from his initiatives, essentially that he's going full bore to capture Ukraine. This call was very concerning. Putin is not letting up anytime soon.
No, he's not. In fact, it looks like they're just going to keep pushing. I think he's pushing beyond the capability of their military forces to really follow his plan. I think he's isolated himself, and this has happened historically with various leaders. Hitler's a very famous example. Certainly prior to World War II, Stalin would be another example, where they insulate themselves, where they kind of live in their own bubble. It's a reinforcement of whatever they believe and whatever they say. They have absolute control. And it certainly appears that Putin may have put himself in such a bubble that he's just not quite grasping either what's going on the ground, or quite possibly he just puts it into a different interpretation of what's going on the ground. But the math is real simple. Russia doesn't have sizable enough forces to occupy and control Ukraine. It's too big. It's the size of Texas. There's just no way to do it. Even Kherson the city that they overran or they took over yesterday, there was some discussion today about what will the Russians maintain in that city. And it was interesting that the Ukrainian military forces had pulled out. Unfortunately, some of the volunteers that had joined up to do stuff tried to fight off the Russian forces coming into the city, which, as I understand, they're coming into the city basically when the mayor went out to greet them. They went out to fight the Russian forces, and they were basically taken out by the Russian forces. They tried to go after them with Molotov cocktails and light arms, but the Ukrainian military had actually pulled back. And I think, with that whole economy of force way that they're sort of thinking, that they know that, okay, we will trade urban terrain for Russian casualties. They'll come in and take the city, but at some point they have to move those forces forward to go after Odessa. And when there's a lightly armed force left there or no force left there, they can literally go back into the city and cut off those lines of communication supporting the forces forward in Odessa. So there's some interesting possibilities in terms of the battle space of what the Ukrainians will do, won't do, and how they're doing it.
Yeah, and of course, Hal, let's get to the brewing confrontation now with Odessa. That's going to be happening. Some type of amphibious assault is in the offing here. And Odessa is on the Black Sea, and it's a huge population center. So far, it hasn't really been touched yet by this war, but do you think it soon will be?
I think it will be. I'm kind of curious as to where the landing beaches will be or how they plan to insert those amphibious forces otherwise. One of the interesting things is you've heard a lot about the Javelin missiles that we've been sending in there. One of the uses of Javelin missiles, I know we trained for this, the British have trained for this as well, but one of the uses is to repel an amphibious force. You can sit on the shoreline. It's got a lot of length or a lot of range. I don't know if they have the newest ones, but the newest ones will reach out about 4,700 meters, about 4.5 kilometers. The ones they probably have about 2.5 kilometers, but that's still a bit of range. So if someone's coming out, in landing craft or whatever, that's enough range that you could cause a lot of damage for the landing force with not that many Javelin missiles. You can imagine what Javelin missiles would have done on Normandy to our forces if the Germans had had them, and you can kind of put that in reverse to see what could happen here. So I think that if they are there, and the reason I say that is because the internal lines of communication for the Ukraine army or Ukraine military, in terms of moving things from Poland, where this stuff is, and Romania, where this stuff is coming in, to where they can deploy it, that's a lot easier move than trying to go all the way across the Ukraine to Kyiv or further out to Kharkiv. So I think that there might be some of these systems down there that they could employ against a potential amphibious assault. The other thing too with the Javelin, there is a mode you can set on it. And so if the amphibious assault's using helicopters, it's not the greatest weapon for it, but you can actually use it as an anti-aircraft weapon against helicopters. And it's got some range out there. So.
Hal, I want to move away kind of militarily speaking about where this conflict is going to be going now, almost into its 9th day. But let's get back to what's going on in Russia. We also heard from not only Vladimir Putin today, we heard from Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. He said, in Kharkiv, there are no Russian troops. You like the word murderer. Kyiv regime, those are real murderers. Zelensky, yes, he is a Nazi and a neo-Nazi because he's on their side. Why are they sticking with this pretext that the Jewish leader of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, is a neo-Nazi?
It's just the narrative, and I don't mean to say that I can read Putin's mind, because I absolutely cannot. But within the Stalinesque framework, they look back at what happened in World War II when the Nazis came into the Ukraine, and Ukrainian nationals or Ukrainian residents who were there, many of them collaborated openly with the Germans. Now, in historical context, we look at that, we think it's absolutely horrendous. And certainly when we look at the Holocaust and all of that, it's horrendous as well. But the reason there was some rationale behind it was because Stalin had engaged some of the most brutal tactics you can imagine to crush Ukrainian nationalism, to include starving the Ukrainian population, literally killing off a large percentage of the Ukrainian population through starvation. So they were happy to see pretty much anybody coming in that was going against Stalin. That seems to be sticking in Putin's mind, and I think that's why he keeps referring to the Nazi thing, was at World War II. He also, look, are there neo-Nazis, or I should say, yeah, somewhat neo-Nazis within Ukrainian politics? There are, all right? It's very disturbing. They have a political presence. They're not a dominant political presence by any means, but they are there, all right? And I think that he's over-exaggerating that presence as well.
You know, Hal, I also wanted to get your opinion, too, because we learned today from Vladimir Zelensky in his press conference that now about 16,000 foreign fighters have come in or are coming into Ukraine to assist with the war effort because they've opened up this fight to foreigners. Is that customary in wars and conflicts like?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to bring you the very latest right here. A live look right now at the Dow. It is just under 450 points there in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break before we go out to the Security Council emergency session going on with the UN. We'll listen to that in full when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we continue to bring you the latest updates out of Ukraine and the Russian invasion. Let's go out to the UN Security Council. They're doing a, just right now, right before that, some updates regarding right before their main news conference. So let's listen to that.
Geneva Conventions. So, of course, we want to see Russian troops withdraw. We want to see experts get access to the power station. But this is going to be, I think, a critical point now for the Security Council to discuss.
Do you consider it a war crime?
We've already had discussions about war crimes, and the UK is one of 39 countries that has joined the call for the ICC prosecutor to go ahead with that. But as I say, attacks on nuclear power facilities are outlawed by the Geneva Convention and by international law.
Has anybody talked to the Russians about this, this attack and ensuring that there are no future attacks?
I know that President Macron spoke to President Putin yesterday, and among P3 colleagues, we were in touch urgently with our Russian counterpart last night to call for an end to the attack and to ensure that the fire had been put out and the situation was safeguarded, yes.
And what does Ambassador Nevencia tell you when you reached out to him?
So he said that the fire had been put out, and as you can see, we're now moving into a Security Council discussion today. Thank you.
Did he say that Russia attacked it, or is he claiming the Ukrainians attacked it?
That wasn't what we just, the line that I heard from him was that the fire had been put out, and that was all that we got. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you plan to have red lines before action?
Are respected. I want to hear from the IEA about what their assessment of the situation is. I'm worried. I'm worried about the personnel, the Ukrainian personnel in that power plant. We want to be sure about their safety and security. I salute them for continuing to work under such extraordinary circumstances, but we want them to be safe themselves. I'm also concerned that there will be an interruption in energy supply. The people of Ukraine are already in a dire situation from a humanitarian perspective, and we'll have time to talk about that next week. They're suffering unspeakable pressure and tragedy. An interruption in basic services, if there were an energy interruption, is just unacceptable. So we will be calling once again on Russia to halt its aggression inside.
Ambassador, do you plan to have red lines before action of the Security Council?
Do I plan to have? I'm afraid I didn't hear the full question. You know, red lines really are not what concern us. What we want to see is an end to this aggression. We believe this is illegal, it's a contravention of the Charter, and above all, it's an impunity and an attack on territorial sovereignty and integrity for Ukraine. Our red line is any invasion of any independent democratic country, as we have in Ukraine. My red lines are when I look at women and children leaving their homes with small babies being born en route. Women, as always, the most vulnerable. We've seen some reports, allegations overnight about abuse of women. You know, the innocent are always the ones who bear the burden in this situation. We want to see an end to this aggression. As you would say, Philippe, point à la ligne.
Good morning. Well, today, the aggression by Russia against Ukraine implied an attack on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. Of course, we strongly condemn this new attack on the integrity of a nuclear facility. The safety of all nuclear structures must be guaranteed. In this context, France strongly supports the initiatives of the Director General of the IAEA. Is in charge of that, and he will monitor, the agency will monitor the situation. We are also extremely worried by the humanitarian impact of the Russian military operations in Ukraine. This underlines once again the urgent need for an immediate cessation of hostilities, respect of international humanitarian law, protection of civilians, and humanitarian access. This is why France and Mexico have initiated discussions in the Security Council on a draft resolution on the humanitarian situation in Ukraine.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we continue to follow the latest from the UN. We're taking a live look right now inside this Emergency Security Council meeting happening at any moment. You can see they are getting ready for it. We will take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are just moments away from the UN Security Council meeting here on an emergency status on the very latest with the Russian invasion here, as we're learning that Kyiv homes have been burned down and the search for survivors continues. So a very drastic moment right here, but I do want to continue to listen in here to my colleague Andrew Kraft from earlier yesterday talking about the nuclear power plant takeover in Ukraine.
Russian shelling of Europe's largest nuclear plant. We now know President Biden has spoken with the Ukrainian President Zelensky. The White House releasing a statement saying that Biden spoke with President Zelensky of Ukraine this evening to receive an update on the fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. President Biden joined President Zelensky in urging Russia to cease its military activities in the area and allow firefighters and emergency responders to access the site. President Biden also spoke this evening with Undersecretary for Nuclear Security of the United States Department of Energy and Administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration to receive an update on the situation at the plant. The president will continue to be briefed regularly. We also are getting in a video posted by President Zelensky to his Instagram page. You can see it right here. We have the translation of his message to the Ukrainian people saying Europe must wake up now. The largest nuclear power plant in Europe is on fire right now. Russian tanks are firing at atomic blocks. These tanks are equipped with thermal imagers. That is, they know where they are shooting. They are preparing for this. I appeal to all Ukrainians and to all Europeans, to all people who know the word Chernobyl, who knows how much grief and victims the explosion at the nuclear power plant brought. It was a global catastrophe. Hundreds of thousands of people struggled with its consequences. Tens of thousands were evacuated. Russia wants to repeat this and is already repeating it, but 6 times more. Europeans, please wake up. Tell your politicians Russian troops are shelling a nuclear plant in Ukraine, Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and Energodar city. There are 6 power units, 6. One exploded in Chernobyl. We contacted the leaders with our partners I spoke with Charlotte Michel, Schultz, Duda. I spoke with President Biden. We contacted the head of the IAEA, Grossi, as well as Prime Minister Johnson. We warn everyone, not a single state except Russia has ever fired at nuclear power plants. This is the first time in the history of mankind that a terrorist state has also resorted to a nuclear terror. Russia has never fired at nuclear power units. This is the first time in the history of mankind that a terrorist state has also resorted to nuclear terror. Russian propagandists threatened, we remember, to cover the world with nuclear ashes. Now it's not a threat, it's a reality. We do know how the fire at the station will end. We know there will be an explosion, or when, God forbid, it will not happen. But no one will ever figure this out.
Decided.
All right, we do want to go out to the emergency meeting right now with the UN Security Council. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Floor to Ms. Rosemary DiCarlo.
Madam President, the Secretary General is gravely concerned by the escalating fighting throughout Ukraine. Ukrainian cities are today under siege and facing repeated attacks. Over 1 million Ukrainians have already crossed Ukraine's borders and have been welcomed by their European neighbors. We applaud such solidarity and support. Everyone seeking refuge should be afforded protection without any form of discrimination. Millions of Ukrainians who remain in the country are being subjected to heavy, often indiscriminate bombardment and shelling. There are thousands of casualties, and their number is growing. The UN is significantly increasing its humanitarian assistance in Ukraine to respond to the escalating crisis. Madam President, the Secretary General has followed with great alarm reports of heavy fighting around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine. We understand that the fire affected a training facility and not the cooling system or power center. Military operations around nuclear sites and other critical civilian infrastructure are not only unacceptable, but highly irresponsible. Ukraine knows only too well the devastation of a major nuclear accident. The Chernobyl disaster in 1986 stands as a lasting example of why it is vital to ensure all nuclear power plants have the highest standards of safety and security. Every effort should be taken to avoid a catastrophic nuclear incident. The persistence and bravery of the Ukrainian personnel who continue to keep power plants safely operational during this crisis are to be applauded. Madam President, attacks on nuclear power facilities are contrary to international humanitarian law. Specifically, Article 56 of Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Convention states that, and I quote, "Works or installations containing dangerous forces, namely dams, dikes, and nuclear electrical generating stations, shall not be made the object of attack, even where these objects are military objectives, if such attack may cause the release of dangerous forces and consequent severe losses among the civilian population." End quote. The Secretary General welcomes the statements and actions by the International Atomic Energy Agency on this issue and is ready to assist however he can. It's vital that all parties work with the IAEA to establish an appropriate framework that will ensure the safe, secure, and reliable operation of Ukraine's nuclear power plants. Urgent and safe passage should be granted to IAEA personnel should they need to travel to Ukraine to work with regulators. Madam President, we welcome the reported agreement between the Ukrainian and Russian negotiators during their second round of talks in Belarus yesterday. We understand the discussion focused on the establishment of humanitarian corridors to allow safe passage for civilians and the delivery of humanitarian assistance. We hope that this reported agreement is implemented without delay and that a full and unconditional ceasefire is quickly agreed and enacted. We urge the sides to continue negotiations and to make urgent progress on security, humanitarian, and other issues. Madam President, as the Secretary General has emphatically stated, the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders must be respected in line with General Assembly resolutions. What we are witnessing in Ukraine today is inconsistent with the principles of the UN Charter. Only diplomacy and negotiations can achieve a truly lasting solution to the current conflict. The fighting in Ukraine must stop, and it must stop now. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Ms. DiCarlo for her briefing, and I now give the floor to Mr. Rafael Mariano Grossi. We're hoping the connection will be working from the airplane. We cannot hear you. We've lost Mr. Grossi for the moment. We're going to start with our list of speakers and then come back to him when connection is reestablished. I'd like to therefore invite those council members who wish to make statements, and I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to thank Under-Secretary General DiCarlo for her briefing, and we look forward to hearing the briefing from Mr. Grossi. The United Kingdom and our partners called this urgent meeting because Russian forces last night attacked the largest nuclear power station in Europe. We're grateful to the Ukrainian firefighters and authorities who got the fire under control and are working bravely to ensure that the plant remains safe. We support the work of the IAEA in Ukraine and are relieved that so far they have reported that none of the safety systems in the plant was affected and that there was no release of radioactive material. Colleagues, this is the first time that a state has attacked a fueled and functioning nuclear power plant. International law requires special protection for nuclear facilities, and it is difficult to see how Russia's actions were compatible with its commitments under Article 56 of the Additional Protocol of the Geneva Conventions. It must not happen again. Even in the midst of an illegal invasion of Ukraine, Russia must keep fighting away from and protect the safety and security of nuclear sites. Colleagues, President Putin said yesterday that the special military operation, or as everyone else calls it, the war, was going to plan. Everyone around this table knows that is not true. President Putin misjudged the strength, resilience, and will of the Ukrainian people to his invasion. He underestimated the world's condemnation of his actions. 141 votes in the General Assembly and the unprecedented sanctions on Russia demonstrate the strength of the global response. Every day this war continues. The destruction it brings to Ukraine, the suffering it inflicts on Ukrainian and Russian people, and the risks it poses to international peace and security increase. This must stop. We call on Russia to end this violence, withdraw its troops, and enter into serious peace negotiations. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for their statement. I will now try and give the floor to Mr. Rafael Mariano Grossi to give his briefing to the Council.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you.
Very good. So I will try to proceed with my briefing on the current situation in the Ukraine, and especially after the events last night. We have been in contact with the Nuclear Regulation Agency of the Ukraine from the very beginning of the conflict, and we have been receiving updates and information from them without interruption. In general, the situation could be described as follows. The nuclear installations and nuclear facilities in Ukraine are quite important. 4 big sites, 15 reactors and associated facilities, plus the site of Chernobyl. Regarding Chernobyl, already last week, we were informed, and it was so confirmed afterwards, that the Russian special military forces took charge of the site. At the same time, the operators of the plant, of the Chernobyl plant, continued to run the day-by-day operations over there. A few days ago, we were informed again by the Russian government that military forces were moving in the area of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant with the similar mission to take over control of this facility. We got information in the sense that their advance towards the perimeter of the nuclear power plant was met with opposition and some group of civilians obstructing the access to the plant. Finally, this happened, and last night, in the early hours of the morning, we got information that a projectile had impacted a building adjacent to the block of reactors, 6 of them. The projectile impacted this building and a fire ensued, which was after some time put out by the fire brigade at the station. We confirm through our contacts at the regulator, but also directly from the plant, we were able to confirm that no security or safety systems have been compromised. Neither the reactors themselves have been hit by this projectile. Only, as I say and repeat, this building which caught fire, and perhaps you saw some images of that in the social media. After this, the operation of and at the plant had continued. We consider from a technical point of view that operation continues normally, although, as I have stressed to the board of governors of the IAEA, there is no, of course, normalcy about this situation when there are military forces, of course, in charge of the site. In terms of the next steps, we continue our permanent contact with the Ukrainian authorities, governmental, nuclear regulatory and also Energoatom, the company which operates these facilities, and also operators there. This is or constitutes the basis of the regular updates, more than 10 or 12 at this point, which you have been seeing on the websites of the IAEA. At the same time, today, I indicated in the morning my readiness to travel as soon as practicable to Chernobyl in order to consult, of course, with our Ukrainian counterparts, but also, if necessary, and when necessary, to the forces in charge, in order to establish a stable framework so the observance of the basic principles of safety and security, starting with the physical integrity of the facilities, can be observed. Basic elements of this initiative proposal have already been shared with the Ukrainian counterparts and the Russian authorities, which are at this point evaluating that. We believe that having received a direct request for assistance, it is our duty at the IAEA to heed this call and to try to provide assistance. Needless to say, in particular, Madam President, to your body and the distinguished representatives over there, that this mission of the IAEA, if and when it takes place, would not, of course, have anything to do with the political and diplomatic aspects that are in the purview of the Security Council. This mission would be strictly restricted and circumscribed to the safety and security of the nuclear installations in Ukraine, which are evidently, and as facts have shown, under constant danger of damage and accidents. So, Madam President, I hope these basic elements will help you in the evaluation of the situation. We request members of the Council, as I have done in Vienna at my Board of Governors, to support my efforts as Director General and those of the IAEA in order to ensure a basic element in this very difficult situation, which is the safety and the security of this important infrastructure of the country. I thank you very much, Madam President, and I will be ready in case there are questions or particular points that might not be clear to clarify them. I thank you very much, and I excuse myself for the pure quality of my connection. As you know, I'm airborne now. I'm on my way to Tehran to deal with another issue which is of direct interest of the Council, which is the hopefully solution of the outstanding aspects of the nuclear power program in the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you very much.
I thank Mr. Grossi for his briefing, and we'll now continue with the list of speakers and then come back for any questions to the briefers. I now give the floor to the representative of Albania. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'd like to thank USG Di Carlo, and we're happy that we could listen to DG Grossi, and I'd like to reassure him of our full support in his efforts on the issue on the issue that we're discussing today. Dear colleagues, 10 days into the so-called special operation, which in reality is the operation How to Invade Your Neighbor, and we are in the midst of a large-scale human tragedy running towards an overall catastrophe for Ukraine first, but for Russia as well, and as we see every day, with serious implications for the wider Europe. Thousands have been killed, with at least 2,000 civilians. According to UN reports, some 12 million people are in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. 1 million have already fled the country, the fastest and largest mass exodus of people in conflict situations in decades. all developments of this major geopolitical crisis artificially created by Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression against Ukraine indicate unmistakably that it is headed towards further escalation. An overwhelming vote in the UNGA just 2 days ago told Russia that it could not take the world hostage. Unfortunately, this loud call by the world asking Russia to stop its aggression is not heard in Moscow, and Russia remains defiant and is stubbornly descending into abyss. Dear colleagues, the world was alarmed late last night after news of the fire at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station caused by Russian shelling. A huge blaze at the site of Europe's biggest nuclear power station was, thankfully, quickly extinguished. Yet we remain gravely concerned, and it is alarming that Russian forces have captured the nuclear power plant. Russia's grip on a plant that provides more than 1/5 of Ukraine's electricity is a serious cause of concern and could have huge repercussions on civilians and Ukraine's economy. Fighting at the plant or any other disturbance could cause a potential nuclear disaster, radioactive damage, and have irreparable consequences for Europe's environment. It is difficult not to have in mind the dreadful images of Chernobyl. We welcome the quick reactions from IAEA and the reassurance that we heard from DG Grossi, putting its Incident and Emergency Center in full response due to the gravity of the situation. They should be given urgent and hindered access to verify and monitor the conditions and ensure safeguards are all in place as the situation remains very challenging. Russian occupiers must immediately allow unfettered access for emergency service to the plant and whatever else is needed. We urge the IAEA to continue working closely with Ukraine with a view to providing maximum possible assistance to the country as it seeks to maintain nuclear safety and security in the current difficult circumstances. It is important for the nuclear power plant to continue to be operated by its regular staff. We are very concerned about the reports from the operator that the situation remains difficult. We call on Russia to end its aggression, withdraw its troops out of Ukraine, to hold use of force near any nuclear power plant and any civilian infrastructure in general, and respect Article 56 of the Additional Protocol of the Geneva Convention. Attacking civilians and civilian infrastructure constitutes a crime, and perpetrators must and will be held accountable. We welcome the establishment by the UN Human Rights Council of an international commission of inquiry to investigate war crimes committed in the aggression against Ukraine. Evidence must be gathered, documented, and presented to the courts. We support the ICC prosecutor to investigate and document crimes committed for the purpose of accountability. Dear colleagues, the UN was not created to take humankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell, as Dag Hammarskjöld famously said. It falls upon this council to do what it can and what is needed to save Ukraine, its people, and entire Europe from the hell where Russia is heading to with its relentless aggression. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Albania for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. By the grace of God, the world narrowly averted a nuclear catastrophe last night. We all waited to exhale as we watched the horrific situation unfold in real time. I applaud the ability of the Ukrainian operators to keep all 6 reactors in safe conditions while under attack and to report as they were able to their nuclear regulator. Moreover, we appreciate the State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectorate of Ukraine for its continuous updates to the IAEA and to the international community. We are gravely concerned that the Ukrainian operators are now doing their jobs under extreme duress. Russia's attack last night put Europe's largest nuclear power at grave risk. It was incredibly reckless and dangerous, and it threatened the safety of civilians across Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. As a first step, we call on Russia to withdraw its troops from the plant to permit medical treatment for injured personnel, to ensure operators have full access to the site and are able to communicate with nuclear regulators, and to allow the operators to conduct shift changes to ensure the continued safe operation of the plant. Ukrainian firefighters and nuclear engineers must have full access to the nuclear facility to assess damage, particularly to water intake piping, and mitigate a further deterioration of the situation if needed. Nuclear facilities cannot become part of this conflict. Reliable electricity is vital for the nuclear facility, as are backup diesel generators and fuel. Safe transit corridors must be maintained. Russia must halt any further use of force that might put at further risk all 15 operable reactors across Ukraine, or interfere with Ukraine's ability to maintain the safety and the security of its 37 nuclear facilities and their surrounding populations. The United States remains highly concerned that Russian military forces controlling the Chernobyl site have not permitted operators there to have a shift change since last week. This is highly irresponsible behavior and causes grave concerns for continued safe operation of both sites. And we call on all countries to support IAEA Director General Grossi in his efforts to find arrangements going forward to ensure nuclear safety and prevent a nuclear catastrophe in Ukraine. Over the past 9 days, we have witnessed the devastating impacts of President Putin's war of choice on the Ukrainian people. Yesterday, the UN reported that Russia's invasion had turned 500,000 children into refugees. Russia has killed thousands of Ukrainians and sacrificed thousands more Russian soldiers' lives in the process. Russia is destroying critical infrastructure, which is denying people drinking water to stay alive and gas to keep people from freezing to death in the middle of winter. The humanitarian impact of this destruction will be significant. 141 nations across the world have called loudly and clearly on President Putin to stop this brutal, unjustified, unprovoked attack. Not only has he not listened, we've just witnessed a dangerous new escalation that represents a dire threat to all of Europe and the world. To my Russian counterparts, this council needs answers. We need to hear you say this won't happen again, as our UK colleague just stated. We call on you to withdraw your troops and weaponry from Ukraine. We call on you to respect Ukraine's borders, its people, and the UN Charter. We call on you to respect your own troops enough not to send them into an unjust war or on a suicide mission against a nuclear power plant. We call on Russia to abide by its international law obligations. The world demands that Russia abide by international humanitarian law, which prohibits intentionally targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, and allow humanitarian agencies full and secure access to people in need of aid. The United States and our partners have called for a briefing this Monday on the humanitarian situation in Ukraine. We support the urgent work by humanitarian organizations on a humanitarian pause to allow for safe passage and the delivery of humanitarian supplies. President Putin must stop this humanitarian catastrophe by ending this war and ceasing these unconscionable attacks against the people of Ukraine. Mr. Putin must stop this madness, and he must stop it now. Cooler heads must prevail. Russian forces are now 20 miles and closing from Ukraine's second largest nuclear facility. So this imminent danger continues. We narrowly avoided a disaster last night. The international community must be unanimous in demanding Russia's forces stop their dangerous assault. And as I've said before, the people of Ukraine are counting on us, and we must not let them down. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for her statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President,
je remercie Monsieur Grossi et Madame Di Carlo pour leurs interventions. La France est gravement préoccupée des risques pour la sûreté, la sécurité et les garanties nucléaires qui résultent de l'invasion russe. C'est pourquoi, avec ses partenaires, elle a demandé que le Conseil de sécurité se réunisse en urgence. Le 24 février, les forces russes sont entrées dans la zone de Tchernobyl. L'équipe d'exploitation de la centrale a été
On the 27th of February, a strong, loud detonation was recorded near a center for waste storage in Kiev. This morning, a fire was declared in the largest nuclear facility in Europe after the Russian attack. As indicated by the Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs, France strongly condemns this attack on the integrity of a nuclear structure, which we need to guarantee its security. The results of the aggression of Russia against Ukraine are possibly devastating for human health and the environment. In 2009, Russia approved with the rest of the General Conference of the IAEA a decision according to which any armed attack on and threat against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitutes a violation of the principle of the United Nations Charter, international law, and the statutes of the body. Russia, in this circumstance, also needs to adhere to the resolutions of the agency and the General Conference. Russia should immediately cease its illegal activities, which are dangerous, in order to restore control to the Ukrainian authorities on all nuclear materials and facilities within the internationally recognized borders of the Ukraine. Russia should also authorize regular and unfettered access to the facilities for the team running the facilities so that they can do their jobs and safely. We call for the full respect of the Convention on Nuclear Safety and other relevant conventions. France supports the efforts of the General Director of the IAEA for ongoing monitoring of the safety and security of nuclear facilities in Ukraine, who is in close contact with Ukrainian authorities. We would ask the Director General of the agency to use all instruments available to the agency to support Ukraine's efforts in order to ensure the safety and security of all facilities around the country. In this regard, France fully supports the proposal of the Director General of the IAEA for negotiations about commitments between the parties to the conflict in Ukraine in order to ensure respect of the 7 principles set forth during the Board of Governors meeting of the 2nd of March 2022 with regard to the implications of the situation in Ukraine in the areas of safety, security, and nuclear safeguards. France finally reiterates its unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Since the 24th of February, we have seen the devastating human cost of Russian aggression. immediate cessation of hostilities and strict application of international humanitarian law is urgent. And this is why, with Mexico, France is putting forth a resolution with this goal in mind in order to put an end to the humanitarian drama which is unfolding before our eyes. And here, the Security Council should fully assume its responsibility in this regard. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ireland.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I would like to thank Under Secretary General De Carlo and Director General Grossi for their briefings and Director General Grossi's call for urgent action today. We're here today because of our concern about the ongoing situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Madam President, the Russian Federation's continuing unprovoked, unjustified invasion of Ukraine is wreaking havoc and destruction on Ukraine and on its people. This aggression is inflicting enormous hardship and suffering. Ireland stands full square in unwavering solidarity with the people of Ukraine, who continue to show extraordinary courage and resilience in the face of this act of aggression. The parties to the conflict must comply with international humanitarian law. This includes the obligation not to attack civilian objects. It includes the obligation and clear prohibition against indiscriminate and disproportionate attacks. It includes the obligation to take all feasible precautions in an attack. We demand nothing less than full respect for those obligations. The attack last night by Russian forces on the nuclear power plant at Zaporizhzhia has shocked us all. It has sent a chilling signal across Europe, indeed across the globe. This further reinforces the concerns arising from the armed takeover by Russia of the nuclear facilities in the Chernobyl exclusion zone just 8 days ago. Ireland condemns the reckless firing against nuclear power plants. Armed attacks and threats against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitute violations of international law, including the principles of the UN Charter, Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions, and the IAEA Statute, and Director General Grossi has made that point abundantly clear. In attacking such sites, the Russian Federation risks an environmental disaster, compounding the extraordinary human tragedy we are witnessing today in Ukraine. A radioactive release from any of these sites would also have serious repercussions for human life and health, for agriculture, and for the environment in Ukraine, in the Russian Federation itself, and the wider European region. President, we call on the Russian Federation to fully respect its obligations under the UN Charter, international law, and the IAEA Statute. All international nuclear safety and security standards must be maintained. We call on the Russian Federation to allow to do their work safely and without undue pressure.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox continues.
Power supplied to the plant must be maintained. This is essential not just for the 6 reactors at the site, but also for the spent fuel stored there. There should be no interruption of basic services, including energy, to the population across Ukraine. Ireland commends the bravery and the professionalism of the Ukrainian personnel at the plant and the Ukrainian nuclear regulator in seeking to ensure safety at the plant in very difficult circumstances. We are deeply concerned, however, for their safety and their well-being. At this worrying time, Ireland fully supports the work of the IAEA and its Incident and Emergency Centre in its ongoing monitoring and assistance in respect of the nuclear safety and security situation in Ukraine. We believe it will be important for the IAEA Director General to keep this Council informed regarding nuclear safety and security in Ukraine. President, cavalier, reckless behaviour with dangerous forces such as nuclear power is unacceptable. It's utterly unacceptable. The prospect of a nuclear event at Europe's largest nuclear power plant will have global impacts. We all saw what happened at Chernobyl and Fukushima. This is a spectre no one at this table should be willing to countenance. Madam President, the humanitarian implications of damage to civilian infrastructure cannot be underestimated. The electricity generated by Zaporizhzhia powers homes and hospitals, ensuring that civilians can feed and heat themselves, powering life-saving medical equipment. Let's be clear, civilian infrastructure should never be a target, and it must stop now. Mr. President, once more, Ireland urges the Russian Federation to immediately cease all hostilities, to unconditionally withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine, and to refrain from further threats or the use of force of any kind against Ukraine or indeed any other member state. To avert nuclear disaster, Ireland today calls most urgently for an immediate cessation of military activities at Ukraine's nuclear facilities. We call for the competent Ukrainian authorities to be allowed to promptly regain full control over Zaporizhzhia and all their nuclear facilities. One more time, Madam President, we call sincerely for a return to dialogue and diplomacy in good faith. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Ireland for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Norway.
President, I thank Undersecretary General Di Carlo and Director General Grossi for their briefing to the Council. And I also thank IAEA for providing frequent factual updates on matters within the agency's mandate. We call this meeting with partners because, President, this is an unjust war, unjustly fought. Norway condemns the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. And now, as reported, we see shelling and fighting in the immediate vicinity of a civilian nuclear power plant. It takes little imagination to understand the possible consequences of such action. It shows a blatant disregard for Ukrainian lives, for Russian lives, and indeed life in Europe and beyond. It is irresponsible and unacceptable. Civilians can never be a target. A nuclear power plant can never be a target. Yet, this is only the latest in a string of assaults on homes, hospitals, schools, bridges, roads, and other vital civilian infrastructure. Damage and destruction of a nuclear plant would put us all in danger. It can lead to a radioactive nightmare with the most severe long-term effects for generations. President, international humanitarian law is not optional. We call on Russia to fulfill its obligation to protect civilians and civilian infrastructure. These actions also violate the obligation under IHL to maintain the physical integrity of nuclear facilities and keep them safe at all times. And we recall the decision of the IAEA General Conference from 2009 that, and I quote, "Any armed attack on the threat against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitutes a violation of the principles of the United Nations Charter, international law, and the statute of the agency," unquote. We commend the efforts of the State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectorate of Ukraine to keep the international community updated on the status of nuclear safety and security in their country. And our thoughts go to the staff, the men and women working at nuclear facilities in Ukraine under these dire circumstances. We laud their commitments to ensuring continuing nuclear safety and security. Their perseverance is an example to us all. President, Russia bears full responsibility for this act of aggression and all the destruction and loss of life it has and will continue to cause. We reiterate our call upon the Russian Federation to immediately withdraw its forces from Ukrainian territory and cease all threats and military actions, including in the vicinity of and directed at nuclear facilities. A ceasefire is desperately and urgently needed. Diplomacy must win. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Norway for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Madam President, today's meeting is another attempt by the Kiev authorities to kindle artificial hysteria about what is taking place in Ukraine. And they're being assisted in this by their Western backers. The speaker is asking if there is interpretation. I apologize, Madam President. Today's meeting the speaker is not working, says, and the microphone doesn't work, says the speaker.
Let's
try another one. Can you speak? Can we try?
Madam President. Madam President. Today's meeting is another attempt by Kiev authorities to kindle artificial hysteria around what is happening in Ukraine. And they're being assisted in this by their Western backers. Today, we have once again heard lies about how Russian troops attacked the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And this is all part of an unprecedented campaign of lies and disinformation against Russia. You're trying to present the situation in such a way as though the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was allegedly shelled by the Russian military, as a result of which a fire broke out. These statements are simply untrue. The city of Enerhodar, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, or ZNPP, and the adjacent territories were taken by the Russian army under its control back on February 28th. As a result of negotiations with the management of the power plant, an agreement was reached to place it under the guard of the Russian military. The goal is to prevent the Ukrainian nationalists or other terrorist forces from taking advantage of the current situation to organize a nuclear provocation. The goal is also to ensure the security of the station and prevent interruptions in power supply to the population of Ukraine and European consumers. At present, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and adjacent territory are being guarded by Russian troops. In order to do this, personnel has been brought in with relevant experience, including experience in operating the engineering and technical facilities that the nuclear power plant is equipped with. A similar situation is, the situation is currently similar in the area of the Chernobyl power plant. The security of its facilities is being ensured jointly by the Russian armed forces and the Ukrainian operators of the nuclear installations, and our servicemen are not interfering in the work of the operators of the Ukrainian power plants. They are limiting their objectives merely to ensuring their security. As we were informed by the Russian Ministry of Defense, on the night of March 4th, while patrolling the protected area, but not the area of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant itself, rather the adjacent territory, a Russian mobile patrol was attacked by a Ukrainian sabotage group. In order to provoke return fire on the building, there was heavy small arms fire that was opened on Russian troops from the windows of several floors of the training complex that is located just outside the territory of the nuclear power plant. The Russian patrol returned fire on the firing points of the Ukrainian saboteurs in the building of the training complex and suppressed their fire. As they were leaving, the Ukrainian sabotage group set fire to the training facility. Let me emphasize once again that this building is not located on the territory of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. The fire brigades that arrived were able to extinguish the fire on the premises. At the time of this provocation, none of the regular employees of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant were present in the training building. At present, the personnel of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which was not injured, as we were assured by the permanent representative of the U.S., continues to work normally and is maintaining plant facilities and monitoring the radiation situation. The background radiation levels in the area of the nuclear power plant are normal. All the nuclear power plant facilities are under the control of the Russian military. Their security has been fully ensured, and the station continues to function normally in accordance with technological requirements. The power units of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant were not damaged. Their condition is as follows. The first has been disconnected for repair. The second and third have been temporarily disconnected by the decision of the station's management. The fourth is operating at 690 megawatts, and the fifth and sixth are being cooled. According to the assessments of IAEA leadership, which were set out in the press statement dated March 4th, the operation of the nuclear power plant continues normally. Nothing threatens the safety of the 6 power units. The radiation monitoring systems at the station are fully operational, and there is no threat of a release of radioactive material. I would like to remind you that in 2014, Ukrainian nationalists already tried to destabilize the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant and in the city of Enerhodar. Western states ignored this egregious case back then, and it could have potentially led to disaster. And at the time, we drew attention to this serious incident. Now, when the Russian military is doing everything to ensure the safety and security of Ukrainian nuclear facilities, a massive anti-Russian propaganda campaign is unfolding based on absurd allegations that Russia is allegedly trying to create a source of radioactive contamination. And I urge you to think, what would be the point of us doing this? We are the best positioned to be aware of and on top of the situation. We are the most interested in maintaining nuclear and general security in Ukraine, physical and nuclear security to be properly maintained and ensured in Ukraine. We are Ukraine's neighbors. And together with the people of Belarus and Ukraine, we lived through the tragedy of Chernobyl, and so we are more interested than most in maintaining a normal radiation situation throughout the territory of Ukraine. I would like to emphasize once again that the danger to the civilian population of Ukraine is not emanating from Russian troops. It is coming from Ukrainian nationalists who are holding the civilian populations of a number of large cities hostage and carrying out acts of sabotage and provocations, one of which is what we are now discussing. After that, they attempt to blame Russia for all of it. Yesterday's incident at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is a clear illustration of this. And your reaction to this incident and your attempts to blow it into a global scandal, my dear Western colleagues, leave no doubt that the radicals and extremists in Ukraine were and are under your close guardianship and protection. They have a sort of carte blanche from you. For the sake of your Ukrainian project, you're ready to forget about the future and well-being of ordinary Ukrainians, just as for 8 years you tried to ignore the systematic shelling of the civilians of Donbass by the armed forces of Ukraine. We urge you to calm down your mentees who, in the worst traditions of ISIL terrorists and their Idlib associates, are hiding behind civilians, placing heavy weaponry and multiple rocket launchers in residential areas. In Mariupol, nationalists have detained 60 citizens who were on their way to the humanitarian corridor that was established and forcibly transported them to the 34th local school, which has been mined. Now these terrorists are using civilians as a human shield and blackmailing the advancing forces of the Donetsk People's Republic with their readiness to blow up a school full of hostages. These terrorists are preventing those civilians wishing to leave the cities from doing so. This practice is affecting not only Ukrainians, but also foreign citizens. The number of foreign nationals who are being forcibly held by Ukrainian nationalists is shocking. In Kharkiv, this includes 3,189 citizens of India, up to 2,700 citizens of Vietnam, 202 citizens of China. In Sumy, this includes 576 Indian citizens, 101 Ghanaian citizens, and 121 Chinese citizens. In Chernahiv, there are 9 citizens of Indonesia being held. Yesterday in Kharkiv, nationalists fired on a group of Chinese citizens who were trying to independently leave into Russian territory, and 2 of them were injured. The Russian military is doing everything to ensure the peaceful evacuation of foreign nationals. Thus, in the Belgorod region at the Nekhotievska and Sudza checkpoints, as of 6 a.m. today, 130 comfortable buses were standing ready in order to leave for Kharkiv and Sumy to rescue Indian students and other foreign citizens. Checkpoints have been equipped with temporary accommodations, rest facilities, and hot meals. Mobile medical stations have been deployed with stocks of medications. The evacuees will be later transported to Belgorod and subsequently brought home by air. I would like to draw your attention to another egregious episode regarding which we would like to hear clarification from the Secretariat's rapporteur. The Telegram channel of the so-called Territorial Defense of Kramatorsk published a message about the requisitioning of cars of UN mission personnel. And if the Secretariat is not aware of this, we are ready to provide the relevant materials. And that message states, and I quote, "Sorry, but the goal justifies the means. We have requisitioned UN vehicles as we need them now." End of quote. According to the nationalists, and I quote again, there is full understanding on the part of the UN. There were no official statements or protests from the UN, end of quote. We're extremely concerned that UN mission vehicles could end up in the hands of, or could have already ended up in the hands of terrorists and be used for terrorist purposes. If the Secretariat is really aware of this situation, as the nationalists claim, then we would like to receive an explanation of why the UN did not inform member states of this. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of India.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank USG DiCarlo and DG Grossi for their briefings. It is regrettable that the situation in Ukraine has worsened further since the Council last convened on this matter. An immediate cessation of violence and end to all hostilities are essential. We continue to carefully follow the developments regarding the safety and security of Ukraine's nuclear power reactors and facilities. India attaches the highest importance to ensuring safety and security of nuclear facilities, as any accident involving the nuclear facilities may have severe consequences for public health and the environment. India accords the highest priority to the discharge by the IAEA of its safeguards and monitoring activities in accordance with its statute in an effective, non-discriminatory and efficient manner. We have also noted the latest information available with regard to the nuclear power plants and facilities in Ukraine, including today's updates provided by the DG IAEA on the current situation. Madam President, while we are discussing the nuclear dimension of an unfolding conflict, this Council must acknowledge that there is a pressing humanitarian crisis confronting us in Ukraine, where safety and security of innocent civilians, including several thousand Indian nationals, in particular students, are at stake.
Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to listen into the live UN Security Emergency Council.
As reiterated by my Prime Minister in his conversations with global leaders, including of the Russian Federation and Ukraine, differences must be resolved through sustained dialogue and diplomacy. Commitment to the principles of the UN Charter, to international law, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states are key principles in this regard. I thank you.
I thank the representative of India for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Mexico. You have the floor.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to thank Undersecretary General DiCarlo and Director General Mr. Grossi for their briefings. Like other delegations, we would like to express my country's concern for the incident which occurred in the nuclear plant of Zaporizhzhia. While the information presented to us would indicate that the nuclear reactors were not impacted and that radiation levels have not increased, this does not in any way diminish the gravity of the incident, nor the possible consequences which would stem from greater impact. Firing missiles on or in the immediate environment around a nuclear energy plant is a violation of the fundamental principle which relates to the physical integrity of nuclear facilities, which should be maintained safely at any time, at all times, and under any circumstances. In 2009, the IAEA General Conference unanimously approved the decision to reaffirm the resolutions adopted in 1985 and 1990, which establish explicitly, and I quote, any armed attack on and threat against nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitutes a violation of the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law, end quote. It is also necessary to mention the concern about the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Any incident in these two plants or in any other plant could have serious repercussions both on the health or on the environment. Just a week into the conflict, there are already more than 1 million refugees, and the additional humanitarian consequences of a radiological accident, which would release radioactive material, would be so serious that it is actually now imperative to take all measures that are preventative, that are within our reach, in order to prevent that from happening. Madam President, there is no justification for military activities in these sites. These are nuclear facilities which are clearly identifiable, and attacking them is expressly and specifically prohibited by international humanitarian law. The security, physical security and safety of nuclear facilities should be always safeguarded in all circumstances, as well as all elements that guarantee the security of these facilities, which was occasionally referred to by the Director General of the IEA. We support his initiative in order to ensure that the parties fully comply with their commitments undertaken in the area of security for these facilities. The Zaporizhzhia incident should be added to a growing list of direct attacks or collateral attacks against civilian infrastructure. International law, international humanitarian law, and the conventions on physical nuclear safety should be respected without exception. We would call for the military action of the Russian Federation on Ukrainian territory to adhere closely to the principles of international law and the principle of proportionality of actions which impact civilian infrastructure, specifically nuclear facilities and radioactive material and equipment. Mexico reiterates and would join the call of the Secretary General for an immediate ceasefire, which would allow for urgent humanitarian action to have access. And that is precisely the objective pursued by France and Mexico in our draft resolution that we have submitted for consideration by the members of this council. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Mexico for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ghana.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to thank you for convening this emergency session of the Security Council at this critical moment in the situation in Ukraine, and also thank USG DiCarlo and Director General Grossi for the information provided. Ghana is gravely concerned about the intensifying military escalations across several cities in Ukraine, in particular with the attack and shelling of sites close to nuclear power plants and facilities. It is a relief to learn that the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant is currently stable and the radioactive emissions remain within accepted range. Every effort must be made to mitigate the risk of accidental emissions, which pose immeasurable risk to the lives of civilians and an already fragile environment. We urge the continued support of the IAEA to provide necessary assistance to the Ukrainian authorities to ensure the safety and security of nuclear installations and staff present on site. We cannot forget too soon the horrors of the 1986 Chernobyl accident and the consequent nuclear catastrophe, which left in its wake long-term effects of radiation exposure to many people in Ukraine and parts of Europe even to date. Ghana strongly appeals to the parties to exercise restraint and to halt the use of force in all areas of critical infrastructure, including the nuclear power plants, and to respect their international obligations to protect human lives and to prevent potential disasters. We take note of the ongoing diplomatic talks between the parties in Belarus and welcome the agreement reached to create a humanitarian corridor to allow for the evacuation of the millions of people caught up in the crossfires, as well as the considerations to provide food and medical supplies. Together with the international community, we express our strong support for the peaceful resolution of this conflict and urge further constructive engagement by the parties at all levels in the pursuit of their security interests and the maintenance of international peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ghana for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I listened attentively to the briefings by USG DiCarlo and IEA Director General Mr. Grossi. China follows closely the latest developments in Ukraine and expresses our concern about relevant report about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. We know that, according to the information IEA got from Ukraine Nuclear Authority, the main equipment at the nuclear power plant remain intact and the level of radiation unchanged. We also know the information and clarification provided by Russia on relevant matters. China attaches great importance to nuclear safety and security and hopes relevant parties concerned can act with great caution and with specialized technical assistance from IAEA Secretariat work to jointly ensure the safety of relevant nuclear facilities inside Ukraine. Madam President, the Ukrainian crisis is still undergoing complex changes. The most important thing right now is to ease tension, avoid more civilian casualties, intensify diplomatic efforts, and get back as soon as possible to the track of political settlement. Russia and Ukraine have held 2 rounds of direct dialogue and negotiations and have reached a preliminary consensus on setting up a humanitarian corridor. China welcomes this and hopes that it can facilitate better protection of civilians and help with safe evacuation of all foreign nationals, including Chinese nationals. We encourage Russia and Ukraine to remain committed to seeking a political settlement and reach a negotiated solution that accommodates the legitimate concerns of the 2 parties and contributes to Europe's lasting peace and security. China welcomes all diplomatic efforts conducive to political settlement and has played and will continue a constructive role to this end. The international community should stay cool-headed and rational and adopt a responsible, impartial, and objective approach to create a sound atmosphere and conditions for direct talks between the parties concerned. Any action must contribute to de-escalation and diplomatic settlement, rather than adding fuel to the fire, leading to further escalation and deterioration of the situation. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of China for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I would like to thank you for convening this meeting and USG Rosemary DiCarlo and DG Rafael Grossi for their presentations. We commend and support the International Atomic Energy Agency for remaining in constant contact with authorities in Ukraine and for fully discharging technical responsibilities and functions as per the agency's statute and related instruments. We commend the agency's Director General for his offer to visit Ukraine and for his efforts to secure a commitment by all parties to ensure the safety and security of nuclear facilities in the country. Now, I am almost embarrassed to reiterate that we are facing unprecedented, dire circumstances. We are not only witnessing an appalling humanitarian catastrophe in Ukraine, but now are also confronted with the prospect of a nuclear incident of significant dimensions due to the situation in the nuclear facility in Zaporizhzhia. This is one more reason for the international community to strenuously call for an immediate and comprehensive cessation of all hostilities in Ukraine. We are under threat of a radioactive incident of major proportions, which could have enormous consequences, not only for Ukraine, but for all of Europe. The complete de-escalation of military actions is past due. The provisions of international humanitarian law must be respected in their entirety. The safety of millions of people is at stake, and now also subjected to a nuclear threat. In that regard, we appreciate USG DiCarlo for drawing attention of the Council to Article 56 of the first additional protocol to the Geneva Conventions, according to which nuclear electrical generating stations shall not be made the object of attack, even where these objects are military objectives, if such attack may cause the release of dangerous forces and consequent severe losses among the civilian population. Allow me to add that the article also applies to, and I quote, other military objectives located at or in the vicinity of those works or installations, end quote. The IAEA General Conference has adopted a number of decisions on the protection of nuclear installations.
Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
Of attacks and threat of attack thereto. These decisions must be respected at all times. Brazil calls on all parties to refrain from any measure or action that could jeopardize the security of nuclear materials, as well as the safe operation of all nuclear facilities in Ukraine, as any such incident could have severe and enduring consequences for human health and the environment. Madam President, whilst expressing grave concern on the recent developments, we cannot turn a blind eye to the role that the Council should play, but is not playing in the current situation. A number of meetings have been held in this chamber on the situation in Ukraine. It seems that no matter how many public meetings we convene, a ceasefire and the end of hostilities remain elusive. This is not a paradox, but rather a warning on the failure of the Council to act constructively in addressing the matter. Brazil urges all members here to truly and actively engage to promote dialogue and rebuild trust. The General Assembly resolution recently adopted urged Russia and Ukraine to seek a peaceful resolution of the conflict through political dialogue, negotiations, mediation, and other peaceful means. This is not the time to further escalate the rhetoric, but to engage in conversations towards peace. There is an array of instruments available to the Council and to the parties under Chapter 6 of the UN Charter. The Security Council we have, the responsibility to create an environment conducive to a ceasefire and to lasting peace. At this moment, we reiterate our appeal for a ceasefire and, most of all, for diplomacy. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of Brazil for their statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank USG DiCarlo and Director General Grossi for their briefings. Kenya is deeply concerned about the reports made yesterday of a fire in the close vicinity of Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine. It is with relief that we learned from the International Atomic Energy Agency that the reactor safety systems have not been affected and that radioactive material has not been released. There are a few dangerous installations containing dangerous forces than nuclear plants in regard to catastrophic humanitarian and environmental consequences of their destruction. On this occasion, good fortune intervened to safeguard the reactor. However, the fact that the armed conflict is still underway and features extensive ground, air, and sea military operations means that the risk still remains unacceptably high. Madam President, rarely have international conventions regulating the conduct of armed conflict been more urgent to observe. We therefore call for adherence of the protocol additional to the Geneva Conventions of August.
All right, everybody, when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, speaking just moments ago, the Ukrainian President Zelensky addressing the media, find out what he has to say about the recent attacks on his country. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And this first minute, I would like to dedicate to the minute of silence.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. It is a new hour. I'm your host, Mike Page. As the recent events just yesterday, as Russian troops seize the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, and now the world awaits what will happen next as we wait for the very latest from top updates from across the country and around the world right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring out just moments ago the Ukrainian President Zelensky speaking out to the media about those recent attacks. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Розвідників, пожежників, всіх, хто віддав своє життя, хто зараз серед нас, але ми їх вже не бачимо.
And this first minute, I would like to dedicate to the minute of silence to those who have fallen in the fight for their country, to our soldiers, to those who served in the fire crews, those who are working as pilots, those who are making heroic deeds in different areas protecting their country and have given their lives away for this.
Прошу вшанувати їх пам'ять, пам'ять загиблих.
Let us commemorate their souls and rest in peace.
Другу хвилину свого виступу я хочу надати також мовчанню на честь наших цивільних, дорослих і дітей, десятків і сотень тих, хто віддав своє життя, але не знав про це, віддав життя і отримав вічний спокій.
My second minute I would like to dedicate to the commemoration of our citizens, of our civil population, those people, adults and children, dozens and hundreds of them, who have died without knowing so, sacrificing their lives for the independence of our country.
Прошу вшанувати мовчанням їх пам'ять.
Let us commemorate them with silence.
Дякую.
Thank you.
А дайте хвилину. Я хочу віддати вам, народи Європи. Не мовчіть. Виходьте на вулиці. Підтримуйте Україну. Ми прагнемо цього. Підтримуйте нашу свободу. Бо це перемога. Перемога не тільки над російськими військовими. Це перемога світла над темрявою. Це перемога добра над злом. Перемога свободи над тим, що відбувається сьогодні у нас на території України. Не мовчіть. Підтримуйте Україну. Бо якщо Україна не витримає вся Європа. Якщо Україна паде, паде вся Європа.
And this third minute I would like to dedicate to you, to the people of Europe. I would like to call upon you not to be silent. I would like you to come out on the streets and support Ukraine, support our efforts and support our fight. Because if Ukraine will not stand, Europe will not stand. If we will fall, you will fall. So please don't be silent. Do not turn the blind eye on this. Come out and support Ukraine as much as you can.
І якщо ми переможемо, а я впевнений в нашому народі, я впевнений в вас, тож якщо ми переможемо, то це дійсно буде велика перемога демократії, цінності, перемога свободи. Це тоді хвилини мовчання перетворяться в роки розцвіту. Європа, будь такою ж міцною, як народ України. Слава Україні!
And if we win, and I'm sure we win, this will be the victory for the whole democratic world. This will be the victory of our freedom. This will be the victory of light over darkness, of freedom over slavery. And if we win, we will become as blossoming as Europe, and Europe will be flourishing more than ever after this magnificent victory. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Вільнюс, Франкфурт, Тбілісі, Братислава, Прага, Ліон, Париж. Кожен з вас сьогодні українець. Дякую.
Frankfurt, Prague, Bratislava, Lyon, Paris, Tbilisi, Vilnius, all of you today are Ukrainians, and thank you for this.
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
What an amazing moment right there as thousands coming out to support the Ukrainian President Zelensky, as well as all of Ukraine. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Live look at the White House here as we are awaiting remarks from President Biden just moments away, and then also Secretary of State Antony Blinken as well. We got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we do have a representative from Ukraine speaking out right now at the Emergency UN Security Council. We'll have it for you in full coming up in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the very latest that is coming from this Russian invasion. We want to go out to the UN Security Council because we're going to play out for you in full right here as the Ukrainian representative is still speaking, and we'll play it for you in the beginning so you don't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox.
The next generations. Russia seems to be furious that its plans to quickly invade Ukraine have already failed. Russia is furious that the Ukrainian people continues to courageously fight for its freedom. Russia is furious about the worldwide solidarity with Ukraine. In retaliation, Russia has resorted to war crimes and crimes against humanity. Russia does not even try to hide them. Residential areas of Ukrainian cities and villages across the country are being ruined by Russian bombs, shells, and missiles. Peaceful civilians are being killed, critical infrastructure totally damaged. Just yesterday, Russian airstrikes killed 47 peaceful residents of the city of Chernahiv, including children. But it is not enough for Russia, or Terror Russia, as we may already call it. Because yesterday they committed an act of nuclear terrorism while shelling and seizing the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in the town of Energodar. The lies by the permanent representative of Russia are not surprising. He may not be properly informed by his capital. And we saw it on many occasions in the Security Council. He had no idea what his capital, what the president was planning to do in the middle of one of the recent sessions. So I wouldn't really rely on his words. As a result of the shelling on the territory of the nuclear power plant, a fire broke out, killing and injuring several people. The Zaporizhzhia NPP site, as well as the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, are currently under the control of the Russian armed forces. Employees of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant are monitoring the condition of power units and ensuring their operation in accordance with the requirements of the technical regulations for safe operation. It is alarming that several employees responsible for maintaining nuclear security at the site have reportedly been killed by Russian soldiers. There has been no rotation of personnel since yesterday morning. The building of Unit 1, main building, is damaged. The overpass of the special building is damaged. The telephone line connection is disrupted and not available at the moment. The state of the power units now is as follows. Unit 1 is in outage. Its main building is damaged. The overpass of the special building is damaged. Units 2 and 3 have been disconnected from the grid, and the cool down of the nuclear installations is being carried out. Unit 4 is in operation of 690 megawatts power. Units 5 and 6 are being cooled down. State nuclear safety inspectors of the State Inspectorate for Nuclear Regulation of Ukraine are not allowed access to the Zaporizhzhia NPP site. Changes in the radiation situation have not been registered. Data from the automated radiation monitoring system of the Zaporizhzhia NPP does not work. Cooling of the nuclear fuel within Zaporizhzhia NPP power units is maintained by dedicated systems of power units in accordance with the requirements of technical regulations for safe operation. If at any point the cooling process is disturbed, this could cause radioactive damage across large territories and have irreparable consequences for the environment of the entire continent. Thousands of people, including civilians, who are currently unable to evacuate the area near the plant due to ongoing shelling and fighting, would be affected. Now paralyzed of the Russian ambassador about the foreign students. An appalling example of gaslighting. Example of what he probably intended to present as almost an angelic message of peace. But let me remind him and remind all of us that Satan was also an angel that rebelled against God. So I would like to ask the permanent representative of the Russian Federation if he still is able to communicate with his capital, which is probably not the case, who knows. Please make an appeal to the armed forces to ensure a safe corridor, to allow the foreign students to leave the areas of concern. Stop spreading the lies. And you know it very well, what is going on there, if you are indeed in contact with your capital. As a result of a nuclear disaster of this scale, may exceed, if it happens, God forbid, all previous accidents at nuclear power plants, including Chernobyl and the Fukushima nuclear power plants disasters. Russia has deliberately undertaken an armed attack on a nuclear power site, an action that violated all international agreements within the IAEA, in particular the IAEA Charter, the Joint Convention on the Safety of Spent Fuel Management, and on the safety of radioactive waste management, the Convention on Nuclear Accident Warning, and the Convention on the Protection of Nuclear Accidents, and the Convention on the Protection of Nuclear Facilities and Nuclear Material. The shelling of the Zaporizhzhia NPP is also a gross violation of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism. We are disappointed by the reaction of the IAEA, whose statement did not go as far as to include any mention of the attacking side. We demand clear and decisive action from the IAEA. The international community must respond adequately to the actions of the Russian Federation, which could lead to an unprecedented nuclear catastrophe. All Russian forces must be withdrawn from the nuclear power plant. Today I have sent a letter to the Security Council President, reminding of the Council's decisions on no-fly zone during previous conflicts, in order to prevent further civilian casualties, protect the civilian population from air attacks, including those who are humanitarian personnel, ensure access of humanitarian assistance and evacuation. In this regard, we request to consider the issue of protection of nuclear power plants and other critical infrastructure in Ukraine. Urgent discussion on establishing a ban on all flights in the airspace of Ukraine should be a top priority for the Security Council. We would also like to remind that Ukraine, on March 30th, 2015, requested the deployment of an international peacekeeping and security operation in the territory of Ukraine. The document S/2015/225, with the exact modalities to be defined in consultations with the Ukrainian side. Taking into account that Russia's armed forces could not be a part of the peacekeeping contingent, because it is exactly the occupation armed forces that should be separated to maintain a ceasefire and peace. Failure of the Security Council to act, and especially due to the position of the Russian Federation as a party to the conflict, would be a historical responsibility of the Security Council and the entire organization. Distinguished members of the Security Council, I ought to ask the Under-Secretary General Di Carlo to forward our request to the Secretary General Guterres to ensure that every single body of the United Nations, every employee of the Secretariat, respects the decision of the General Assembly of March 2, and does not deviate or substitute with ambiguities or fakes like special military forces, the language of the resolution that is called aggression against Ukraine. A week of full-fledged Russian invasion has already resulted in thousands killed, over 1 million refugees, ruined infrastructure. It is already the common duty of the international community to stop Russian murderers and terrorists, stop by closing the skies over Ukraine, stop by supporting Ukraine in terms of security and humanitarian assistance, stop by expelling Russians from international institutions as they do not deserve to be among civilized and responsible nations. Einstein said, "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil. The Ukrainians will deal with evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything." The people of Ukraine do more than they can do, including by paying the ultimate price, paying with their lives. And still, shamefully, there is a handful of those around us, or among us rather, who do nothing. Act now, or it might be too late, not only for Ukraine, but for all of you. I thank you.
I thank.
Some big words there by the Ukrainian representative as he had to listen to the Russian lies that were really produced there in the last couple of moments here at this UN Security Council meeting, and we were all witnessing. That is now breaking. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break, but we will be taking President Biden's full remarks here at a Made in America event. We're waiting to see if he's going to have any remarks off the top about this Ukraine crisis. Live Now from Fox comes up in just 2 minutes.
Was teaching them how to program robots.
We're now back worldwide here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here as we continue to bring you these top updates from across the country and, of course, around the world as we go into day 9 here of this Russian invasion into Ukraine. We are going to be awaiting President Biden remarks at the White House. This is a Made in America event. We're waiting to see if he's going to have any remarks off the top on Ukraine. Live look right now on Live Now from Fox.
Not only will this equipment be made in the USA, it will be union made as well. In supporting good paying jobs for IBEW members that they can then support their families and have, comfort to know they've got good opportunities for them and their families. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act has opened up new opportunities to invest in clean energy generation and building the parts that will modernize our roadways, bridges, transportation system, and the energy grid, which we're all part of that as well. And it's all going to be done here at home. Today's announcement proves in action that this groundbreaking legislation is already helping support American jobs and American manufacturing. Investing in our infrastructure and manufacturing industry also means investing in skilled blue-collar training. And the IBEW is proud to partner with Siemens in providing the pathways to advanced manufacturing careers in this industry. Union careers that won't just rebuild our infrastructure, but our middle class as well. As I have been saying for years now, IBEW members are ready, and I've been saying it for a long time, we're ready to get to work and rebuilding our infrastructure and growing a renewable building or energy economy. And we're excited to be working with our industry partners, such as Siemens and others, and taking the first steps towards a stronger, more competitive, and cleaner economy. So again, Mr. President, I can't thank you enough. And I want to give a shout out to our members in both California and Texas. They're the ones, the backbone, they're the ones doing the heavy lifting, the work day in and day out, producing for this country and making us a better country because of it. So thank you to all of them. And next, I have the really distinct honor to represent our next speaker, IBEW member, Johnny Lee. Johnny, I think you'll see when you hear from him, is dedicated. He's a hard worker. He's very well respected amongst his peers, his workers, and he also understands that he wants to make sure that Siemens is also being able to move forward and as the company and that they're successful as well. So please give a warm welcome to Johnny Lee.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Lee. I stand before you as a proud member of the IBEW Local 220 in Fort Worth, a proud employee of the Siemens Grand Prairie facility, and a living embodiment of the American dream. When my parents fled communist Vietnam with nothing but the clothes on their back and the hope of a better life, they never envisioned that one day their son would be introducing the President of the United States. What they did know was the hope and promise of America, the idea that with a little bit of hard work, everyone can succeed. Through their support of my involvement with my local union, I am proud to say I have found success in achieving that dream. I built a life that I love, one filled with peace, pride, and the opportunity to serve others. As a shop steward and a Vietnamese interpreter within the plant, I help my union sisters and brothers on issues that impact all of us, all while building infrastructure for a better tomorrow. My story and so many others of first-generation Americans would not be possible without the important pro-worker, pro-union policies that President Biden and his administration support. By investing in infrastructure and good union jobs, President Biden is laying the foundation for a future that will support working families for generations to come. A proud partner in a future are companies like Siemens. By investing millions in employee training programs and workforce development initiatives, Siemens is creating a pathway to the middle class for thousands of working families, all while solving the infrastructure challenges of today and tomorrow. It's true that individual sacrifice and hard work are central to the American story. But as my contribution shows, the American dream is also about a belief in a greater good. An idea that when we work together, everyone can prosper. I am proud to be a part of that dream. It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce to you the President of the United States.
What Johnny didn't tell you, he's a break dancer. But he's not going to do it on the stage right now. Before I begin officially today, I want to thank the Made in America director, Celeste Drake. I also want to acknowledge it's her birthday, and it's really tough turning 30, so be nice to her. Happy birthday, kid. And Johnny, thank you. Thanks to all your co-workers. I just had a chance to meet before you all came in. And I want to thank Barbara Humpton, Siemens. Lonnie Stevenson, president of the IBEW, one of my closest buddies, and he's been my friend for a long, long time. Earlier this week in my State of the Union address, I said there was something happening in America, starting with historic economic recovery that we're seeing right now. And today, we've learned that in February, our economy created 678,000 new jobs. 678,000 new jobs. Over the course of my presidency, our economy has now created 7.4 million jobs. More jobs created in a 13-month period than any time ever before in our history. And we've learned that in February, the unemployment rate fell to 3.8%, down from 6.4% the day I took office, beginning in 2021, which is the fastest decline in unemployment rate in recorded history because of all of you. And by the way, before the American Rescue Plan passed, the Congressional Budget Office didn't project our unemployment rate to hit 3.8% at any time over the entire decade. Americans are back to work. Yes, family budgets are still tight, but a lot of Americans are getting paychecks this year more than they got last year, and restoring the dignity of work so they can show up at work with some pride. You know, job gains in February were broad-based across sectors, from construction to retail to manufacturing to leisure and hospitality. The decline in unemployment rate was broad-based as well. The fact that unemployment rate among workers without high school degrees fell to 4.3%, the lowest on record since we've been keeping records, 4.3%. It's amazing. Workers' weekly earnings rose in February. The people in working class sectors like transportation, warehousing saw some of the strongest wage gains. This is what it looks like to grow an economy, from the bottom up and the middle out. Because of the progress we've made in fighting COVID, Americans can not only get back to work, but they can go to the office and safely fill our great downtown cities again and gaining more commerce. With 75% of adult Americans fully vaccinated and hospitalizations down by 77%, most Americans can remove their mask, return to work, and move forward safely. Today's news is a welcome reminder that we're coming back stronger as a country and as a people. You know, we've been through two of the hardest years this nation has ever faced. The pandemic has been punishing, as many of you know, and some of you may know it from a personal standpoint. Maybe you lost someone in this process. You got up this morning and looked at an empty chair. Well, it's been punishing, but we're coming back. And so many families are still struggling, though, to make ends meet because of inflation. I understand our top priority must be getting prices under control. Look, our economy roared back faster than most predicted, but the pandemic meant that businesses had a hard time hiring enough workers to keep up and production in their factories. The pandemic also disrupted the global supply chains. When factories close, it takes longer to make goods and to get them to the warehouse and get them to the store, and prices go up. Just take a look at cars. Last year, there weren't enough semiconductors to make all the automobiles people wanted to buy. They had a lot more money in their savings accounts and in their paychecks, but they weren't able to go out and spend it on leisure because of COVID. So what happened? They decided they were purchasing products like everything from homes to automobiles to hard products. And the price of automobiles, for example, went way up. More people seeking them and fewer being made. And we have a choice. We have a choice. The way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer, or have a better plan to fight inflation, lower costs and not your wages. The more semiconductors we make in America, and by the way, they were invented here in America. The semiconductor was invented in America when we went to the moon. And when we do that, when we focus on making sure that we make those again in the United States of America, so few are being made, we make a heck of a lot more cars. And you bring prices down. The supply chain is filled. Investment in America, rebuilding roads, bridges, airports, ports. We invest in innovation in America. That's exactly what we're doing. Look, as a result, we're seeing more jobs, more hope, and we're also seeing something else. The rebirth of pride. The rebirth of pride that comes from stamping products made in America. And we're seeing the revitalization of American manufacturing. And that's what I want to talk a little bit about for the next few minutes. Today, companies are choosing to build new factories when just a few years ago they would have built them overseas. They're investing right here in America. On this very stage, we were standing before Intel. The chairman of the board of Intel was here. He announced a $20 billion investment to build a semiconductor mega site outside Columbus, Ohio, creating 10,000 new good-paying jobs. A portion of them are the construction jobs, but the full-time jobs, the average salary in those places are going to be $135,000 a year. And if Congress passes the Bipartisan Innovation Act, Intel is ready to increase their investment from $20 billion to $100 billion. You know, as I said, we invented the semiconductor, but we have been making them in America for a long time. We had to import them. We had to wait. It cost more. And that's what I mean when I say dealing with the supply chains. Since I took office, companies have announced investments totaling more than $100 billion in electric vehicle industry for the future. The iconic companies like Ford, GM, new electric vehicle production, Tesla, our nation's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, to innovate and inspire younger companies like Rivian, building electric trucks, Proterra, building electric buses. Last month, the MP Materials, which operates the only rare earth mine in the United States, announced a $700 million investment by 2025 that will have a fully domestic end-to-end supply chain for the magnets that are used in electric vehicle motors, wind turbines, and defense systems. We're investing that money here in the United States. And the Union Pacific Railroad announced the largest purchase of American-made battery electric locomotives in history. And guess what? They're built in Western Pennsylvania. All told, the economy created 423,000 new manufacturing jobs in America, paying decent salaries just since I entered office. There's also another reason this is happening. We're not waiting for others to manufacture the products we invented. We know what to do. We know how to manufacture things in America. Today, that progress continues. I just had a chance to have a viral tour of both the Siemens facilities, one in Pomona and the other in Grand Prairie, Texas. A chance to talk with some of the IBEW members working there, because our infrastructure law provides $7.5 billion, $7.5 billion to build a national network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations across America. And it also provides $16.5 billion to modernize our power grid, how we move electricity across America. Companies like Siemens are investing here in the United States of America. And you just heard from Barbara, Siemens is announcing a $54 million investment to upgrade and expand those facilities in Texas and California that develop high-tech, high-value electrical equipment that is used in electric circuitry, switchboards, electric vehicles, chargers out on the highways, and data centers. This announcement alone is going to create 300 new good-paying, cutting-edge manufacturing jobs. Folks, America's coming back. It really is. In addition, Siemens will be building an entirely new facility to make charging equipment for electric vehicles. The location of that facility will be announced later this year. I don't know where it is, so don't ask. A lot of my colleagues in the Congress are going to be saying, Joe, where's it going to go? I don't know. But it's going to be in America and help us continue to grow our clean energy economy. Look, folks, when I ran and got elected, I said I wanted to rebuild America. This is what I was talking about. And we want to see a lot more stories like this one. So when the taxpayers' dollars to rebuild America, that's what they are, taxpayers' dollars, we're going to buy American. Buying American products to support American jobs. And by the way, these are the best products in the world. The federal government spends about $600 billion a year in goods and services to fulfill its responsibility to the American people, from the Defense Department to healthcare to education and beyond. In fact, what's happening is the federal government is Siemens' largest customer, for example. Most people don't know there's been a law on the books for almost a century to make sure that your tax dollars support American jobs and American businesses. Every administration says they're going to use that law. But when it comes time to make these purchases, whether that's the deck of an aircraft carrier or a ventilation system in a school, the response often is from the government, we can't find an American company, so we need to issue a waiver and buy the product that was made overseas, not by an American worker. So Buy American became a hollow promise. Well, my administration, Buy American is a reality. We've created a Made in American office in the White House to oversee efforts. And you just heard from Celeste, who runs that office. My first cabinet meeting, I told everyone that if their agency wants to issue a waiver to purchase something for their agency and what they have responsibility for, they don't have to use they think they don't have to use an American company. Well, guess what? They have to come to the White House office and set up and explain to me why they have to post that request, why they have to do that. And they're going to have to post a request publicly on our sites so American manufacturers and business have a chance to raise their hand and say, no, I can do that. Here, I can do that in my shop, in my town. Today, we're going even further. I'm announcing the biggest change in the Buy American Act in 70 years. Right now, if you're manufacturing a product that gets purchased by the federal government, the law says that has to be substantially all of that product should be made in the United States. But because of loopholes over time, you know what substantially all means when I took office? If 55% is made in America, it's substantially all. To me, 55% isn't substantially all, it's slightly over half. Today, we're issuing a rule to raise the amount of domestic content required to be considered made in America from 55% to 75%. Substantially all is going to start meaning substantially all. And today, we're also announcing a new framework for critical products where we know we need stronger, more resilient domestic supply chains. We saw during the pandemic that supply chain disruptions can put American lives and livelihoods at risk. You know, when we needed the most, we were short on masks, gowns, gloves, ventilation, and other essential health products we had to buy abroad. So we're creating a new price preference. What this means is that if we're identifying some product that is so critical to our national security, health, or resilience, that we're going to create rules that allow us to pay a little more for them if they're made in America. We're talking about things like semiconductors, some pharmaceutical agreements, advanced batteries, among other things. It's worth it for us to ensure that we have a domestic capacity to protect us from shortages and price spikes in the future. And yes, we're going to keep trading with our allies and friends, and we're going to work with them to ensure every single country can create global choke points for critical goods. Can't have those choke points. But we also need a resilient supply chains of our own so that we're never at the mercy of other countries for critical goods ever again. And by the way, when I say buy America, I mean buy all America. I want to increase the share of federal spending in goods and services that go to small businesses in America, the backbone of our country. Last year, I released a plan to increase the number of contacts that go to small disadvantaged businesses by 50% by 2025. This means more contracts will go to Black, Brown, Native American, women-owned, veterans-owned small businesses in every state and territory, in every industry from services to manufacturing to agriculture. Already we're seeing success. Women-owned businesses have won contracts to provide masks for the government, clothing for the Marines. Veteran-owned small businesses are now producing specialty trucks and trailers for the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Army. We're seeing other Buy American successes, which will allow us to make synthetic rubber gloves in Alabama, fibers that go into N95 masks in New Hampshire, shipping containers in Maryland. The list goes on. And here's what it all adds up to. Today, I'm placing a bet on America. Everyone here is going to make sure that it pays off, everyone on this stage. What I say today, what we've seen in the past months, is more reason why we need to reject the defeatist view that the forces of automation and globalization mean we can't have good-paying union jobs manufactured here in America. Our manufacturing future, our economic future, our solutions to the climate crisis, they're all going to be made in America. And what that means to build a better America, well, it does. We're going to build a better America as a consequence. So thank you all very much, and I thank my colleagues for being here. And I understand a lot of Siemens folks are in the front row there, too. Welcome. And thank you all in California and in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. President Biden taking no questions about the problems in Ukraine. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Live look right now at the White House briefing. We're expecting that soon. Pentagon as well. And then we're also expecting Antony Blinken, Secretary of State. So we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen to Secretary of State Antony Blinken from earlier today on his European travels.
And the United States, in response to Putin's reckless invasion of Ukraine. And thanks to this coordination, we have together designed, developed, and deployed sanctions in record time, sanctions that demonstrate our determination to make Putin pay a price for his war. We do not take these measures lightly, but it is clear we need to act. And with these measures, the central bank cannot use a significant share of its reserves to defend the ruble, now in free fall. The central bank has had to raise interest rates by 20%, stoking inflation. Significant commercial banks are cut off from global markets and from SWIFT, curtailing their ability to finance the economy. The stock exchange in Moscow remains closed since the beginning of this week. One after another, Western companies announced their own measures, stopping production, investment, and sales. The European Union and the US cooperation is at the core of this effective response, and it has pulled together an ever-growing number of countries that apply identical or similar sanctions. Our G7 partners, UK, Canada, and Japan, but also countries like Norway, Switzerland, South Korea, Australia. By now, over 40 countries, partially or completely aligned with our sanctions. And this is testimony to the determination of the global community to reject this invasion. One only needs to see the result of this week's United Nations General Assembly. 141 countries, an overwhelming majority, supported the resolution condemning Russia for its brutal invasion. Only 4 countries out of 193 stood by Russia. It was Belarus, North Korea, Syria, and Eritrea. President Putin is increasingly isolated in the world community, but in the face of the world's protests, Putin's army carries on. Bombings and missile attacks on civilian targets are intensifying. Rest assured, the European Union and the United States will continue to stand by Ukraine and its courageous people and its steadfast leadership. The scale of the humanitarian catastrophe there in Ukraine that is unfolding really worries us. Europe is seeing destruction and displacement on a scale not seen since the darkest days of the last century. The European Union, as Ukraine's neighbor, is sparing no effort. We're providing 500 million euros of humanitarian aid immediately, and more will come. We're working fast to establish civil protection hubs in Poland, in Slovakia, and in Romania. And we are also doing everything we can with international organizations and NGOs to set up humanitarian corridors that stretch inside Ukraine. Desperately needed humanitarian aid must be able to reach all parts of Ukraine, and civilians must be allowed to escape cities under siege. Finally, the European Union has triggered, for the first time ever, the so-called Temporary Protection Directive. What is it? It effectively opens up residency rights for most refugees to live and work in the European Union, to have access to health services or, for example, schools, for at least a year. We know that this conflict is far from over. And to be very clear, we are ready to take further severe measures if Putin does not stop and reverse the war he has unleashed. We're determined, we're united, and it's a pleasure to have you here, dear Tony.
Madam President, Ursula, thank you. A short while ago, we were meeting with the EU's Foreign Affairs Council, and before that, at NATO. And I'll have more to say about that later. But with us was, by video, was Dmytro Kuleba, the Ukrainian Foreign Minister. And in the course of speaking to us, he showed us some photographs. One of which I think has also been in the media, shows a father grieving over his dead child. blood is still on the sheet that drapes him. It's a reminder that even as we talk about these weighty issues of war and peace, what this is really about is the lives of men, women, children, hundreds, thousands of individual human tragedies inflicted by Vladimir Putin and his war of choice on Ukraine and its people. And we can't lose sight of that fact. It's also about an assault on some very basic principles that we established together after 2 world wars to make sure that we wouldn't see another one. Principles that are the heart of an international system that has a responsibility to preserve peace and security among nations. Principles like the notion that one country can't simply commit acts of aggression on another, changing its borders by force, that one country can't dictate to another its choices, its decisions, its policies, with whom it will associate. Principles like one country can't exert a sphere of influence to subjugate its neighbors to its will. Each principle now under assault by the aggression against Ukraine committed by President Putin and Russia. If we allow those principles to be violated with impunity, then we're opening a Pandora's box in every corner of the world for this to happen again and again and again, and the peace and security with all of the deficiencies that we've known over the last 80 years. But nonetheless, peace and security that we've been able to establish, that will be gone. So the stakes here are very real. They're about real lives, real people, real human beings, and they are about large principles that we have to defend. And we are. And we are in no small measure because of the extraordinary work that we've been able to do together, the United States and the European Union. When President Biden took office, one of the first trips he asked me to make was here, to see you, to see the leaders of the European Union, because President Biden was convinced that this partnership between us was really a partnership of first choice, that looking at all of the problems that our citizens face in their daily lives, we would be so much more effective in dealing with those problems, those challenges, and those opportunities together, not alone, not individually. And over the course of this year, in this effort that we've taken together to revitalize, to re-energize the partnership between the United States and the European Union, we have done some remarkable things in so many different areas, from climate to COVID to emerging technologies. But now we're being tested in a moment of crisis. And I think that precisely because we have invested together in this partnership, we're responding and we're meeting the test. As the President said, across so many different areas, the support for Ukraine, the sanctions against Russia, the help being provided to people in distress, we're standing up together. But I have to say that as someone who's watched this over the years, both from Europe and from the United States, it's hard to find the right word for it, but let me simply say it's been almost overwhelming to see how quickly, how effectively the European Union has come together and acted in the face of this aggression. Things that none of us thought were possible weeks ago now are reality, because this union is strong, it's united, and it's acting. And we're grateful to have this partnership because it is making a difference. I think we know something else, and the President alluded to it. Unfortunately, tragically, horrifically, this may not be over soon. And so these efforts that we're making together, we have to sustain them. We have to build upon them. We have to get to the point together and with, as the President said, so many other countries around the world who are united in their abhorrence of what President Putin has unleashed. We have to sustain this until it stops, until the war is over, the Russian forces leave, the Ukrainian people regain their independence, their sovereignty, their territorial integrity. We're committed to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And soon we will hear from Antony Blinken, once again, Secretary of State, moments away. But we do have another live event to get to. White House briefing underway.
Revisions to the prior 2 months added over 90,000 more jobs than originally reported, with an average monthly gain of 582,000 over the past 3 months. Other data demonstrate our strong economic rebound. The unemployment rate ticked down to 3.8%, and the labor force participation rate ticked up, reaching a new pandemic high. Since President Biden took office, the economy created 7.4 million jobs. This includes the greatest single year of job growth in American history and the fastest economic growth in almost 40 years. This month's report reflects broad-based growth. For example, the unemployment rate for workers with less than a high school degree is the lowest on record. And employment in all major industries either grew or held steady. Last year, the economy created more manufacturing and trucking jobs than any year since 1994. While the care industry is still behind the overall labor market in terms of its recovery, we saw meaningful increases in nursing and residential care, child care, and state and local government, which is often schools. Notably, this month also saw the largest over-the-month increase in employment in home health care on record. These are important components in helping those with care responsibilities get back to work. We look at the prime age labor force because it is less affected by long-run changes in educational attainment or by the natural slowdown as people age and retire. This month, the employment rate for workers aged 25 to 54 rose, part of a relatively consistent rise. Overall, the recovery from the pandemic recession has been faster than any of the past recessions. For instance, in 2021, job growth averaged 562,000 jobs per month, nearly 3 times faster than from 2011 to 2019, the years following the Great Recession. The share of the labor force experiencing long-term unemployment or involuntary part-time work has fallen dramatically in the pandemic recovery, in part due to the investments of the American Rescue Plan. Both of these measures are often sources of scarring after an economic downturn, which describes conditions where workers suffer economic impacts for substantial time after the recession ends. For instance, after the Great Recession, the long-term unemployment rate reached 4.4%, but did not fall to 1% until 2017, about 7 years later than it reached its peak. From January to February of this year, the long-term unemployment rate held steady, but overall has dropped during the pandemic recovery from a high of 2.6%. We also know that one way scarring can affect workers is through increasing share of workers who cannot get all the hours that they want because they cannot find a full-time job or because business conditions are weak. But similar to the long-term unemployment rate, this measure has seen rapid recovery. The percent of the labor force that is working part-time for economic reasons ticked up in February to 2.5%, but remains below its level in February 2020. Monthly employment and unemployment data can be volatile, and payroll estimates can be subject to substantial revisions. Therefore, it's important to focus on trends rather than data in a single.
Do want to say thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. So what we'll do is, of course, continue to keep our eyes here on the White House press briefing, especially since there will be comments made later about Russia's invasion. But we do also have John Kirby, who is our press secretary for the Pentagon, speaking. Let's go ahead and listen into that live here on Live Now from Fox.
Our appreciation for Poland's hosting of U.S. forces and additional U.S. forces. The two leaders exchanged ideas on further enhancing deterrence and defense efforts along NATO's eastern flank. Now, also of note, Alaskan Command under U.S. Northern Command is currently hosting exercise Arctic Edge 22 in Alaska, held every 2 years. This exercise consists of approximately 1,000 U.S. military personnel, and they're made up of units from the Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Special Operations Command. Also included are elements from the Royal Canadian Navy, the Royal Canadian Air Force, and the Canadian Army. The goal of the exercise is to provide realistic and effective training for participants using the premier training locations that are available throughout Alaska. Arctic Edge 22 is linked to other service-specific exercises, including the National Guard's Arctic Eagle, Patriot, the Army's Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Capability Exercise, and the Navy's ICEX. And those occur concurrently or consecutively during the months of February and March of this year. With that, we'll take questions. Lita.
John, can you give us a little bit more detail on the hotline, deconfliction line, whatever you want to call it, with Russia? Do you know if it has been used at all? Was it used specifically during the attack on the nuclear facility, when one might think there might be some cause for concern? And would it be General Walters who would be sort of in charge or on the other end of the phone? Can you give us a sense of what this link is? And then just secondly...
You want the phone number too?
Yeah, if you could actually put the phone here, it would be good. And then just anything new on Odessa?
On the deconfliction, I don't have any information about whether it's been used. It's only been in place for a couple of days. I think it's early this week. It is basically a phone line, a phone connection to the Russian Ministry of Defense. It is being administered out of European Command headquarters, and as I understand it, it's basically staffed by staff level officers there at European Command. I have no expectation that, unless he really desires, that General Walters would be the one managing that. It's not at that level. It's at a lower operational level, and it's being administered as a bilateral U.S. to Russia deconfliction channel. So it's that's why it's being handled out of U.S. European Command headquarters and not General Walters under his NATO hat. But again, I'd refer you to EUCOM to talk specifically about whether and how it's been put in place. We know it works because we did establish it and set it up with the Russians, and when we tested it, they did pick up the other end and acknowledged that they got the call. So we know it works. We think again that this is, as we've done before, like in Syria. We think it's valuable to have a direct communication vehicle at that level, at an operational level, to reduce the risks of miscalculation and to be able to communicate in real time if need be, particularly because now the airspace over Ukraine is contested by both Russian and Ukrainian aircraft. So that contested airspace now buttresses right up against NATO. So smart thing to do, and we're glad it's in place. We're glad that the Russians have acknowledged that they will use it. On Odessa, I don't have an update for you. We haven't seen, and again, I have to caveat this by making clear our visibility and our detailed knowledge of things that are going on the ground has limits. But as of this morning, we hadn't seen any significant naval activity in the Black Sea that would lead us to believe that an assault on Odessa is imminent. That doesn't mean that won't change over coming hours. It very well could. As you've seen for yourselves, the Russian ground forces coming out of Crimea, arcing off to the northwest through Kherson, are now beginning an assault on a town called Mykolaiv. That town is not far from Odessa, just up the coast, a little bit to the northeast of Odessa. So we don't know exactly what to make of that. We can't assert for sure that the Russians are going to use a land route to assault Odessa, or even if they're going to move on Odessa. We're kind of watching this day by day as you guys are.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So since this is a bilateral sort of U.S.-Russia line, would then an instance like the nuclear plant not be an appropriate use of the line?
It very well could be.
Can I follow up on that question? Actually, I'm following up on that question. The nuclear line, are you saying that it was...
It's not a nuclear line.
Excuse me, the deconfliction line, are you saying it wasn't...
I'm not saying it wasn't used. I don't have anything for you on its physical use in the last couple of days.
What is the most senior U.S. defense official who has spoken to their Russian counterpart since this invasion has occurred?
No leaders here at the Pentagon have. General Milley has not spoken to General Gerasimov since the invasion Secretary Austin has not spoken to Minister Shoigu, his counterpart, since the invasion. I'm not aware of any other senior leaders here at the Department of Defense. Now, I can't speak for NATO. That's a good question for the alliance, but I'm not aware of any senior U.S. military connections.
And just separately on the bridge that was blown up near that convoy, were U.S. weapons used to blow up that bridge, and what impact has it had on the convoy?
I do not know what specific munitions were used to thwart the convoy's advance. We do have reports that a bridge was blown up that we believe was in the path there. We also have indications that the Ukrainians have struck the convoy elsewhere and on their own on vehicles. But what munitions they're using, Jen, I just simply couldn't speak to that level of specificity. We do believe that the actions by the Ukrainians have in fact stalled that convoy and certainly slowed it down, stopped it in some places. But we also think that that it's also of a piece of Russian challenges that they've had just in terms of their own physical ground movement, sustainment, logistics. They're running out of fuel. We still believe that in some cases they're running out of food for their soldiers. So they've also been plagued by their own missteps and stumbles. Fadi.
Thank you, John. So I have a couple of questions. On the deconfliction mechanism, as you said, I mean, it's helpful, especially now with the Nato airspace as close to the Ukrainian airspace. So why was it bilateral between the U.S. and Russia, not between Russia and NATO?
I'm not going to speak for the alliance, Fadi, and it's not like we are a member of NATO. So certainly, if we can use that deconfliction line to assist with with alliance communications, we'll absolutely do that. It's not so binary as that. All I'm trying to do is describe that it is set up bilaterally between the United States and Russia. But of course, look, part of the reason that we want to do this is because of NATO airspace, which buttresses up now against contested airspace. So, if I conveyed any idea that we would only use this to convey U.S. individual unilateral concerns, that is absolutely not the case.
I asked the question because a senior defense official has said before that there are ideas, including maybe a NATO-Russia channel. So was this, basically because Russia rejected such a channel and they insisted on it?
I don't have anything.
Okay, and on Zaporizhzhia, what is your understanding of what happened actually yesterday, and how safe is the nuclear plant right now?
We don't have perfect knowledge of exactly how this attack on the nuclear power plant transpired. Clearly there was one. Clearly it was violent. Clearly ordnance was used. An attack was conducted on the power plant in an effort by Russian forces to gain control of it. We cannot contest or refute reports that they are in fact in control of it. As for conditions there, again, our knowledge is imperfect, but as we understand it, there's been no leakage of radioactive material. Now, what operational status it's in, we can't speak to. Our role here at the Department of Defense is to continue to assist the Department of Energy as they work through response efforts of their own, and as they work with allies and partners. Because we have experience running nuclear power plants in the Department of Defense, we're a part of that. We're a part of that effort, providing some advice and counsel to the Department of Energy. Let me just take a moment, if I might, though this is not your question, to state the obvious about the dangers here and how this underscores the recklessness with which the Russians have been perpetrating this unprovoked invasion and assault on Ukraine and their sovereignty. Attacking a nuclear power plant is exceedingly dangerous. And could have visited a lot more damage and destruction to the people of Ukraine and to and perhaps even to neighboring countries had this gone a different way. And we continue to call on Russia to stop the invasion, period, de-escalate, move their troops out. But certainly, short of that, to be more mindful of their obligations under international law, and certainly with respect to humanitarian concerns about, about perpetrating violence anywhere near a nuclear power plant, which are not designed to withstand combat. It's not their function, peaceful nuclear power. Oh, sorry, I wanted to just get that out, Court.
Do you have any indications that that there's any disruptions to the power? I know one of the concerns is that if there's no cooling apparatus in the nuclear reactor, then that's like a real vulnerability. Do you have any? I know that it's hard to say operationally, but do you have any indications of that?
We don't, and we don't know. Again, we don't know what the status of the plant is right now. Again, I'd point you to Department of Energy to talk about that with more detail.
And then one more thing on deconfliction. I'm not clear. It is. I get it. It's between the U.S. and the Russian military. But will there be some scenario where other NATO ally aircraft or military equipment you could be deconflicting on their behalf? We haven't heard about any other nations setting up any kind of deconflictions, and others have been sending things forward to that area.
I think it's entirely possible that should there be an alliance concern that we can convey to the Russians through that channel, we absolutely will. Remember, we are also a NATO ally.
Yeah. John, on the confliction line, in Syria, we know that the Russians and American aircraft were crossing into their lines, and then of course they just were telling.
Say that part again. You know that Russian and
on Syrian airspace, Russian and American air assets were crossing into each other's line, and that's why the deconfliction line was used to say, hey, keep out of this area. We are coming here, or we are going to strike this, or we are here, we are there. But here in this setting, in this theater, there are two separate airspaces. And why, how this deconfliction line is going to be used? For what? What will they say, for example, on the line? Because we don't see that.
I don't think there's like a given script that's going to be used on any particular day or in any particular instance. I mean, this is, you got contested airspace over Ukraine, which buttresses, just let me finish, which buttresses right up against countries, NATO countries, and their airspace. It makes eminent sense for us to be able to have some way of communicating with the Russians should operations in that contested airspace pose any kind of a threat or even just pose a concern to the alliance or to the United States. We want to be able to have a way of speaking directly at an operational level with the Russian Ministry of Defense. So it makes a lot of sense to do this.
And also on Black Sea, we now see that Russians have almost taken 1/3 of the entire northern parts of the Black Sea, coast of the Black Sea. Is there a concern, or to what extent concerning is it for you that Russians take the entire coast of the northern Black Sea and just create a new geopolitical setting?
Apparently don't have your level of visibility on where the Russian ships are in the Black Sea, and I'm not prepared to cede or to say with certainty that they have control over the international waters in the Black Sea. They have naval assets in the Black Sea. They're a Black Sea nation. They have naval assets in the Black Sea. They have already used some of those naval assets to conduct an amphibious assault from the Sea of Azov onto the coastline there of southern Ukraine. As I've said to Lita, I don't have any updates for you in the maritime environment. I can't assert for sure that they are planning to do yet another amphibious assault, whether it's towards Odessa or any other southern Ukrainian port. But we're watching it as best we can. Okay, Jim.
John, this is a little bit involved, but on February 18th, in Poland, I asked Secretary Austin if the national defense strategy would need to be rewritten as a result of the Russian threats at that time. He said no, and that the integrated deterrence concept that underlaid the idea of the NDS was already sort of in use. I'd like to think, given the Russian performance in Ukraine so far, that it sort of cements the idea of China being the pacing threat. Yet I'm seeing stories that the national defense strategy is being rewritten. Has it changed since February 18th?
What I would tell you, Jim, is that the national defense strategy is still being crafted. It's going to be heavily informed by the President's interim national security guidance. It's certainly being written in parallel with the national security strategy, which also hasn't been completed yet. And you're absolutely right. The Secretary was clear that it will reinforce his notion of an integrated deterrence, and it will certainly recognize that China remains the pacing challenge for the department. But it will also recognize other nation-state threats out there, and that includes Russia. And as we've been writing it as we've watched Russia over the last couple of months, build up this massive military force around Ukraine's borders. So it would be foolish for us to think that the crafting of it wasn't also informed by what we've been seeing Russia do. But is it being rewritten as a result of what we're seeing Russia do? I think that overstates it heavily. But it certainly will be informed by what we've been seeing over the past couple of months. Yeah.
Thanks.
Tara.
Thank you. Has the department seen any evidence that the invading Russian force is also reliant on the internet and communications inside Ukraine? There's been a lot of questions about why, there was an assumption early on that the internet would be brought down, that the infrastructure grid would be brought down. Why is it that all of this infrastructure has remained in place, and are these forces also reliant on that to communicate and to navigate?
I honestly can't speak to Russian plans here in their intentions with respect to the information environment. And as for their navigation skills, again, I don't. I'm not riding in the cab of these trucks. I don't know exactly what they're using to get from point A to point B. Clearly, they're not getting from point A to point B very fast right now, at least in the north. So I can't speak to that, Tara. But we have seen some internet outages. We have seen them try to impact the information and communication environment, not the least of which is striking, television towers and that kind of thing. Again, I don't want to speculate. I mean, they have found some value to keeping some public communications open for their own purposes, for their own decision-making processes. But that's just a speculation. I don't know.
And then I have one follow-up on the deconfliction line. If it's going to be used for deconflicting airspace by NATO borders, could it also potentially be used for, say, coordinating a humanitarian corridor or people fleeing Ukraine, or is it just going to be military-to-military operations?
It's primarily a military-to-military channel, but that doesn't mean, as I've said before, that it can't be used for other purposes if need be. I mean, we'll have to see. It's only been a couple of days old, so we think it's the right thing to do. We've done this kind of thing before. And it makes a lot of sense, particularly when you're talking about that contested Ukrainian airspace. But could it find other purposes? Perhaps. I mean, we think it's the smart and the prudent thing to do. Barb?
A couple of follow-ups, but a question to other people's questions. But one question first: Can you bring us up to date on the thinking about whether to support any moves by East European allies and partners to send their MiG-29s into Ukraine to give the Ukrainians extra inventory?
You mean U.S. support to that?
Do you support the idea? Is the United States, as you know, this conversation has ebbed and flowed over the last several days of several East European allies and partners, including Slovakia, which wants to accelerate its F-16 purchases so they can send their MiG-29s. Is this idea something that the U.S. would be supportive of? And then I have two quick follow-ups.
I don't have a departmental position on this proposal, Barb. These are considerations that sovereign nation states have to make in their own and through their own processes. What I can just tell you is what we do support and what we are doing is looking for ways to continue to get security assistance into the hands of the Ukrainian armed forces, and we're doing that to a fairly well, and we're accelerating and expediting even the most recent drawdown package that the president approved.
And let me try one more time on deconfliction because, the United States is not entering Ukraine airspace or Ukraine territory. So you have nothing you need to notify the Russians that you're doing because you're staying outside of this war zone. You said, there was concern that there could be a situation in which you would have worries that would lead you to make a phone call. And you mentioned, in fact, the nuclear incident concern. It was a case where you concerned that something could impact neighboring countries. So is there a way you can explain how much of this idea of needing to have a communications line with the Russians isn't really about deconfliction, because you're both supposedly staying on your own side, but worry that they may not stay on their side?
I mean, it's primarily designed, Barb, to help reduce the risks of miscalculation. We call it a deconfliction line, but because that's what we're used to calling them, and that's what we typically use them for. But I'm not going to sit here, only a few days after it's been set up and try to draw bright lines around what it could be used for. If there's a need for us to be able to communicate with the Ministry of Defense in a timely fashion about a concern, I suspect that we'll use it for that. And we would hope that the Russians, should they have a timely concern that they want to present, that they would use it as well.
So when the nuclear incident happened, has it now led, because you provide support to the Department of Energy, has it led to any additional need or consideration by the Defense Department for additional protective gear, sensors, or any kind of technology for radiological or chemical or biological issues where U.S. troops are located and for the allied partners and nations and partners that they're working with? Did last night's events cause you to need to think about taking more protective measures? Because you said there was concern, one of the concerns could be the potential of impact on neighboring countries.
In general, striking a nuclear power plant would cause anybody to be concerned about, should cause anybody to be concerned about that. I'm going to point you to the Department of Energy about whatever response coordination that they feel is appropriate. We provide some support and guidance to them. I have no decisions to talk to today about any additional resources that could be needed. Again, without speaking for the Energy Department, our assessment this morning is that there was no radioactive leaks and no significant damage to the plant's operation. But again, I really would I need to point you to the Energy Department for anything more specific than that.
Well, for the protection of U.S. troops in the region, has this caused you, are there any discussions, thinking, analysis by this department for additional protection?
I know of no such decisions or no such discussions with respect to what happened last night. But obviously, we take force protection very seriously. It's the Secretary's prime and paramount concern. Nothing to speak to with respect to the attack on the power plant. Yeah, Matt.
Thanks, John. You said the airspace is still contested above Ukraine.
That's right.
You also talk about how on the ground effort in the north it seems stalled, more success in the south. I wonder if there's any parallels with that in the air. I know it's a changing environment, but are you seeing some regions in which either the Russians or the Ukrainians are more or less dominant in the air?
You know, it's dynamic airspace, Matt. It would be foolish for me to try to carve it up for you at 2:30 in the afternoon on Friday and say that, one side or the other has more dominance over a particular region because it's contested. That's what contested means. All I can tell you with certainty is that the Ukrainian Air forces continue to fly. They still have air and missile defense available to them. They are using them and using them quite effectively. And the way they have marshaled their resources and applied them to the fight in the air has been quite extraordinary. The Russians likewise have a lot of aircraft available to them, as well as missiles. They have fired over 500 since the beginning of this invasion. So that's what makes this airspace. That's what makes it so contested. Quite frankly, there's a lot of hardware flying around in that airspace, and it literally changes throughout a given day based on what the Russians are doing and how the Ukrainians are trying to resist what the Russians are doing. And it's because it's so dynamic and so contested that, again, we felt it was important to have a deconfliction mechanism.
Right, and one more, if I may, off of something Barbara asked. At this point, a senior defense official earlier said that most of their Ukrainian air capability is still intact. Does it seem like that's a need, or are you aware of any requests of the Ukrainians for more aircraft? And if they already have most of their air power still intact, do they even have extra pilots to fly the extra aircraft at this point?
I don't want to speak for the Ukrainians. What I can tell you is that we are in direct communication with them nearly every day about their requirements, and we're doing the best we can to fill those requirements. Okay, let's leave it at that. Jeff Selden, VOA.
John, thanks very much for doing this. Two questions. First, Ukraine's embassy in Washington is saying it has a list of about 3,000 American volunteers, including former military, who want to go and join the fight in Ukraine. Does the Pentagon have any position on Americans going to fight in Ukraine? And is there any broader effort to track foreign fighters of all nationalities?
I certainly can't verify the numbers that you've put up there. We have seen no such list and no such compilation. I would just say this, and I talked about this, I think, a couple of days ago. Two things. One, this is not the place for Americans to be in Ukraine right now. And the State Department has made that very clear in urging over so many weeks for Americans that are in Ukraine to leave, and urging Americans not in Ukraine not to go. It is a war zone. Now, that's number one. Number two, should Americans want to help Ukraine, and it's laudable that they do, the best way to do that is to find ways to contribute to the many non-governmental and humanitarian organizations that are trying to alleviate what has now become a very acute humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and in countries that are now bordering Ukraine. As what the UN just estimated, I think yesterday, more than 1 million people have fled the country, and that doesn't even count the tens of thousands that are displaced in the country. So if you really want to help the people of Ukraine as a private citizen, find a way to donate resources to these organizations that are trying to alleviate that crisis. Tom?
John, along those lines, are there any prohibitions on U.S. military personnel, let's say an Army reservist who wants to go over?
Tom, the president's been clear there's not going to be any U.S. troops fighting in Ukraine.
Well, I'm talking about an Army reservist is volunteering to go over and fight with the Ukrainians. Are there prohibitions under the law or DOD regulations about that?
I'm going to have to, I'm not a lawyer, I'm going to have to take that one, Tom. But let me be very clear. The president has made it clear U.S. troops are not going to be fighting in Ukraine. That includes in the skies over Ukraine. It is not a military mission that the United States military would take on. I know you're asking a very specific potential scenario. Let me find out rather than speculate and guess about that. Tom Squitieri.
Hey, thanks, John. Two quick questions. One, last November, the Coast Guard finished the transfer of 3 ships to the Ukrainian Navy. I'm wondering if the Pentagon has visibility on their status. And the second question is, a senior official yesterday talked about how at least 70 missiles were fired from Belarus into Ukraine. Is it the Pentagon's analysis that places Belarus as a participant in the war? Thank you.
What we've said all along, Tom, is that Belarus is partly responsible for what's going on in Ukraine. We've been very clear about that by the support that they have given to Russia to be able to launch this invasion. Now, we haven't seen Belarusian forces insert themselves into Ukraine. We haven't seen indications that they are preparing to do that, but clearly they are complicit with President Putin's war of choice, no doubt about that. And as for the ships, Tom, I don't have any update for you on that. I just simply don't know. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you.
Thank you. It appears there's been some news during the news conference here. I'm reading something that says the Moldovan breakaway region of Chernahiv, which I'm not pronouncing correctly, has demanded that Moldova recognize its independence. This is a place where about 1,500 Russian troops are stationed. Is the Defense Department concerned that this could be an expansion of the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Jeff, I got nothing for you on that, pal. I haven't seen this report, and I'm not going to try to wing it here from the podium on something that you're seeing online. So we'll check and see if we have anything on it. But I'm not going to take the question because I believe that that's probably a better question put to my State Department colleagues. However, I'll go see what's available out there. But I'm just not capable of jumping into something that's breaking right now. Tony Capaccio.
Hi, John, I have a budget question, non-Ukraine specific, but what is the status of the FY23 budget? Are the final numbers pretty much done and you're kind of feeding it into the computer and ready for release? And has the invasion at all changed the number? Has there been a major influx of funding in the last week because of the invasion?
I'm sure it's going to shock you, Tony, but I'm not going to talk about the status of the FY23 budget. We're still hard at work at that. That effort being led by the Deputy Secretary. She's running a very tight process, and I am not going to get ahead of that process and how that's going, but we're working on that real hard. Idris.
Tony, you have a follow-up, or do you want me to go?
Yeah. Does the national security strategy and the national defense strategy have to be published first before the budget comes out? Is that the sequence?
They don't have to be, Tony. There's no regulation, there's no rule, there's no legislation that requires you have to have the national security strategy and the national defense strategy published before the budget. All three documents inform each other. Look, ideally, you want a budget to follow a strategy, but it doesn't have to come out that way. Idris?
Thanks, Idris.
Yeah. Just going back to the hotline, when you're setting it up, how does it work? Does General Walters talk to his counterpart saying, all right, we're going to set this up, and then some of the staff set it up? At what level does it rise, I guess? And second question is, any change to the nuclear forces, Russian nuclear forces, after they were put on high alert?
I have no changes to speak to that we've noticed in the Russian strategic nuclear force posture. We're still obviously monitoring and reviewing as we do every day. I would just again say that Secretary Austin is comfortable and confident in our own strategic deterrent posture and our ability to defend the homeland, as well as allies and partners. And it's not a hotline, it's a deconfliction line. As I said, it's handled and staffed at the operational level. I don't think there's any expectation that General Walters is going to be the only one picking up the phone. Certainly, if he wanted to do that, as European Command Commander, he could do that. But our anticipation is that this will be staffed at a lower level on his headquarters to really deal with operational level concerns that need to be expressed. Okay, one more, and then I'm going to go.
Could we get the daily update on number of munitions fired, and also if you have a breakdown of where you're seeing them come from?
I don't have that, and I wouldn't be putting that out here from the podium, Tara. As I said, we have noticed, we've assessed that since the beginning of this invasion, the Russians have fired more than 500 missiles of various types: cruise missiles, short-range ballistic missiles, medium-range ballistic missiles, surface-to-air missiles, more than 500 of them. That's about as much detail as I'm going to be able to go into from the podium. Yeah, in the back there.
I know you talked about some fuel and food shortages today that the Russians have faced. I was curious if they're making any progress overcoming that, or if it's still largely stalled, and then what the concern is that the Russians may target other nuclear plants in the future, given this is the second one we've seen here.
Again, we don't have perfect visibility into Russian intentions. We know there are other nuclear power plants inside Ukraine. Clearly, the international community does not want to see another incident such as what we saw last night, which could potentially just escalate the level of violence and destruction in Ukraine to a level that that is and should be unacceptable, even to the Russians. But I can't speak to their intentions with respect to other nuclear power plants. And as for food and fuel, again, our general assessment today is that they are still struggling with logistics challenges, to include food for their troops and fuel for their vehicles. We do not believe they have overcome that. Now, as I've said many times, we would expect them to try to overcome these challenges, and I think we're seeing attempts by them to do that. How successful they've been, again, with a level of specificity, we just don't know. Okay, thanks everybody. Have a good weekend.
All right, so once again, we were listening in live here with John Kirby, the Pentagon press secretary, as they continue to keep us updated on the latest that has been happening in Ukraine. Of course, images continue to pour in, showing us all of the latest news. These satellite images still showing that we do have that 40-mile-long convoy sitting just outside Kyiv. Also, this video just coming in here today as well, showing that power plant that is now under Russian control. Being taken over. There was shelling. There was a lot of gunfire that was also being used out here. Do want to let our viewers know we do have Secretary Blinken, who had just wrapped up a press conference. He had been speaking after he had had a number of different briefings. So we'll be jumping into that, playing that full remarks out for you. He spoke for nearly a half hour. It's all going to be coming up right here on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here with you as we continue to give you the latest coming from the war in Ukraine as Russia continues with their attacks. They have now taken control of Europe's largest nuclear plant. And right now, we're going to be playing out some comments that were made just moments ago by Secretary Blinken. Of course, he had traveled overseas, has had a number of meetings this morning and spoke about what's being discussed and what's being done to continue trying to condemn Russia for their actions as we do know Ukrainian troops and forces are trying their best, residents in the country trying their best, but Russia continues to push through and forward. Now, Blinken was asked multiple times about the no-fly zone, and one of the comments he had made was saying that adding a no-fly zone could lead to a full-fledged war. Let's go ahead, listen into those remarks that had happened just earlier here today on Live Now from Fox.
Well, good evening, everyone. We're in Brussels at a pivotal time. Stability in Europe hangs in the balance. And the international rules-based order that's critical to maintaining peace and security is being put to the test by Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. The Kremlin's attacks are inflicting an ever-increasing toll on civilians there. Hundreds, if not thousands, of Ukrainians have been killed, many more wounded, as have citizens of other countries. More than 1 million refugees have fled Ukraine to neighboring countries. Millions of people across Ukraine are trapped in increasingly dire conditions as Russia destroys more critical infrastructure. For example, Mariupol's mayor says that most of the besieged city's residents are living without water, without electricity, without heat. Bridges to the city have been destroyed. Women, children, growing ranks of wounded civilians cannot get out. Food and medical supplies cannot get in. The mayor wrote today, and I quote, "We are simply being destroyed." The world has seen Russia use these grisly tactics before, in Syria, in Chechnya. Meanwhile, Russia's reckless operation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant risked a catastrophe, a nuclear incident. The Kremlin should immediately cease all attacks around Ukrainian nuclear facilities and allow civilian personnel to do their work to ensure the facility's safety and security, as both the IAEA Director General and a resolution adopted yesterday by the agency's board of governors have called on Russia to do. The Ukrainian people and government continue to show remarkable courage in defending their country, defending their freedom, defending one another. We said that if President Putin invaded Ukraine, we would increase our support for Ukraine's ability to defend itself while imposing swift and severe costs on the Kremlin. That's exactly what the United States and our allies and partners are doing. That was the focus of our ministerial meetings today with NATO allies, with the G7, with the European Union, as well as in my discussions with the NATO Secretary General, with the EU Commission President von der Leyen, with the EU Council President Michel. We want our alliances to be strong enough to meet any threat. That's why from day one, President Biden made reinvigorating and re-energizing our alliances and partnerships the foundation of our foreign policy. It's why, as Secretary of State, I've come to Brussels, home to NATO and the EU, more than to any other world capital. And that's why we invested so much effort in finding new ways and coalitions to bring allies and partners together. Now we're seeing why that work matters. At NATO, we were joined by the ministers of Finland and Sweden, the EU High Representative Josep Borrell, the foreign ministers of Ukraine, the United Kingdom, and Canada, as well as the Secretary General Stoltenberg, also took part in our meeting with the EU. Never before have NATO and the European Union and other partner nations worked so closely together. This is a new kind of cooperation, and we'll bring this to bear not just in this crisis, but in the years to come. And our European allies and partners are stepping up to lead in unprecedented ways. For the first time, NATO has activated and deployed parts of its response force. Several NATO allies, including the UK, Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark, Spain, France, have sent troops and aircraft and ships to reinforce the alliance's eastern flank. Every NATO ally is providing either military or humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Most are providing both. For the first time, the European Union is financing the purchase and delivery of military assistance to a country under attack. The bloc swiftly adopted the biggest sanctions package in history against Russia. And the EU has granted immediate refuge to Ukrainians and others who call Ukraine home, the first time it has invoked this protection mechanism. Individual countries are also taking extraordinary steps. Germany is doubling its defense spending. Poland has opened its arms to more than 500,000 Ukrainian refugees. Switzerland set aside its tradition of neutrality to adopt the European Union's sanctions on Russia. The list goes on. These and other efforts by our European allies to deepen their own capabilities and cooperation do not undermine the transatlantic security alliance, they deepen our collective might. As recently as a few weeks ago, some questioned whether, if the regional or international rules-based order came under threat, whether our European allies and partners would be willing to shoulder their fair share of the burden, the risk, the cost to defend it. In the last 9 days, European countries have demonstrated they are more than ready to stand up and stand together. And the United States is standing with Europe, pursuing complementary actions and policies in close coordination with our allies and partners. To give just a few examples, we've deployed an additional 7,000 troops to Europe and repositioned our forces already on the continent to strengthen NATO's eastern flank. We continue to tighten our severe economic sanctions on Russia. Last night, as I think you know, we extended temporary protective status to tens of thousands of Ukrainians living in the United States. And the President has requested an additional $10 billion from Congress to deliver more humanitarian, security, and economic assistance in Ukraine and the surrounding region over the coming days and weeks. Yesterday, President Putin said his so-called special military operation is proceeding exactly as planned. Well, it's hard to imagine that his plan included inspiring the Ukrainian people to defend their country with such tenacity, strengthening the resolve and solidarity of NATO and the EU, uniting the world in opposition to Moscow, including 141 countries at the United Nations, an unprecedented number of international businesses, associations, cultural institutions that have cut ties with Russia, causing the Russian economy to go into freefall, motivating tens of thousands of Russians to protest and countless more to leave the country, and increasingly turning Russia into a pariah state. If that was President Putin's plan, well, you can say it's working. Russia has never been so isolated. We have never been more united. But let me reiterate one thing, because it's very important. We take these actions not because we oppose the Russian people. We do not. We regret that tens of millions of Russians will suffer because of the dangerous decisions made by a tiny circle of corrupt leaders and their cronies who've consistently put their interests above those of the Russian people, who are doing everything they can to hide their war of choice from the Russian public. Today's discussion with NATO, the EU, the G7 affirmed that we're fully aligned on our goals and our determination to meet them. We'll deepen our support for Ukraine's brave defenders and for the Ukrainian civilians suffering as a result of the deepening humanitarian crisis. We'll continue to raise the cost for President Putin and all who carry out and enable his war of choice and the devastation that it's causing. We'll continue to strengthen our capacity to defend our collective security and deter further escalation by Russia, including by upholding our Article 5 commitment that an attack on one is an attack on all. NATO is a defensive alliance. We've never sought and will not seek conflict with Russia. But as President Biden has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. No one should doubt America's readiness or our resolve. At the same time, we'll keep open the door to dialogue and diplomacy, while making clear to the Kremlin that unless it changes course, it will continue down the road of increasing isolation and economic pain. And will support Ukraine in its talks with Russia to reach a ceasefire and the unconditional withdrawal of Russian forces, something that Foreign Minister Kuleba and I have been discussing on a daily basis. In the meantime, we are working urgently with the government of Ukraine, the ICRC, and others to create humanitarian corridors that will allow civilians to get out of Ukraine's besieged cities and to allow food, medicine, and other vital supplies to get in. Russia's attack created this humanitarian crisis. Now, all countries have a responsibility to pressure the Kremlin to alleviate at least some of the misery that it has wrought. Of all the consequences of Moscow's unprovoked attack, one of the most unexpected is the spark it has lit in people around the world who've come out to demonstrate for freedom, for the rights of Ukrainians. That includes valiant individuals in places where protesting the Kremlin's war means risking arrest, beatings, or worse, as thousands of Russians and Belarusians have done. For years, we've seen the dangerous tide rolling back democracy and human rights, and undercutting the rules-based order, fueled in no small part by Moscow. With this brutal invasion, we, our European allies and partners, and people everywhere are being reminded of just how much is at stake. Now, we see the tide of democracy rising to the moment. With that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Paul Hanley, AFP.
Hi, Mr. Secretary.
Hey, Paul.
The West has put unprecedented sanctions on Russia, very punishing, yet it doesn't seem to have slowed the Russian military's advance on Ukraine. Today, NATO seemed to forswear absolutely putting in a no-fly zone that might protect the Ukrainians. Given that, nothing seems to have slowed this invasion. What can you tell the Ukrainian people who only see things getting worse, seeing a disaster, seeing more suffering, and are pleading for more help from the West? And I have a little follow-up. I could ask it now or in a moment.
No, go ahead, please.
The West, NATO, has been involved in this in terms of supplying a lot of arms, which you've mentioned, to Ukraine. Can't it supply more effective arms, larger weapons, jets have been talked about? NATO is engaged in this. Can't it do more for Ukraine?
Thank you. Let me take the second part first. We're in constant contact with Ukraine, with government officials and leaders on their needs, and in constant contact and coordination with allies and partners on providing for those needs when it comes to security assistance. We've already been engaged in a remarkable effort, just speaking for the United States, with the various drawdowns that President Biden has done. We've provided over the past year and change more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. The most recent drawdown that was issued by the President of $350 million, we have already sent into Ukraine about $250 million worth of that drawdown. So this is happening every single day, and you're seeing the means that Ukraine needs to defend itself get into the hands of Ukrainians who are doing that. Having said that, one of the things that we talked about at length today in our various meetings at NATO and the EU was what more we can do and how to do it effectively. I would add that I think, as you know, Foreign Minister Kuleba actually came into our meetings by video. We heard from him directly some of the additional things that Ukraine is looking for. We're working on all of that every single day. We're also a week and change in